Yeah, that was disastrous for Navi Junior because, well, it was a little bit of farming space. They lose their TA and they wasted their fingers, still didn't get a single finger charge out of that one. So even though Pangolier and Beastmaster were able to flash farm a lot while that was happening, I don't think it was really worth for the side of Navi Junior as now Level Up are feeling empowered because they still have that reverse polarity ready and a Blink Dagger on Mixa to
Yeah.
enable it even more.
And they go on to PMA, skewer him up, get a lock on him, stun, hex, remnant, everything. Don't even need an RP, man. We have
Yeah, I was
the
about to say that
triple
wasn't
menace.
everything. They still have that RP. They can try that again now, and the aggression is gonna resume until Templar Assassin can really
Oh,
join her
there's it
team.
is in mid already, but they have a lock on to Janyu Pro. Still, everybody else. Oh, Focus will almost miss out on his stun. Mixa keeping up. They will throw in the RP for Niku to keep him locked down before he can activate the rolling boulder. Redis it tried to turn around for a little bit of a stun, but Focus's range is a bit too much for him to handle.
They get a support out of that one, but still far from worth it. They need the Templar Assassin in the fights really freaking urgently, because as you can see, they just don't deal enough damage for all of these tanky heroes anymore. Nice dodge
Oh,
there.
double
And
dodge.
Stace will be able to get away from both of those heroes chasing him.
Yeah, and I love that this three-man ganking team that they have here, like telekinesis with the stuns, with the hexes. I mean, they stole the I think the hex onto Lupicione for a little while, which really nicely enabled the kill onto PMA that easily. And of course, saving up the RP for bigger team fights. And of course, you really want to get the Pango every single time that happens, because things are gonna be a lot more messier. And to add up to what you said earlier, the Rolling Bolt Thunders haven't been used up that nicely. Niku hasn't really had the chance to bounce around, throw targets all the way around the map, which is enabling a lot for Level Up to keep up the pressure, to keep things aggressive. And every single time he pops up out of it, they're gonna RP him down, chain stun him to the best of their ability, and of course, with anything that they have stolen with the Rubik as well, they're gonna make sure it goes down.
Yeah, speaking of Rubik, Loopsion, he has made it past that kind of awkward post-laning stage early game, and now Rubik is also just starting to scale really well into the mid game. He is eventually going to fall off at that point where Navi can just two-hit burst the Rubik, but
Oh,
until then, he
oof.
really wants to be aggressive with his team.
Bottom lane, Rides missed out on a very nice opportunity to take down Mixa, who was down on 50% HP, and then just throw in the Templar Assassin, got the juice into the equation, but they missed out on that, the stun, and pretty much decimated their efforts even further. In mid lane, Daze versus PMA, they will find John Pro one more time. Mortimer's kisses are flying in. They get a lock on to Focus, and finally, there's the Rolling Thunder doing its heavy lifting. Lupiciona tried his best to keep his body alive by stealing the roar, but it's just not gonna be enough. So two
It's a
clean kills
double
for
and a
Navi.
stack. Pangolier will be stealing one of the stacks from the Dire Jungle for that. Gonna be real happy with that as well, as the gold is now going to be kept in check from the side of Level Up. Though it was all of the team fight combo from Navi being committed there, though it isn't the biggest cooldowns, the kisses are still going to take a while till they're gonna be back up again.
Of
And
course.
yeah, this has gotta be enough space for the Templar Assassin to get that one more item before the team fights. Is now queuing up the Blink Dagger, has got the juice, walking into the Roche Pit, and yeah, this is exactly what they need. Bring Templar Assassin into a point where she can actually join the team fights, help your team out. The Aegis is a perfect way to do that. The Blink Dagger that's queued up is a perfect way to do that. And then we just gotta see whether Templar Assassin can still two-shot burst the Lina, as everybody on the side of Level Up is still farming stacks, still kind of taking it slow.
Yeah, they're not aware. This is a very, undisputed fast Roshan timing that Navi Junior have secured for themselves, which Level Up, are they gonna try to jump onto now that this Aegis has been claimed? Maybe. They do have everything they need. Our Mortimer Kisses are still on cooldown for another 35 seconds, so they do have the momentum. There's the jump, Borania finds and deletes release instantly, and they get a full-blown lockdown onto Niku, not even using the RP in the process. That was a very
Oh,
strong
that's
starting
horrible.
statement. PMA at the end of the skewer, oh, so close. They will almost throw in the RP in the process. I think the
Yeah,
entire
he canceled
animation
that.
went through, but they didn't go.
He still managed to cancel that. Mixa, what a player. And that is disastrous for Navi Jr. Because, yeah, they got 4 more minutes of farming space for the Templar Assassin out of that. But they lost two and got the juices now. One man with the job of out-farming 3 cores pretty much. Because we haven't really been talking about the Void Spirit from the side of Level Up. It is a slow hero, he has mostly just been playing that aggressive gank game, but Bora, look at him going 4-0 and 6.
Yeah, and already has the scepter up and going. The Echo Saber has been there for quite some time. And things are looking very, very nice for this hero so far. Mixa, oh, he's gonna get Hex down, stuns. Nice opening. He does provide vision for Borania. They will throw in the roar onto the Void Spirit with the Mortimer skills as well. But there's a 3-man RP coming in from Mixa. He will skewer the targets back into the river. Borania will lose his life, but down goes Rudy. Focus coming in from behind. John Pro PMA get bursted down. Got the juice, enters the play as well. And there's the heavy hitting TA that we were anticipating to see. Lupicione, the pressure is still up. Did he buy
he
back
gets
for
plus
that, by
one.
the way, though? Oh, God.
Yeah, that was one really chaotic fight, and Navi Jr. will end up winning it.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a lead for them here, but they are really happy with just being able to fight into this Lina draft at all. And more importantly, the RP is down for over a minute now. So Navi Jr. can actually try to farm in the enemy half of the map, can try to pressure towers a little bit more without worrying that they're gonna get jumped and instantly destroyed by that Magnus.
Yeah, taking down Borania, basically, you took down all the damage away from level up. Focus didn't have enough time to show up to the picture and do some heavy punching himself. I really honestly thought that Nico bought back for the occasion because at the back of my mind he was still dead from the previous team fight, but he was all alive and well. And now it's time to contest the Tormentor. Ready? He's gonna get skewered back. Nico for the jump obtains the Wisdom Rune, obliterates John Pro in the. During that, still, they got a lock on him. 4 more seconds until the Rolling Thunder. Will he make it out of there alive? They didn't miss out. They missed out with the Remnant, but they did keep him silenced up to take him down. Nice double Earth Spike, skewer back. They won't miss out the array though. Daze jumping forth, tries to turn this around, but is not gonna be able to mix it on the high ground. They're taking one by one, taking the ages along in the process. And now, oh god, got the juice. He's not gonna make it out of there alive. Full-blown team wipe in the favor of Level Up. So
God, that
juicy.
was so unfortunate. I feel bad for the Beastmaster. He jumped, wanting to like jump roar the Magus, and he went straight into the 3-man RP. That's just disaster.
It is a disaster indeed. I mean, and they didn't even need the RP in the process. They finally found a nice fight for the Lina to try to throw in everything. I mean, the last time she was late. She was super late to the team fight, and basically, without Borania, the damage output for Level Up was reduced to null. And this
Who
time,
needs RP when you got Light Strike Array? Like, they
Exactly.
actually didn't RP, they just like, I said RP there, but it was a Light Strike Array onto 3 from that Lina, stunning them all 3 up. And it's pretty much the same thing, except Lina gets a lot of Fiery Soul stacks and gets to attack into them now. So yeah, that combo is absolutely terrifying. It's, like you mentioned, they still have the RP up now, so Magnus is just going to go regen back up again. And then Level Up are gonna be even more aggressive against Navi Jr., I think, as Navi Jr. are having a very hard welcome to the playoffs here.
yeah, and a bit of a hot take. I really think that they should change the name of Light Strike Array because A is a little bit difficult to call out because it's a three-word spell, and at the same time, it's nothing but light. It's a heavy strike array. Like the amount of lockdown this spell can potentially have is just devastating for people who are facing off versus the Lina. So, yeah. That's me
When
trying to be
calling it
comical
out,
about this.
yeah, when calling it out, I always just call it the LSA because that's a little bit quicker. But even that's like, even the abbreviation is a pain in the ass to say. Come on, Valve.
Yeah, you and your
Fast
abbreviations is too
initiation.
much, Lupicione. They will find the Snapfire. Use up the Roar as well for the occasion, just to swap it around with the little Shredder. Borania keeping up the charge. He will find Rudy's Courier. That will amplify damage. Is up and running. Won't be able to connect with the Remnant, but on the backside, it's Mixa finding PMA one more time. They will devote the RP for the occasion and toss him back into the enemy hands and take him down to pieces. Easy peasy.
Yeah, with that no longer called double damage rune, which is also another really annoying thing we are gonna have to get used to. But yeah, the amplified damage on the Void Spirit just does so much because he, of course, is a universal hero. And he is a really fat universal hero at that.
Yeah.
As Borania already has the Heaven's Halberd queued up.
It's up. It's ready. It's already in his
Finished up,
bags.
yeah. He's
Yeah.
queuing up the nullifier now to go with that, so you can do even less when he jumps on you, which I love, because TA is now only starting to go for the BKB. And it's gonna be a slow BKB for Got the Juice here.
Yeah. What else can they do here? Roshan is gonna be back in about 2 minutes, so it's gonna be God the Juice trying to farm up to the best of his ability. But Navi Jr. might be going in for the kill here. They do have potentially eyes on focus, but rest of level up are nearby. Boranya instantly scouts out Riddies and they delete him on the spot. Days.
Didn't even get to
Snowball
steal the
coming in.
bounty.
They will not be able to get far with the cookie. Shards, silence, heavy hitting, and that's it.
Yeah, the Tusk also just doing so much work now, as that is gonna be 2-0 once again in favor of Level Up, and now Level Up absolutely dominating the map. They will just have to wait 30 more seconds for the next RP to be up and running, but that tier 2 tower is already dropping extremely fast to the Lina machine gun.
The Lina machine gun, I love that. It's there, I mean, she's just hitting from the side, and the more she hits, the faster she gets. I love it. I gotta give a comment to Jonyu Pro, by the way, because he opted in for this early Blink Dagger, which is enabling him a lot, and now he's gonna go in for the Midas to add up a little bit more insult to injury, a little bit more of a farm for him. To
Ooh, I
potentially...
love it. I actually do love it, because the one way that Navi Jr. are still making a comeback here is by coming to that really late kind of game state where they're actually able to overwhelm mostly by either, well, you don't even need the rep here necessarily, but you do need like the double BKB. BKB on the TA, BKB on the Pangolier at the same time. That is gonna be
Yeah.
one big comeback timing, potentially the final one already. So I think Pangolier should really start going for that BKB if he wants Blink Dagger first for the Rolling Thunders, but at that rate the game is gonna end before he has the Blink Dagger.
Mortimer's kisses a bit too soon. They will try to burst in through mix-up, but Jonyu Pro and the rest of the crew will run away. Niku has popped the Rolling Thunder, and he's very close, but not enough. Still, Boranya is in danger. They will get a lock on him. Mixa finds an RP onto the TA. They will throw her back into enemy hands and take her easily. Riddies dying one more time. It's a lion on a dieback. Boranya leading the charge once more for PMA's life to be claimed, and they will manage to do so successfully. Niku, no Rolling Thunder this time around. Daze jumps in with the cookie, but they get a lock on them one by one. Focus, the Lina machine gun is just hitting everything on sight.
With the BKB being their ultra kill, almost a rampage for Focus. As this game, it's looking just about over. Lion, he found a really nice angle, had a really nice finger there on the Tusk, but it was already too late, because all the damage dealers have been eliminated from Navi Jr. and they lose 2 of their buybacks, as now all the lanes are getting pushed in by the side of Level Up. And Magnus is making quick work of that tier 3 tower, though now with the fortification he's gonna have to back up for a little while.
Yeah, I love the callouts on Mixa generally, like pinpointing a very nice target for the RP every single time, and now he has topped himself up with a BKB, with a harpoon, and this guy, I mean, pretty much his base itemization is complete. He can just do whatever he wants at this point. He just needs to avoid the Mortimer's Kisses, which have been used up very early into that last team fight, along with the Rolling Thunder. And without those two, Navi Jr. don't have anything else to keep Level Up locked up in place. They did throw in the Roar just for Boranya, but this guy had he had the team right behind his back to protect him for any further damage coming up, and they turned the offense, the aggression into their best defense into that moment. And 5 seconds remaining till Roshan pops up. Potentially we're looking at the last team fight for Navi Jr. if they fail to defend this, but they are going in strong, trying to, well,
unlucky Rose Scout, really unlucky Rose Scout. Tusk went out of the pit half a second before the Rose spawn, so that they don't know it's up. Tusk is going to get jumped
John is up, and Lopiciano will try to fight this back, but no. Reedy is actually going to be destroyed. Nice Noble away for the save, but they're going to land right into Focus's hands, and the Lina is going to be cleaning them one by one. Mixa, once more with a very juicy RP, is gonna make sure Navi are gonna be stopped in their tracks, and with that, Level Up find a safe passage into the Roche pit, with all of their heavy hitters up and alive, to make sure he goes down fast.
Yeah, they did lose both of their supports, but getting a road for 2 supports is definitely worth it here. As the initiation, it was kind of unlucky with Tusk. If he would have sat around the Roche pit area for a little while longer, just to see the Roche going up and then, retreat with his team, I think they could have gotten a way better initiation going there around the Roche pit. However, thanks to just being ahead so far, and once again Navi Jr. just not having the damage anymore, because TA
Mm,
is really the only one delivering any kind of right-click damage. It was
yeah.
still a very one-sided team fight after those supports went down, because they didn't have damage to kill any of the bigger kind of core heroes.
Yeah, I'd like to think, by the way, that Roshan spawning a second later than John Pro see it happening allowed Level Up to try to buy themselves seconds a bit more, not to jump in into the Roche pit and finding Navi red-handed, trying to get in as well. Because the one thing that has been proved to be something which you want to greed out the last seconds of the game, but if you jump into the Roche pit a bit too soon, you're literally landing yourself in for the
I
kill
don't
for the
think
enemy
they would have
team.
all ran. I don't think they would have all ran. They scanned out they scanned out the rotation from Navi. They
Fair,
knew Navi was coming there.
fair.
That's why I was like saying the initiation could have been so much better, because they knew exactly from where and when Navi were coming. And if you have that timing and you don't get advantage out of that timing, it's still kind of sad, but right now with such a good game state and that RP being up in just 5 seconds, I don't think Level Up are worried about a thing, even if they didn't get the 100% Chef's Kiss play there.
Yeah, speaking of nothing to worry, like focus, just being out of tower range and hitting from down is just so satisfying to see. With that, Borania finds an opening one more time onto God the Juice. They will disarm him for a little while, keep him into the shards, but they're not willing to overextend until they find the vision onto anybody, as they know that Nico might be scouting into the trees, trying to find the Rolling Thunder opening, and Borania will keep up the pressure. Oh, they won't be able to land the RP as it was hexed out right in the middle of it, but still the momentum from Navi Jr. has been lost completely. Daze, and there's the
Boom and
RP,
RP.
forgot the juice. They will take him right after the buyback, and one by one they are decimated into smithereens. GG is gonna be called out with that. Level Up are proceeding further into the lower brackets of the European Pro League in a very strong fashion. 10 minutes earlier compared to last game. Navi Jr., we will unfortunately bid them goodbye, and maybe we'll see them in another season, but they fought valiantly unto the very end. However, Level Up did measure them up very nicely and took them down, and this is Level Up fashion, not gonna lie. This is how they like to play their games.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Well, I think the first game was also a really great, way to show how Level Up like to play, because there it was a little bit more down to the draft, but Navi Junior still showed what Navi Junior's strengths were, had that really early timing actually work out for them, because this game, they never really got the TA to do enough damage for the fights anymore after the like 15-minute mark, after having a really good Desolator timing. And yeah, with that, we got a 2-0 here, thanks to that Lina, but all the cores were huge. I'm not even sure which core is supposed to be the MVP here, honestly. One for, like, the Magnus for getting huge multi-hero spells every single time, or more really something along the lines of, yeah,
I mean,
Void Spirit for not feeding early on, because no, seriously, he had such a hard lane. He was supposed to lose his lane. He was getting ganked all the time early on, but at the end of the day, it all ended up not being enough for him. And he went to become that huge burster, killing off all the supports immediately after the initiation.
I
Excellent
mean,
job
yeah.
from him.
I'm gonna give kudos to Mixa and Borani as well, because their synergy was really good. I mean, Mixa found the bestest of RPs he could have found amongst any of the players of Navi Junior. Borania was playing around very nicely. I mean, and this is why I like generally the Void Spirits type of a playstyle, because he jumps around, he handpicks whoever he wants to handpick, and him having pretty much well, yeah, one of the funnest abilities to get in close and personal, and then pretty much phase out from the fight whenever he needs to and jump in directly to whoever you want. Really nicely works with a lineup which is very much dependable on getting into close quarters. And the supports from Navi Jr. didn't really have that good of a chance to try to find in a very nice landing on their ultimates. I mean, I don't think that the Lion got more than one Finger of Death kill, maybe two if he got lucky. but it was, yeah, he only got 1 kill out of it, which was a very, very bad timing for this hero. And pretty much Level Up did found any chance they got to decimate them, and without them, it was a lot easier to claim everybody else's life in the process. But yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have wrapped up the first game for today between Navi Jr. and Level Up. Level Up are proceeding further into the lower brackets of this tournament. Navi Jr., as I said, we bid them farewell. But we are far from over, aren't we, dude?
Yeah, we still have a second series coming up in about an hour from now, so there is going to be a little bit of a break. Terribly sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen, but with what kind of a series it is, and this all being elimination, of course, as we are in the playoffs, it's gonna be exciting. Because this next one, it was the one series I had to catch today. I was never gonna miss that series when I saw that those two teams were gonna be matched in the playoffs. And it's KZ team up against Marsbet for the second one in an elimination game. So a best of 3 to determine which of the two gets to stay in the tournament and which of the two has to go home. Coming up an hour from now. So ladies and gentlemen, we hope to see you all back then for some more amazing EPL action here at season number 15.
Yep, stream is up, so you can stick around and listen to the music we have to play for you, and we will be back at around 2 o'clock CST. So don't go anywhere, we're in for a very fun second elimination match of the EPL Pro League Season 15. See you then!
Ripping harder, more less. Never stop, no rest. Till the stress is breath in my chest. Till it's diamonds wrapping my neck. Progress to a god from a goddamn mess. Hopeless, more tests. More blessed. Dug deep down, trying to find my best. Find a beast, had to kill a conquest. I'm next. I'm too on till I'm too off. Come down, make new thoughts. Like jumping off of that rooftop. Hold my devil when I do enough to make moves based on my mood drops. Like who's lost? Like who's lost? It's yours. Steadily killing me, running my brain full of shame. I don't wanna lose it. I'm full of shame, trying to run my pain. I see something coming out of that rain. My team, really my team. I'ma never slow down. I'ma never behave. Stuck inside this prison, inside this cage. It's taking over. I'm a slave for you.
blinded by the light ahead. Thought about just what you said. Connecting lives is what you planned. After all, let's take a chance. Turning dust into diamonds. Turning love into guidance. A second chance, let us commence. That's what I love. The life I see. What's left in me. Every day we escape, losing all of our faith. We can't live this way. Feel me slowly fade away. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me. Every day I feel time slipping, passing, skipping by. All the words I could say just can't really seem to stay. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me.
I don't know why you hit the road, but you don't realize I won't look back when you're around. I won't think twice when you're gone. Don't hesitate to call me back, 'cause I won't be there. I won't look back when you're around. I won't think twice when you're gone. Don't hesitate to call me back, 'cause I won't be there. I won't look back. I don't know why she told me it's not your fault, but you don't realize that I never wonder what's the truth in your eyes. There's a light that makes me blush. I won't look back when you're around. I won't think twice when you're gone. Don't hesitate to call me back, 'cause I won't be there. I won't look back when you're around. I won't think twice when you're gone. Don't hesitate to call me back, 'cause I won't be there. I won't look back.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero, 'cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'll fight. I swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. It's time to quit while we're ahead. Don't think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe, don't you be like that. I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah. You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around. You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but you You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but you could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. I said, don't you think like that. I will love you endlessly. could be with anyone, and I could be with anyone. You're healing me. You could be with anyone, and I could be with anyone. You're healing me. You're healing me.
Looks like we've come to the end of the road. There's no point in running away now. I'd rather sleep until the storm is gone. She'd rather be shooting at me now. I know it will end up in anger. I don't think we grew up, we just became older. She's aiming her words, ready to fire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. Looks like a blink of an eye's not enough. She'd rather be staying for days now. I'd rather fix it than mess up again. She'd rather be burning it all now. I know it will end up in anger. I don't think we grew up, we just became older. She's aiming her words, ready to fire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I
forget all the wrongs and every reason why we've changed. And there's a storm inside my head. It's getting me in trouble, baby, and I can't break away. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before, so take it easy, take it easy. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before, so take it easy.
Hey pretty baby, am I in your way? Cause you walked out so fast yesterday. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, no, no. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night. Forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. Hey, little lady said you feel the same, but I don't believe a word you say. Cause I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, no, no. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night. Forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. I feel like you're lying. Trying to be real, but you seem so fake. I'm so over trying to move on, but you're in my way. I'm so over trying to move on, but you're in my way. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night. Forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you.
It's easy to set a young heart on the run.
it crashing out the sky, falling one by one. Walking alone on the coldest night. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love. We've said goodbye. There's nothing I can ever say to change your. Defeated by the dreams and the memories we've made. To see it crashing out the skies like a tidal wave down on me. Walking alone on the coldest night. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love. We've said goodbye. There's nothing I can ever say to change your. Walking alone on the coldest night. Nothing I can ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love. We've said goodbye. Nothing I can ever say to change your. I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love. Clicking scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Clicking scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss room. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding me up. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drum me round and go right for it. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Holding. And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. And I'll be running, possessed by a low, low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on a full moon. And we're stuck in a la la land. The tides will turn without us. And I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
Abrázame toda la noche, no nos queda mucho tiempo más. No quiero perder lo que queda. Seguimos siempre la pasión y confiamos solo en el amor. Yeah. No quiero perder lo que queda. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad hasta que me convierta en rayos. Y más allá. A través de la gran oscuridad. Y más convierta en rayos y más allá, a través de la gran oscuridad. shadows till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
And ladies and gentlemen, hold up, I need to fix up some numbers because I messed up a little bit. So the scorekeep is running 2-0, which is actually 0-0, and we're kicking off with Marsbed versus KZ team as the second game for today. By my side is once more the one and only Joe XD Try. Welcome back, dude.
It's my pleasure to be here once again. Sadly, I won't be catching the final best of 3 after this one, because I gotta get prepared for Christmas.
Yay. Yeah.
Though, as for this series, I was really happy that I managed to catch this one. I was so looking forward to this matchup, and it's playoffs already, where we got Marsbed against KZ team. These teams, they have faced each other 5 EPLs in a row. They have a
Yeah.
really strict rivalry going on. And KZ team, a team with a lot of character, we kind of talked about that during the break a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They are just those typical, friendly Greek guys, but also their BM level is really high, really high out there, really high. And Marsbet are kind of sensible to that. So Marsbet in the early stages of the matchup, they let KZ team get in their head a lot, and then accidentally getting overwhelmed with their aggressive drafting style. Though here I think after playing a lot more matches against one another, it will be a very good game.
Yes, indeed. Really do hope so that will be the case. And especially Marsbed do have an addition from KZ on their team. I think it happened last season, I'm not really sure, but they do have Wish, which pretty much has, the entire inside intel coming in from KZ, so definitely KZ do have a little bit of a disadvantage regarding that, but still this is a very strong team who always has a very strong position in during the group stage, whereas for playoffs it's kind of iffy, it's kind of shaky, but I really do hope they're gonna bounce back from it, especially right now when it's an all or nothing situation in the lower bracket not finals, just lower bracket playoffs. We already bid farewell to one team today, which was Navi Junior, so better luck next time to you guys. I really do hope you're gonna have a lot better time should you be coming in season 16, which I really do hope so, because it's bringing a lot of fresh blood into the play. But enough of what happened in the past. It's time to focus on the present. It's Doom being picked up first from KZ and Enchantress on the side of Marsbed. Personally, I like KZ with this hero. They're doing an amazing job. I think this was Skylark's one of his favorite heroes to play out, and especially once we have the Doom Scepter combination popping in, things are getting a lot more disgusting. So, what do you make of this hero as an opener?
Well, I was about to say actually the Enchantress was first. And
Yeah.
it's already a really good matchup for KZ as far as the first picks go. Because Doom is just excellent to kind of deal with that Enchantress. You can prevent her from healing, making her absolutely worthless if you get that ultimate on her. You don't really want to ult the Enchantress every single team fight, but for those first couple of ultimates to get your Midas timing to first even get in a position to fight on the Doombringer, this matchup is already favorable. And yeah, Doom, he's just a huge money printer. That's kind of what that hero does. Print money, then come out of the laning stage while just slam dunking on people.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, whoever is gonna be like a huge spellcasting hero, if Marsbed choose to go for it, he's always gonna have a target on his back for the Dooms, which is something that Marsbed can utilize here to try to bait out the Doom and, his main focus away from whatever is else happening during the team fight and take him down easily, which is a strat that we've seen players do, and especially in EPL. They know how they play. They're learned to their play styles at this point, because I mean, we've been rolling this show for 15 seasons at this point, and people know each other and everything, so they know that sometimes the entire focus will be going on to one hero and they're gonna abuse it as much. And there was a lot of heroes being picked up during my yapping, so we have Lion entering in play for KZ, the Dragon Knight Rubik combination for Marsbed, which is already a very nice way of putting down the Doombringer. Great tower push, great aggression coming in from this hero, and it's gonna be the Clockwork coming in from KZ. So I like the Clockwork Lion combination very much, because you can instantly lock down somebody, and you can easily find the Rubik wherever he shows up, because he's gonna be a nuance to deal with. But I want to hear your thoughts about this.
Ooh, and another pick comes out as Wind Ranger. Interesting. We don't see that every day. I think it is what KZ team need, because a second carry off the mid lane, they got burst damage from the Lion enough. What they need right now is to prolong those team fights to actually benefit from that Doom and from that Clockwork being tanky in the front lines. And they
Yeah.
do a nice job of closing out the draft with that Wind Ranger as far as that goes. Whereas Marsbet, I'm not really sure if they want to lane the Dragon Knight with the Rubik, but of course the advantage of the Dragon Knight and the reason why they immediately picked that one up is because it can fit into pretty much any core role nowadays, and it will be doing well for itself. So Marsbet, they leave a lot open in order to swap the lanes around, in order to make sure that no matter what KZ team pick up, they're going to be able to mitigate that aggression. Because KZ team, they're known to be one of those map dominators who, once they take a lead, play very aggressive, play very in your face, try to push down more objectives, and just deny all of the farming space across the map whenever they can.
Yeah, and plus with Wind Ranger, they're gonna be enabled to pretty much target somebody down easily, but I don't think that's gonna be the case as Anti-Mage is one of the most evasive heroes in Dota, and still is. But, and, you know, very easy to control the mana supply from whoever shows up in his face. Um, it does feel a bit weird. Yeah, they will be able to, you know, save this hero every single time, but a couple of lockdowns and a little bit of a finger of death burst can easily take him down. But this is where, you know, Anti-Mage always has the advantage, and is his little bit of a shield, which it's basically an inbuilt Lincoln Sphere. So that will be very easy to take to work around the focus fire and the finger of death, and of course the doom. But that's three
You say
single
it's very
targets.
easy. Yeah, I
I
was about
make
to
it
say.
sound very easy, yeah.
You make it sound so easy. It isn't. It definitely
not.
isn't. Anti-Mage, he has to hit his shields. It is a kind of high risk, high reward pick where if you reflect even an Earth Spike or even that Wind Ranger ultimate to take those huge abilities out of the fight, it's already going to net your team a huge lead and a lot of dominance. But Anti-Mage has a lot of pressure on him to go to actually commit and to be that kind of fighting Anti-Mage around the 20-minute mark. So I think they're gonna play 4 Protect 1 until Anti-Mage has a Battle Fury plus 1 item, like Battle Fury Manta style, maybe a BKB even, because it's already a very lockdown heavy draft. And then you just hope that the Anti-Mage with those 3 items can do enough to take over the game here and really be that raid boss carry.
Yeah, it feels like I mean, I'm always looking with Anti-Mage for him to be the very fast disabler of supports, but in this case you have two very aggressive supports. You have the line, you have the clockwork, which can easily draw you out and prolong your attempt to be aggressive while the rest of the team fight carries out on the side. You try to jump the line, he will spike you, he will hex you, at least one shield will be out of the picture, and of course if he has a Doom or a Wind Ranger by his side, throw in a Shackle, throw in a Focus Fire, throw in a Doom, and he's completely out of the picture. The Rubik will have a very, very responsible role here to try to take out whoever gets locked out in the cogs. And of course, the good thing you have here is a very strong damage output at the very start, which is the Dragon Knight at the very least. So you can have some sort of a bounce around about who gets locked out, who doesn't. But it feels like Marsbet still don't have that high of a, you know, lockdown potential. Yes, they do have the long range stun coming in from Dragon Knight. You do have the telekinesis, which is going to buy you seconds, and you do have a very high evasion with the Enchantress and the Anti-Mage, but it does feel like KZ, even with these fours, have a very strong lockdown that they can very easily deliver, and they still haven't. I mean, I assume this is going to be a Wind Ranger going in mid, more likely, rather than a safe lane carry, if I'm not mistaken, and looking at...
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, or maybe it could be vice versa, because Marsbet have banned out the Meepo, which is something that KZ have brought in as a mid play. So it does mean that there is still a chance for them to pick out the mid play, which could be a Void. It could be a, well, not sure if I cannot really see because I'm looking through the OBS right now. I cannot see if there's TA still in the draft. It could be an interesting combination. We still also have the Magnus potential, which can be brought in to huddle everything all together. But it kind of could feel awkward versus the Rubik, who can easily snatch the RP if he's not locked into it. But, and, yeah, also Leshrek was banned out, so at the very least, yeah, Marsbet do have the damage, but I'm not really sure how well they can escape the team fights here.
I would love for KZ to pick up something like an Urza. Maybe even Slark, but Slark against Zeus never really feels that great, so
Yeah.
I would prefer the Urza or the Troll, some really frontliney kind of agility carry who can take over the late game from the safe lane around the 20-25 minute mark, because you gotta prevent that Anti-Mage from coming online, because Anti-Mage, the second he has got his BKB at the very latest, which he's gonna farm amazingly fast with a Battle Fury, he wants to join those fights and become a boss. So having a hero that deals with him like Troll, like Urza, who can also kind of sit on top of him and aren't going to have to run away immediately, I think that's the solution here. The question
Yeah.
is which one is going to be. There's a bunch of heroes like that, maybe even the Juggernaut, who has been a main buffed hero in this last patch.
Yeah, but we have barely seen him. I mean, he hasn't really been addressed. We have, I mean, at least in my cast, he hasn't passed either as a ban or as a pick, which is kind of awkward. So we're still, overseeing the Juggernaut potential here. But at least, at the very least, Mars, Casey do have this open window where they can pretty much harass and play around the anti-mage until he shows up in, until he goes online and starts joining into the team fights. And at that point, it's very, very simple to control him as long as you do have the catch. And they're actually not going to be revealing. Yeah, they're going to go in for the last pick mid laner, which is going to be the Pango, which is pretty decent. You can keep up the chase, you can keep up the pressure. Also, you can build up a diffusal blade, which is great. So even though anti-mage is not a magic mana based hero, getting him away from the blink and stuff like that is basically, I mean, draining the last drops of mana he needs to depend on is going to be detrimental towards the catch. So I like how KZ have wrapped themselves all together. They do have 4 very punishing heroes, and Marsbed will need to try to fight around this. They do have the evasive potential, which I was looking at, and they have the high damage output, but I'm not really sure if it's going to work out on the long run. So it's either going to be a fast-paced match favoring Marsbed here, or KZ, prolonging this into late game, finding a way to choke away the anti-mage. And of course, they can easily do that once the Doom Scepter comes up, because you cannot jump him anymore the way you want that to happen. So, I think I'm going KZ.
You're going KZ? Alright, then I'll go Marsbed. I do believe Marsbed got this, mostly just because this use has a slightly better timing than the Pangolier this patch. I think the mid lane is going to be what makes the difference, as both teams are going to kind of be creating space. I don't think Otaka on the Wind Ranger is really going to be the way here. I don't think it's going to have the impact they desired. It had to be a mid lane Wind Ranger to kind of hit the timing before Anti-Mage comes online. Now Otaka is just looking too slow to me. So I definitely think Marsbed still got this, despite KZ team having a lot of heroes they're comfortable with and a really good draft combo. I just think the execution is too complex here, and they have this really small time frame on KZ that they need to, well, thread the needle through.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of a weak point that you pointed out, as indeed the Otaka Windrunner combination. But I do think it's gonna be difficult to farm around. But at the same time, this is a hero that rather strives on being active in team fights, being active in, getting that XP from team fights, which makes her a lot more active sooner rather than the anti-mage. Which, for me, it's personally a lot more favorable. Because I don't like carries going away at the very start and going with that, I'm gonna farm for 30 minutes and good luck to you guys. Because it can eventually start backfiring. And finally, the aggression has gotten a hold. They will throw themselves on to Mr. Luck, and First Blood is gonna be drawn in favor of KZ. Lucas makes it out alive at the very last second. LeBron looking pretty low there. They're gonna get Big Num though. And yeah, one more shot is all it takes for KZ to secure 2 very strong kills.
2 down, LeBron barely manages to dodge the power shot in time, or that would have been 3 for nothing. But 2 for nothing, even though they still have time to go back to that fountain and regen, so do KZ. And KZ are getting Supreme back to the base to get back up to full everything before the mid lane starts. As the runes should now also be looking very favorable. This is exactly what KZ team need to do. They read their draft very, very well here of, hey, we are on the clock, back against the wall.
Yeah, but it's looking like it's gonna be pretty safe for KZ to at least snatch. Oh, wait, hold that thought. Astral a bit in the middle of the fight there. But yeah, even so, it's gonna be 3 bounty runes going in the favor of KZ. And, of course, the good old pause.
Oh no, I was afraid of this happening. I already
It's
said
always...
it during the pause, and
Yeah.
God, that's just...
I mean,
With the new patch, we've been having a lot of this, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take some time for things to get better network-wise, player-wise, and stuff like that, but it's a short pause either way. It's really fun for KZ to be facing off against one of their core players from previous seasons, and that's Wish. And yeah, I always like this type of rivalry between teams because it adds up a lot more flavor into the games that we're watching. And yeah, I mean, this is very, high level of professional Dota, but at the same time you do have these micro changes of the environment which add up to a lot more of spice, which we don't see in higher competitive Dota because changes between teams don't happen that often.
Yeah, Wish, as for Wish, first of all, I want to flex. I got him on my friend list, hell yeah.
Oh,
I've known that guy since he was like a small little tier 3 player, because he used to play with a friend of mine back in those days. And he is really amazing at dominating the mid lane early on, especially this laning stages where he really likes to make an impact early. And so far against the Pangolier, it's going decently well, as Pangolier is supposed to kind of be slightly behind in this lane, mostly in terms of regen though. The last hits will
yeah.
mostly be equalizing for him once he gets to level 3, and a second point in that shield crash to kind of mitigate this user as a bit more.
Yeah, as you said, I was just looking at the mid lane as well. I usually like matchups where at least one of the heroes is not bottle dependent because that puts him in a little bit more of an economical advantage that he can, spend the money elsewhere onto starting resources. But it doesn't look that bad for the Pango just yet. I mean, he has already obtained the bottle and up and ready to go. Wish is gonna prolong that for a little while, but I assume the courier arriving right now, yeah, it does have the bottle up and ready to go.
So as for mid, now the lane should be getting a little bit more boring, but still definitely not easy for Supreme. Supreme needs to make it to that Rolling Thunder timing, and then at level 6 get an advantage against Wish before it's too late. Though right now he is outlasting by a little bit. Zeus still has the wave coming in and should still maintain an advantage until Pangolier really hits that level 6. Whereas over on the top lane, speaking of advantages, Antimage is doing decently well for himself. Doom, he may be a huge lane dominator, but Antimage is a surprisingly good matchup as Doom is very mana dependent and quite susceptible to his harass as well. Because Doom, despite how big and tanky he looks, he doesn't have that much base armor,
Yeah.
and even though he bought a ton of all stats and is level 2 already, I don't know, I don't think it's really gonna cut it against the Antimage for much longer here.
I mean, the main focus from Astral has been at least to harass LeBron as much as possible, but this time he will try to throw in a couple of shots onto Lucas. And this is the good thing that I like about position 4 Alliance, especially versus Anti-Mage, just because it's gonna force out Anti-Mage to expend as much mana as you can, while this hero is pretty much mana independent and he can just keep up the pressure as much as he can, doesn't need a lot of time to refresh and be Omega annoying. But in mid lane we're seeing a lot of damage being thrown between both Wish and Supreme. Supreme almost dropping insanely low there, but it's the good old magic sticks charges that save the day. We almost could have seen the devastating end of the Pango here.
Yeah, Zeus is going to refill his bottle now the long way around, though this is a nice little bit of breathing room and extra space for Supreme. So he's really happy with getting a little consolation prize for surviving there. It's gonna get him closer to his level 6, whereas over on the bottom lane, Clockwork actually tries to get a little bit of harass onto Mr. Luck, but the Dragon Knight, despite everything, is going to be fine as they don't want to commit the Blood Grenade. Dragon Knight's still way too tanky at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, always you're starting off with at least one level of Dragon's Blood, which is gonna help things out a lot more. I mean, it's a 1000 HP hero that you have to deal with. Like, this guy is a lot more tankier compared to the Doom at this point. I mean, at least health-wise. But even
Double
so,
Bracer too, to get that health pool up and as early as possible.
Yeah.
Because they know full well Wind Ranger is the type of carry that likes to come online quite early with the power shot damage, that likes to eat a kill or two, just like Terrorblades do nowadays in the lane, in order to really get that snowball started. And as long as Otaker doesn't get that, with Mr. Luck just being way too tanky, sitting there as a wall and denying, bottom lane is going to be kind of boring, though KZ team need to make sure they keep the pressure up from the support in order to keep Otaker farming. And as I say, Spartan has a lot of work left to do on this Clockwork.
yeah, I mean, the very least he can do is try to find Otaker some last hits to land on, because him throwing in the power shot for the last hits is gonna cost him a lot of mana, which he currently does not have. Still doesn't have the shackles up and going, so Spartan will need to be Omega aggressive about how he goes about things. And this is the nice little disengage tactic that Mars Bat have here. Whoever gets thrown into the cogs is gonna be telekinesis out thanks to Bignum. So Otaker will just need to right-click as much as possible, gain that additional right-click damage up and going before he gets the focus fire, and then just wreak havoc upon who he finds. But Spartan still keeps up the pressure. Mr. Luck looking pretty low. They will land in the power shot as well, and there he goes. Nice little... It felt like an overextension at one point. Still Bignum... Yeah, he's gonna try to make it even for a little while, but will fall back. Doesn't really want to overextend there. But nice push there from Spartan, who has level 2 on Battery Assault, so that is helping out Autechre a lot. And up top, it's gonna be Astral losing his life, as LeBron is gonna turn the tide of war thanks to the fact that he has second level enchant up and rolling, so I have a little bit of an extra creep to keep up with the pressure. Minute 6 coming by, and we have supports rotating into the mid lane. It's gonna be Spartan caught up right into Wish's and Bignum's hands. Tries to save his butt, but it's just not gonna be enough. Lands in a pretty free kill for Wish. Definitely something he's happy about.
Goodbye Spartan, as Wish now got himself that lead off the mid lane back despite being slightly outfarmed by the Pangolier. And both of these mid lanes can be absolutely terrifying. Pangolier needs to be active and look for those Rolling Thunder timings, whereas Zeus just has to press ultimate and that's it. So I'm kind of waiting for the timing where Pangolier once again does something, and it looks like now with SSA Spartan, he is returning to that bottom lane and looking for a wraparound with the Rolling Thunder available.
Nice little courier kill over up top for Astral, as he has turned around to try to punish LeBron a bit more, who once again is handpicking heroes to try to keep up the pressure onto Skylark. They will ensnare him for a little while, completely monolith. He is trying to make it out of there alive. Spike, it's not gonna be enough, as there's the Thunder God's Wrath doing the last hit. And up on bottom, it's gonna be a little bit of a Wisdom Rune attempt snatch there, but the Rolling Boulder is gonna bounce around between Bignum and Mr. Luck, and with the Swashbuckle, that was an insanely juicy double kill for Supreme.
Zeus gets himself one kill, and Pangolier says, you know what, I can do you one better, gets a double kill thanks to his huge ultimate, and with that, we'll be stabilizing in this game quite a bit, as now Supreme is about to get the Diffusal Blade online, and once you have a Diffusal Blade, at least you do something against the Zeus, as Wish is neither high armor, nor exactly high mana,
HP.
really. Yeah, like, his HP pool, his mana pool, all of that is gonna get burned through in equal measure. So those swashbuckles are really gonna hurt in just a matter of seconds.
I mean, just throwing in the ultimate burns 1/3 of his HP. If he wants to go in for the lightning bolt, which still is not the case, he's just going in for the chain lightning for a little while. Still, it's a lot of mana to expend, and they find, oof, LeBron trying to snatch the haste rune, which allows Supreme to have a little bit more of a momentum to keep up the pace onto Wish, but Bignum is there to be a big brother to the Zeus this time around, so he's not gonna fall apart to smithereens.
Nice 1k gold lead still being maintained by the side of KZ team, who aren't really able to snowball this yet, as it is quite a static game. However, Autechre has gotten himself farmed, and this Pangolier is now just rich and make
Spartan.
Wish's life difficult.
He's gonna find LeBron, throw him into the cogs. There's the focus fire coming in, but a little bit of a stun there is gonna buy some space for LeBron, and they're gonna turn this around to pressure the Windrunner a bit more. She does have the Windrun to run away. Spartan is gonna throw in the cogs as well to save the life of his buddy, but he might not remain all alive and well. Oof, a power shot.
Close one.
It was a close one, but so close yet so far.
Autechre going 2-0-1 still. He managed to get out alive, as Wind Range is right now a huge kill. Speaking of huge kills, Doom wants to set up for something over on the top lane with the Doom now available, but Antimate goes for the scan and then just decides, okay, you know what, I'm gonna farm the jungle instead, as level 6 Doom is truly scary to stand in lane against.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and if anybody shows up as well from the supports of KZ, they definitely do have a very good lockdown onto Lucas. But for him, it's just the focus onto the Battle Fury.
Everybody from the side of Marsbet is still just kind of waiting for that crucial timing to group up, as most of the aggression so far has come out for KZ, and KZ team, every moment they have the Doom off of cooldown and aren't using it feels wasted to me. But on the other hand, Skylark, he isn't going to go for that Midas, so he just wants to play for a really momentum-based, aggressive type of Doom playstyle here.
Yeah. A lot of time has been spent by Marsbet to add up a little bit more vision into play, but still LeBron is gonna be caught up. They will throw him with the telekinesis up, but they will land in the spike for Supreme to blast through, I mean cut through LeBron easily. And just climbing up to these kills already at 402, the Fusel Blade up and running. And so far so good for this guy. Up on top, Skylark is still eyeing out on Lucas, cutting the lane away from him. And of
Now
course,
KZ team's lead is actually growing again, so they got that really important momentum swinging their way again, because KZ, the moment they stop scaling is the moment they start losing the game, but right now everybody, thanks to Wind Ranger, getting an assist and then immediately going back to bottom to just safely farm up. Everybody is getting really rich. Wish can't quite overtake the Wind Ranger like this, so Marsbet
They're
instead are
calling
going
for
to smoke
backup.
2 people.
they're calling in for backup just to take him down.
Better safe than sorry, am I right?
Yeah, I guess. But Otakar has the sixth sense kicking in and manages to avoid being spotted and anything. He does have intel right now or on where Marsbet are lurking. And KZ are gonna use that to their advantage to try to push out this tier 1 tower a bit more. They will find Lucas! Holy, that was a really big kill. Finger of Death +1 for Astral. Holy moly.
Yeah, anti-mage, he may be the anti-mage, but if he doesn't get those counter spells out, he is still just dead meat until he gets a bit more magic resistance.
And
Mr.
down
Luck just wants to
bottom.
trade the towers, but he is gonna die for that.
Yeah, kind of overextended there. Because that's the one thing that you can easily predict about a Dragon Knight. When he has his ultimate form, he will start jumping towers. He did overextend largely there and did cost him his life. Shouldn't do that once more. Spartan pretty low on HP there, almost baited out Marsbet to come into the river, where Supreme is definitely waiting to throw in another Rolling Thunder in their face.
Yeah, Pangolier, now that he's actually got the gold lead, it's not just all about the ultimates, but he is definitely still looking for those team fights where he can stun 2 or 3 people to line up those perfect swashbuckles. And I wonder if he's gonna go for an Aghanims build to kind of make sure his Rolling Thunder scale, but Zeus on the sidelines will be nuking SSA Spartan for him de-warding up there in that triangle now. Supreme, however, walks up that triangle and he's still willing to
So
go.
the Diffusal Blade, they will throw in the Swashbuckle once again. Astral from the sides, there's the Rolling Boulder being charged up. Focus Fire onto Mr. Luck. They're gonna dance around this Dragon Knight until he gets blasted down. And 2 kills for the price of 1, once more favoring KZ team.
Up to 5k gold lead. Now they're actually starting to establish that lead that they needed. As the Greek squad got a Maelstrom on the Wind Ranger, allowing her to just continue up farming. I wonder if an early BKB is a priority here, but Doom is already super farmed. Got a Shiva's Guard completed really early on, as he's now looking to buy a Blink Dagger as well as an Ogre Axe, probably for that BKB if I had to guess.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a free time for Skylark to farm up because the mid lane has been actively under pressure. LeBron loses his life once again. Spartan is gonna get telekinesis back, throws in the cogs, but will not be able to find a safe passage. As they will throw in a double, well, at least one big ultimate for the occasion, as Thunder God's Wrath is still on cooldown. But even so, this Doom has been completely unaddressed, and henceforth we have the Shivas coming into play. He will proceed with claiming the life of the tier 1 tower up top. Meanwhile, Lucas is still trying to find the Battle Fury while the rest of the team are fighting Supreme. Looking a bit low there, they will slow him down with the Swashbuckle and he will lose his unstoppable streak. All the money going to Mr. Luck. 1,000 gold, easy. Closer to the Blink Dagger.
Oof, yeah, I was about to say, that is a lot of gold swinging around now as a huge kill has been found, though they're gonna need to find a lot more of those, because Otakar is really starting to be the main threat. He has advanced to the top of that wharf, and this Wind Ranger is going for a BKB, which will be the item allowing Wind Ranger to just completely turn this game upside down, to be a force of aggression instead, with that Focus Fire every time it's available. Just press BKB, press Focus Fire, and run somebody down properly.
Yeah, that's gonna help out this Wind Ranger a lot more because she is ultimately this very squishy carry hero, and will need to double down on her placement and her position up top. They will finally address the Skylark problem. Wish Mr. Luck Bignum will take him down in the forest with Spartan and LeBron trying to fight it out, but LeBron, he has the army, but he's gonna buy enough time for the rest of the crew to arrive. Supreme wreaking pressure onto the Rubik. They will throw in the Finger of Death onto LeBron, giving a second point of additional Finger of Death damage for the Lion, which is already a lot more than what Navi Jr. had in the last game. which is kind of devastating to say, but I really like to see Lions adding up a lot and lot more of the damage for the Finger of Death, because you need to have that spell scaling. If it's not scaling, eventually it's gonna start becoming more and more useless as the game goes by.
Yeah, you don't want a support's big ultimate to be used, I completely agree there, and that scaling is just so important for Lions. But it always depends kind of on the Lions' playstyle, whether or not they're gonna be rewarded with stacks in this game. It is just going so well, as they will pick off a free Rubik around the mid lane with that. Finish off the tier 1 tower from the looks of it. Maybe not quite with the fortification, but the catapult should live, so the tower shouldn't.
I mean, they have a pretty much an entire wave pushing forward, so it's gonna be quite easy. 10 seconds remaining till the focus fire. Doom about 55 seconds away, but I think there at least we already have a double blink, yeah, for onto Supreme and onto Skylark. Astral is also committing for his blink as well, so this, I think he might be getting it right now. Yeah, the blink is already in the courier, so it's gonna be a triple blink already. Minute 16 for KZ. That's a very, very big jump already in their favor.
Yeah, the timings are coming out quite advantageously, and some of that gold is being printed by the Doom, of course, but not that much, because he isn't even going for that Midas build to really get maximum GPM. So I wonder what Skylark's gonna build next. I think it's gonna be BKB into then some tankiness.
I mean, he does have the Ogre Axe already queued up. Not sure if it's halfway of a BKB, halfway of a Scepter. If he manages to make a Scepter this early on, like, I'm obsessed with that Scepter, not gonna lie. It's gonna make things a lot more uglier for Marsbet, as they'll pretty much at least silence all of the big casters if you jump into their face at the right point in the right time.
Yeah, Doom is pretty huge as far as his AoE, you know, silence being added to the mix would go. Because right now the Doom, though I'm not sure if you can actually use it that efficiently against telekinesis and all of this repositioning and chant as well. It is still really easy to kite people from the side of
Spartan
Marsbet.
is gonna be jumped upon. Still, Skylark commits with a Blink Dagger jump in forward. He will instantly do Big Num there. Supreme is gonna take care of him easily. Mr. Luck, right in the middle of the rolling boulder. They will throw in the Thunder God's Wrath to take down Skylark, but at that point, everybody else from KZ is up and ready to go. Lucas, oh, he will find Autaker, but he's still locked up between anybody. Astral looking pretty low there. LeBron is gonna make sure he's dead. Supreme still keeps up the chase, slows down Lucas, who will pop a very last second mana to try to blink away. Still 2 seconds remaining. Will this be enough for Supreme? No, it won't be. Lucas finds another exit point. Swashbuckle is not gonna connect. LeBron still in danger, manages to slow down Supreme, and it's gonna be only one surviving the entire onslaught from Marsbet. Is finally this anti-mage can be active, can be thrown into the game, and he pretty much deleted Autaker in an insanely good fashion. This Wind Ranger didn't have even a chance to throw in for Focus Fire into the last team fight.
Yeah, Marsbet, they bring their anti-mage online a little bit earlier than they had planned to, but as it was 18 kills already, or 16 kills already for the side of KZ team before they committed to that fight.
Uh-oh,
I think
the
it's
fight
the
does
right
not
move,
end.
and
Astral is gonna be found. Spartan with the long-range hookshot. He will be playing around, but they really jumped into Mars's territory there. It was a very big overextension. So Lucas and Wish are gonna find Skylark lurking from the side, and he might be falling down here. Yes, he will. Wish already on a godlike stream. Supreme doesn't have any chance to keep up with the aggression and will boulder away from the fight. And this feels a bit wrong for KZ. I mean, they kind of overextended themselves. I think they thought they got a hold of Marsbet, but they were allowing themselves to just allow Lucas to farm up as much as he can, and now he's up and active and ready to be there for the team.
they didn't have the Doom either, so I think that was just the worst timing to fight as KZ get a harsh and painful reminder that you can no longer just run into the enemy territory and get free kills left and right. That may have been their playstyle just 5 minutes ago, but now this anti-mage is online, is going to roam with his team more, and I don't think Lucas wants to stop the aggression here.
Yeah, for sure. And also kudos to LeBron for putting in these deep wards into the enemy territory to know exactly what's going on, know about the whereabouts of KZ. Meanwhile, Otaker is facing off Wish, and that's gonna be a very, very big kill, but it's gonna be stopped. The BKB is not gonna go all the way for the TP, and Otaker is gonna pay the ultimate price for claiming the life of Wish.
Yet another good trade for Marsbet, who are trying with the skin of their teeth to stay in this game and get that anti-mage fully online to really tear people in U1 and make this an easy GG still. As KZ team, if they just farm up from here on out, they're not gonna be winning, so the next time they have that Doom, next time they go fight, they need to make sure to get good value out of it. And then this game is gonna be in their favor again, and they can look at more objectives. They can actually look for getting stuff done across the map again.
Yeah, and speaking of Doom, they're gonna actually slow things down a bit. Now that he's not gonna be opting in for the BKB anytime soon, he's going in for the Eternal Shroud instead. So a little bit more of a defense onto his side. I mean, this has been a fairly rebalanced item in the last patch. It does give you extra health, doesn't give you as much, but it's pretty much a go-to item for Dooms nowadays.
Yeah, it's a go-to item for tanks and brawly kind of frontline heroes nowadays instead of just a spellcaster item, which I really like. I think that's a way better niche for like at least one magic resistance item. Because Pipe, you don't really want to get that on your main frontline brawler, because they are still expected to be the first one dying in the fight.
Yeah. But even so, you do need to fortify yourself a bit more there. And I like the train of thought that Lucas has here, going in for the Lincoln Sphere, so at the very least he can buy himself some additional time to avoid one single target spell, which definitely KZ have plenty of to try to break him. But he's been having these amazing appearances in the last couple of team fights, showing up in the right moment, pretty much once KZ have expended anything to try to control anybody else from Marsbet. So when he shows up into the team fight, there's no longer a Doom available. Potentially, there's no longer a Finger of Death available. It's pretty much down to the focus fire, and that's the one hero that he can easily take down. Of course, if they don't throw in the shackles a bit sooner to get him into place.
Marsbet did just, however, waste a huge amount of space on a smoke, which didn't result in anything. That always feels kind of bad. As meanwhile, KZ team make sure to push out all of the lanes, keep the pressure going while also getting the gold just massively flowing in their favor.
But it was a little bit of an awkward smoke there, as Marsbet, they do have a very good vision on this upper triangle, and they saw that Otaker and probably Spartan have smoked up themselves. So they are kind of wary and cautious about how they're gonna approach this. As now a 3-man smoke off KZ is traveling slowly towards enemy territory, where unfortunately they're not gonna find anybody from Mars, but maybe they do have an eye on LeBron, not specifically now when he shows up in lane, but they're not gonna turn around. They're gonna keep up and go in for the Roche Pit instead.
Interesting play, I kind of agree with that, because both teams have extremely good anti-smoke vision up around the map right now, and make sure to just keep everyone as much away from their farming space as possible, but they kind of have forgotten about that Roche Pit. So this is open for the focus fire. Now the Zeus is going to scout it out with an ultimate, and teleports are coming in to try and contest this Roshan, but it is falling quite quickly.
I mean, they're not gonna make it. It's only the anti-mage jumping in on the other side to try to keep up with the farm. And they're not gonna, I mean, they know of it. They're just gonna allow it to pass. Vroom away.
Oh, that feels bad, because this is exactly the timing that KZ needed getting back in their favor. Otaker can now actually try to get more objectives forced with that focus fire of his. Because they really are behind as far as the plan goes with taking tier 2 towers, taking the final tier 1 over on the bottom lane. So they kind of need to catch up on taking away anti-mage's farming space. Once they manage that, the game is going to be looking a lot more stable and a lot better again for the side of KZ team.
Yeah, and they're sticking all together because they know that maybe there is a chance that KZ could commit to a jump to try to use up the maximum they can out of this Aegis play that they currently have. So, but still, both teams are sticking all together. Marsbet are completely aware that KZ have passed onto the other side, and once again they have seen the smoke, so they know that there's something up, and they are gonna retreat away from the lower triangle. Meanwhile, they're buying a lot of time for Lucas to try to farm away from the potential team fight that may or may not happen. But KZ have thrown in another smoke bomb, But there's nobody to be found, so a lot of time has been wasted up, which they could have used up for the push. They could have used up to try to get in closer towards the rest of the tier 1. Well, the last one that there is actually.
Don't you just love anti-mage's build? I actually agree with Lucas here, despite how weird it looks. He's buying a Lincoln Sphere on the anti-mage, because one spell shield simply isn't enough.
Yeah.
They've been forcing it out constantly, sometimes even cancelling the abilities. So having a second Lincoln Sphere, having that backup spell resist, I think it's still a very smart move from the anti-mage, and it's gonna prolong how long he can stay in the fights for quite a while. Whereas KZ team, they got 3 minutes left on the Aegis to try and look for something, and they will get some more objectives out of it, with that tier 2 tower now being addressed.
Yeah, but at the very least they can, you know, explore the map a bit more. Now they realize that Marsbet do have vision somewhere, that they were aware of their whereabouts, so they can just fortify their source of information around this bottom lane a bit more and try to push out as much as they can. Throwing in a fortification, they're not... Marsbet aren't not gonna allow KZ to let it slide. Focus
Well, on the
fire.
contrary, they've been waiting for that. Yeah, now Otaker uses that ultimate.
Yeah, they did, and he's instantly gonna be locked out, losing the first life in the process. Supreme, oh, there's the long-range hookshot. They're gonna throw them away from each other. Otaker still in tower range, but Supreme, they do manage to throw in a nice shackle to keep Mr. Luck away from the fight. And that tower is just clinging on 47 HP. But it's
the
gonna
fact
be
that nobody
enough
gave
time.
that last click, that last right click, I think matters so much there. If they would have gotten in the last right click and gotten rid of people's armor from the tower aura, I think they would have found that Marsbet were actually not quite in a favorable spot in that fight from the initiation alone. It was mostly the tower making them so incredibly tanky, allowing them to just ignore all of that physical damage coming out from the Wind Ranger, coming out from the Pangolier as well, that really made that fight look horrible for KZ team. And KZ team, they retreat, they will end up backing off, as that tower is definitely the MVP of that last fight.
Towers for the win.
And the aura is not to
LeBron?
be underestimated, it's so good.
LeBron might have been spotted there, as he's pretty much playing this game very freely, farming around camps left and right, and already has the Sporing Shard from the Tormentor up and ready to go, but he's gonna get scouted out by KZ. They throw in the Shackle, he tries to buy himself some distance with the Sporing, but it's just not gonna be enough. And that was a very nice kill. They will throw in the Focus Fire, but at this point it's down to 30 seconds cooldown, which is not something that KZ are gonna be afraid to use up every chance they have.
Yeah, now Otaker is finally in a position to start carrying the game. Is looking to go for a Nullifier next, as well
First
as
the
finally
tower,
finishing
yes!
up the tower. Revenge for that team fight, which went so horrible for KZ team. However, Antimate, still an absolute raid boss, as he's got his Lincoln Sphere, and is now saving up for an MKB from the looks of it, yeah. A little early, but it's a Wind Ranger we're talking about here, so there's really no such thing as an early MKB.
Yeah, it's better be safe than sorry. As he pretty much blinked away in the last second there, away from KZ, who have finally thrown in a little bit of a deep ward in their favor, as this area has been pretty much scouted out by Marsbet at all times, so they've had at least one secure area where they can allow Lucas to farm up, and now that he's super mobile, he can jump around the map and show up whenever he's needed.
Keeps on getting the GPM up in his favor as the lanes are shoving out from the side of Mars, but now getting a little bit of map space back, though they are only really allowed to push because Lucas is nearby, and as soon as Lucas gets seen and initiated on things
Hold
maybe
that
turning, but no.
Spartan is gonna be instantly found, mana depleted, but Supreme will find a nice landing, but he's stuck! He cannot go anywhere away
Oh
from
my
this.
God,
Oh,
cursed
that's a
raid.
bit of a bad luck there. But still, Otaker is gonna find Wish and Bignum at the end of it. Will they find somebody more? They could intercept LeBron here. Yep, the Shackle finds its target. Whistle, call up the friends. Hex, swashbuckle, down he goes.
Yeah, so KZ team still firmly in charge, because every fight they just get to instantly delete at least one hero with the Focus Fire from the Wind Ranger, and maybe even another hero with the Doom, which they still have available, so Skylar can still go for more by trying to hit that setup with the Blink Dagger onto somebody.
Yeah.
Marsbet, meanwhile, they got their anti-mage out, which is better than nothing, but this anti-mage alone, well, he's definitely blowing up these supports. He's not really able to frontline for a long time, and that's what I think the issue could become against this Wind Ranger especially.
Yeah, at the very least. What anti-mage can do is pretty much farm and farm and farm his heart out. Which, it's, again, the little thing I spoke of earlier at the start of the game, it does always feel like a double-edged sword. Yes, you're gonna be having this super farmed up fat carry that you can, you know, obtain all the items, but if you're not contributing to team fights, you're, at the end, you cannot assess the situation and evaluate what's going on, what the other team can do against you, and it's pretty much you're throwing all of your other 4 players in the fire. I don't know. I generally don't like the anti-mage hero mentality. I'm not gonna call it player mentality because, you know, different type of carries allow for different types of playstyles. But anti-mage is so much benched up for the start on the start of the game. It's just, it can weigh in so much at one point.
Yeah, the anti-mage, he really has to weigh in more right now, or the game could very well still go in the favor of KZ, who I'm just waiting to see how they use that next Doom, but they don't seem too eager to be pushing the issue. Slowly pushing down the top tier 2 instead.
Oof, that
Not
was
that
a fast
objective.
push.
Yeah, it was quite fast with the focus fire actually.
And of course, they have even the amplified damage to add up insult to injury. And with that, they're gonna force Marsbet away, as they might have been trying to scout out what's going on around the Roche pit, who might be back in about 15 seconds from now.
Might be.
Might
It's
be.
still gonna be a matter of time. Maybe they get completely screwed over by a 2-man roach respawn, but LeBron needs to be careful not to get initiated on there. Will make it out. And yeah, that's that 2-minute roach respawn, which makes the game still look sour for the side of Mars, but
Yeah, LeBron was really lucky there, as Spartan missed out on the hookshot, thinking he could have pinpointed the location of LeBron, but unfortunately, if he got that locked out, LeBron would have been dead by now.
oh yeah, definitely. And I do love players that actually go for those kind of plays that will actually hit the YOLO initiation. Because at the end of the day, you lose, okay, your support dies, you can't really do as much around the map for a few seconds. You do hit it, you get a team fight initiation, you get maybe a core out of that, or 2 cores, or whatever, an objective. You're gonna actually progress towards winning the game, which is exactly what this draft needs to do. Because Otaker, in the 1 position, he doesn't scale that well. Look at this Wind Ranger already having that Nullfire completed. Is farming extremely well, but Otaker is going to be hitting that point where he just doesn't get much stronger.
Yeah. The least he can do is start. I mean, he already has the Scepter upgrade. He can just eat the Scepter right afterwards or something like that and add a Moonshard. But it's about it. Like, this is not a hero that can hold a Rapier or something of that sort, because you're always going to be a target for Lucas. And once that happens, he's going to claim every single Rapier you get out of it.
Yep, Otaker killed off LeBron. So
Yeah.
that's another nice little pick off though. Anti-mage, okay, it is finally time Lucas is going for the BKB. He went for the MKB first, I can kinda understand that, so I'm still not sure how smart of a move it was in hindsight. Now he's going for that BKB, which will allow him to fight, and that's the item he's been really looking for.
Yeah. I mean, he's not gonna get it up online for the next team fight, Roshan team fight, which KZ are already eyeing out on. 10 seconds remaining till he pops up on the other side. Spartan has made sure that Marsbet are not going in from the other side with a very nice twin gates, twin portals, observers over there, so at the very least this can go uncontested, but still a lot of time is being thrown into Marsbet so they can farm themselves up, which is, it's a 50-50 chance, so there's still, even though Gabe and Graf says it's 38 to 62, I think it's a bit more favoring Marsbet because they still haven't played with all of their cards. They are
I agree.
jumping out during team
They
fights.
gotta wait out this Aegis now though, so 5 minutes of not really being able to do anything for the side of Marsbet. But after those 5 minutes, once that Aegis does expire, Anti-Mage is already at that late game timing he lives for pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, he's heading out strong, already having a 4k net worth in his favor just by free farming the entire game. And it's gonna take another 250 gold until he completes the BKB, and that at that point, yeah, he just, I think he sold the stick or something like that that he was still clinging onto, but it was just enough for him to get a full-blown BKB up and running, which definitely is going to be needed now that KZ are scouting out to find somebody possibly lurking around in the jungle, but that's not gonna be the case. Otakar is just gonna keep up the pressure onto this tier 2. Glyph is up and ready to go if Marsbed wanna go in for that extra jump. Spartan is gonna pop his smoke and will reveal where the rest of Marsbed are hiding. Insta getting jumped on, Lucas is gonna cut him into pieces, but it's gonna be enough intel for KZ to secure the tier 2 tower with ease and retreat.
How much time do KZ have left on that Aegis? Because they can go for one more push here, I think, once that clockwork is back. Yeah, way over the 3 minutes still. So
Yeah.
that's gonna be an easy high ground contestation for the side of KZ team once they make up their minds to do so.
Yeah, but this does give a little bit of a momentum for Marsbed, even though they are losing a lot of... I mean, they've lost all tier 2 towers. Pretty much KZ have opened up safe passage to go in for at least tier 3 if they want to. It does allow Marsbed to, you know, go out and maybe try to intercept KZ, because the next team fight they know that they can get something more out of it, as long as they're all together.
Yeah, definitely. And as for that next team fight timing, Wind Ranger first wants that new Octarine core, which I think the new build-up makes it way better as a bit of a comfort item to pick up, but I also don't think it's the necessarily best scaling item for Wind Ranger carry, so KZ team doubling down even more and closing out this game as they fail to catch Bignum just yet.
They managed to connect with the Shackle and the Hex, and they will finally latch on him. He did evade the Earth Spike though, but still there's a lot more into KZ's repertoire for the stun, well, for the lockdown, or at least to slow him down. And with the wave coming in, Marsbed are gonna go all in focus fire onto the tier 3 tower. Glyph is available, but Marsbed are pretty much away from the team fight. They're gonna go in from the back with a pair of, with a 3-man smoke bomb and buy themselves very nice seconds for them to get closer. It is something that does throw KZ in alert, but they are gonna go all the way towards that tier 3 tower. Spartan once again scouting. He will find Mr. Luck. There goes the first smoke pop, and that's a
BKB.
jump in instantly onto Skylark. They're gonna get a lock, but the Doom will be thrown onto Lucas, who will jump away and back to safety. Otakar in the back finds LeBron. Wish is gonna burst through Skylark. It's still the rolling boulder is jumping back and forth around Mr. Luck, who is trying to hide in the trees. Gonna get scouted out, but without the duration of it, Supreme doesn't have any way to reign freely. Bignum is gonna steal the swashbuckle, but still
AZ
KZ are
team.
gonna call it. Mr. Luck still keeping up with the push, but he's like, no, I'm not gonna overextend. It's just a bit too much.
Yeah, they managed to get out beautifully after losing their Doom, but Doom, he went in, he went for all of that spell damage plus the huge ultimate, and then two people are just sitting there and are like, nope, BKB. And that just ruined the initiation so big for the side of KZ team, who are still fine getting out with the Aegis, with almost 1 minute left on it. But as you can see, these high ground pushes, they are getting kind of hard despite that focus fire being available.
Yeah, at the very least, you're gonna take away the tier 3s, and which is gonna make things a lot more manageable. But even so, Marsbed still haven't... Well, they did commit everything that they have, but KZ are being careful of who they're gonna trade off in the next team fight. They don't go all in at this time, because they know that the second they have Lucas in sight, better run away. We can risk one player, but we cannot risk the entire team. Because at that point, things are gonna start falling apart. Marsbed can slowly reclaim their advantage and start, you know, pushing out while the rest of the team are idle.
Yeah, the Aegis is now going to get reclaimed, just as KZ team have all 5 players again, so they can go for fights, but they have to be careful, can't really go for those high ground pushes yet. Instead are going to try and look for a couple of pickoffs,
Yeah,
and
they
chances will be
find
found.
LeBron. Nice long range hook shot. They're gonna throw him out of the cogs, but they will get him locked out. There's now... this reminds me of the good old Seb with the Gale Force up and running. To just pretty much throw heroes back into their favor. Do you remember
it still
that?
feels so recent when that patch came out and Gale Force, it pushed people way further back then. Thanks for making me feel old, I miss that patch.
This
And
was at
I
the start
miss.
of the year, man. It's not that hard.
Yeah, yeah, see, it's
Uh-oh.
already been a
Hold
full
on.
year.
Yeah, Gale Force for the win. They're gonna try to throw Bignum away from it. It was a very long time to take down the Rubik, but even so, Marsbet are completely exposed at this point. Lucas was the first target, but he's gonna be able to jump away. KZ walk away with no casualties, almost losing Supreme in the process though. But they will take down both of the supports one after the other.
And no Doom used either, so KZ team, they still have all of the resources left in the tank. Once SSA Spartan has regened up a little bit and the clockwork is feeling good to go again.
Yeah, and even with Lucas obtaining the BKB a lot later compared to Otakar, he's already down to 7 seconds, while his counterpart is still at 8, so Otakar has only used his BKB once if things got hasty, and that's the good advantage that you have here, at the very least, that Otakar will need to use the BKB defensively as a last minute measure. Lucas already needs to use it at the very start. So with that, his BKB timer is gonna drop to 6 seconds sooner than later.
And it looks like we got ourselves a pause once again. Yeah,
Yay.
Lucas, he's got the 7-second charge left on the BKB, but this anti-mage, it actually looks like he largely missed his timing here. Lucas, he committed to the first couple of team fights really early on, but now Doom has a hex for him, so if he's not careful, despite that Lincoln Sphere, if he does get hexed once, that's it. That's all they need to kill him. Of course, anti-mage not the easiest target to hex, but I don't know, the game is definitely seeming a lot harder for him all of a sudden. Whereas the Wind Ranger, I don't know what Otaku is gonna get next, but he's already looking incredibly fat and pretty much enjoying this game still. So Wind Ranger just needs to make sure not to fall off for that little while longer while they try to keep this anti-mage shut down.
Yeah. I was hoping for the Lion Astral for maybe going in for the E-Blade, but it does feel kind of counterintuitive because it does leave you vulnerable towards Wish and his Zeus. But at the same time, it will buy you the tremental seconds that you need to try to at least burst the anti-mage twice to pop both of his shields, because without those, he cannot do anything. And that allows for the hex to go through, for maybe a second hex to go through, for the shackles and everything. And with that, Lucas can be torn into bits and pieces. But even so, as backup, Skylark is already queuing up the Scepter, so things are going to be a lot more manageable for them to keep control over Marsbet.
Yep. And Anti-Mage, I'm not sure if he wants to go hyper late game. He has made up his mind to eat the Aghanim Scepter when he goes for that Butterfly before replacing the Battle Fury. But yeah, right now the Doom is just such a boss. Pangolier is still a bit of a threat, not scaling that well as far as the damage goes, but who needs damage when he's got that shield crash for during the Rolling Thunders, making sure he can stun everybody left and right while burning their mana with the Skull Basher. He is just a living debuff and absolutely annoying during the team fights. It's not always going to be that way. Like, if Marsbet hold on for another 10-15 minutes, maybe, to the point where the Dragonite is also a real hero, because Mr. Luck, we haven't talked about Mr. Luck that much, because he's the very bottom of the core. He has had to give so much of his farming space to the Anti-Mage to make sure that Anti-Mage hits all of his timings. He wants a Manta's down, then one more item after the Manta's down, then Dragonite is actually starting to look like a bit more of a boss.
Yeah, it feels like he's like in a bit more of a support role. He has obtained the shard and the scepter, which is great for him to keep up with the push, but he's been taken down about 6 times, which is something that it's obviously KZ do have a way for them to manage around. Even though he has obtained the BKB as his last item, it feels like a pretty decent target that they can get under control, especially once the Dragon Knight form has been expanded. I don't know. I mean, they are heavy hitters. This is a very, very greedy draft that Marsbet are, trying to hold together. Because other than that, we also have the Zeus, who has also been very fast farming. Of course, getting the Arc Lightning up and running does allow you for a lot of farm. Has the E-Blade, has the Phylactery, has the Bling Dagger, and a Lincoln Sphere to top it all off. So at the very least, he can try to force himself to protect the AM for a third time. But even so, at one point you're not gonna have that much space. You're not gonna have that many resources, especially now that KZ have been actively. If we cannot fight, we're gonna be trying to choke out as much as we can away from their farm, which does force Marsbet to be nitpicking who gets the farm on the long run.
Yeah, it's going to be a free shard picked up for the Doom there, as the long run is exactly what KZ team can't really play for. And they are 8k ahead, but I'm not sure if waiting out the next Roche is really possible for them. It depends on what the timer is gonna say in 20 seconds from now. Whereas Marsbet still grouping up, and they have to stay grouped. That's kind of the issue with the 3D draft. Whenever they're so far behind that they need to stay grouped as 5, they can't really split that farm as efficiently as they would like.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, maybe they're hoping for Roshan to pop up right now, but it's gonna be in another minute and a half. So at the very least, this next team fight for Roche is gonna be, well, it's gonna be detrimental because they haven't obtained a single Roshan. It's gonna be the third one to potentially fall sometime soon. And it's not looking that shiny. I mean, anti-mage cannot carry your entire team fight. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, and it's not like this Dragonite is gonna carry the team fights just yet. He really wants the Manta style, but Mr. Luck. From the off lane, I don't know, it feels kind of hard if you're playing against something like the Wind Ranger or some other absolute lane dominator. Because Dragonite, he didn't die during the lane, the armor kept him alive, but the Wind Ranger was trading farm with him, and now both the Wind Ranger and the Dragonite should be online, except Wind Ranger is so much stronger than the Dragonite that he can't find farming space.
Smoke bomb will be popped, Spartan and Astral will be spotted from the rest of Marsbet, but they're gonna make a run for it at very low HP, but still no kills will be claimed, as Marsbet might have been trying to position themselves around the Roche pit sooner than later. Apologies for the intrusion.
And it looks like they may want to go for Roche indeed, from the looks of it. 20 seconds till it's actually up. But the teams don't know that Lion is smoked up himself now, looking to maybe go for a setup with that Blink plus 4 step, but they don't see anyone yet.
Oh, they will find Spartan though. Mr. Luck instantly jumps onto the clockwork. He tries to rocket himself away, but even so will not be able to do so successfully. Insta buys back for the occasion, as KZ are determined not to allow this Roshan to slide Gale Force, trying to push Lucas back. And a couple of seconds remaining on Mr. Luck's Elder Form, which is gonna leave him vulnerable. Pops the BKB to try to protect himself as much as he can, and will vanish out of the team fight. Skylark keeping up the pressure, wants to throw in the Doom or on somebody, but they're gonna find the shackle onto LeBron and burst down through the Enchantress. A little bit
With
of an
the Enchantress
anticlimactic
dead.
fight there.
Yeah, it's so awkward. It's just a support, but I still think fighting into this is just impossible because of how fast Wind Ranger kills the Roshan. And yeah, they agree with that, get themselves back while trying to get their anti-mage that little bit of extra farm. Though anti-mage, he is now completely 6-slotted. He can still eat that Aghanim Scepter in 600 gold to really officially be 6-slotted. But I don't think it's about the slots anymore. I think it's about, can you jump and kill this Wind Ranger twice? And I'm not sure how you can kill this Wind Ranger twice in a row.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit more difficult this time. As I don't know, it felt kind of awkward from Marsbet. They might have been hoping to jump into the Roche pit while, you know, the kill was still going. But yeah, they didn't have the dragon form available anymore. Mr. Luck forced a retreat very early on before that team fight. As it was a very nice bait from Astral and Spartan there. These two supports pretty much forced Marsbet to throw in their biggest ultimate that they have, and, you know, don't have any other chance to engage this.
Speaking of big ultimates, the side of KZ team still has that Doom available, still has everything except the hookshot. So I'm kind of surprised that they're respecting this anti-mage this freaking much. Dragonite by now has his Manta style completed, can make some really annoying dragon illusions to send down these lanes and start split pushing in a little while.
Yeah. And they could find somebody potentially. Mr. Luck will commit for the jump with the BKB, gets a lock onto Spartan, who is not gonna survive the onslaught, so it's gonna be a clockwork on a dieback. Still Otaker in a very awkward position. They will get a lock on him and take him down instantly. Supreme Tries to jump around. Otakar looking pretty bad. They will get a lock on him. Lucas is gonna actually jump into the rolling boulder and right into the Doom. Tries to BKB himself away, but he's doomed out. Otakar runs away, disappears. He's still locked into the fight. Skylark is man fighting versus Lucas, but Lucas will eventually die. Otakar is looking pretty bad, and it's gonna be a complete team wipe for Marsbed. They pretty much outran their enemies this time around, and it's a very awkward engagement that KZ locked themselves onto, as Otakar was completely away from the rest of the team.
Yeah, Marsbet, they punished them so hard there for chasing after the anti-mage, especially the Dragon Knight, who suddenly deals so much more damage thanks to that Manta style. Well, not just thanks to that Manta style, but thanks to the attack speed it gives him and the ability to purge off some of those really annoying debuffs when he activates that. So all of a sudden Marsbet, they are going to be able to push probably a whole lane of Rex, though it's only going to be one lane of Rex from the looks of it, because there is still tier 2 standing, which is making sure that at least he brings in the wave, keeps up that red Dota to work on a tier 2 as well while he's at it.
And they're gonna throw in the glyph as well. Delete the lane at the very best of their ability, and they have a double support combo if they want to, you know, try to buy something out of this. But Mr. Luck, oh, they will instantly engage onto Spartan. 4 staff forward. They will save the butt of the clockwork this time around, but that does not prevent Mr. Luck from keeping up the pressure. 11 seconds remaining till Skylark comes back. Second fortification is gonna be used up to try to protect the melee Rex from getting bursted down. And it's just the illusions left in place, so thankfully no lanes are gonna be lost. Still Skylark and Spartan keeping up the pressure, wanna punish Mr. Luck at the end of the duration of the dragon form, but still they won't catch on to him, as of course the Blink Dagger is coming in and doing wonders.
And this is that Marsbet late game timing that I was afraid of from the moment this draft was completed. This is where they're playing this greedy draft for. Because Zeus obviously has percentage based damage. He still has so many items he can go for. Currently queues up a Manta style as well. So it's gonna be the Lightning Hand Zeus build yet to just make sure they have perfect freaking late game scaling. Whereas KZ team now gold wise on equal footing with the enemy team already. As they know next time that Marsbet win the team fight, it's gonna be a lot more than not quite a lane of Rex that's gonna fall. KZ, can they get the initiation with the Doom plus Sheepstick is the question now.
It is indeed the question, as Mr. Lucas is, well, he is gonna go in for the Abyssal Blade Basher play afterwards, so he's definitely gonna be 7 slotted at one point. Oh, has already eaten the Aghanim Scepter, so it's the Blink Fragment already up and running. So actually, yeah, he's gonna go 8 slotted for this.
I mean, you kind of got to, right?
Yeah, gotta throw in the money somewhere.
That Basher is going to be the last real source, or well, the Abyssal Blade is going to be the last real source of late game scaling. Anti-Mage is going to get himself, and then the question is that going to be enough or not? But, well, Dragon Knight and Zeus still have a long way to go as far as their late game goes, so we can be here for another 10 minutes while they keep getting stronger.
Yeah. Marsbet might not be feeling like they want to wait it out. They're gonna pop a 5-man smoke, maybe try to find somebody lurking in the lanes, as they do have a chance to find Astral and Skylark lurking at top, but instead they are gonna proceed going in down bottom to maybe try to fortify their position, at least get some ancients camps going up, because Lucas
Also
needs
the
more
vision.
farm.
Yeah, they also just dewarded crap tons of enemy vision in that area, making sure to take back a large chunk of map control for themselves, for what it's worth.
Yeah. But KZ are not giving them the pleasure, even though they are kind of playing split from each other, which does, if Marsbet finds any of these duos just farming about without 2 heroes, things are gonna be a lot more manageable for them to commit for one more push, maybe go all the way to the tier 4s down the mid lane.
So far though, nobody is really daring to show too much on the map, as everyone is kind of staying to the sideline / triangle.
Are we gonna wait for the next Roshan in about 3 minutes from now? Until
I
we
mean,
fight
why
again?
the hell not? Why the hell not? It's not like KZ team really have another way to win, so they're gonna try to avoid Marsbet at any cost. Whereas the other way around, Marsbet are now finally feeling able to be the aggressors again, feeling good about being able to push a little.
Yeah.
Question is, how much longer can they keep that up?
Maybe until we get some tier 5s.
Oh, one of those guys. I mean, it's just 8, 9 minutes remaining till those start popping. That's
Yeah.
not that bad, actually.
I mean, we are looking at an elimination round, so it is it's still game 1 between these two. But as you said, these guys have had a long-lasting EPL rivalry, so they're not gonna let things slide. They want to play when they're feeling most comfortable. They want to bring all of the enjoyment, all of the excitement, their best item builds that they can, just to try to fight this out in the way they seem fit. Because they're not gonna allow anything to slide. I mean, even Skylark trying to force this lane now to rat it out. It's gonna be an instant response from Marsbet to lock down onto the Doombringer. He tries to run it off, but there's no way he's gonna survive this. 3 have engaged him. Lucas is just heavy hitting, and down goes the Doombringer.
They make it look so easy, though it's mostly a testament to just how strong a full-slotted anti-mage still is. And that's gonna put a dampener on the side of KZ team as Doom takes 90 freaking seconds to respawn at this point. And what's the Roche respawn gonna be? Okay, 2.5 minutes from here.
Whew.
We may be here for a while.
1 hour game confirmed.
I mean, why the hell not? It's really funny so far. Like, I've had that really long day where the patch had just dropped and there was all the issues happening. And after that, it has been a really fast tournament so far. So people have figured out the meta a lot more, tried to draft what's overpowered. Speaking of overpowered, Rubik is going to get himself an Aghanim shard, which can be a super nice save against both the cogs, as well as that hard lockdown from the Doombringer. You can lift people out of the AoE Doom to try and allow maybe the Anti-Mage to get away or the Dragon Knight to get his ultimate off. So that is a very valuable resource, but that Roshan is now getting scouted out by both sides, as both teams know Roche isn't up yet.
Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping that I thought that Bignum had the telekinesis upgrade a bit sooner up, but no, looking at how the shard distribution is going in for Mars, but they only have 3 out of 5, while KZ have all of them already. Which is really interesting. I mean, for reals, I thought this guy was gonna have the telekinesis sooner. Just for that aforementioned play that you said. But even at the same time, they are holding on very nicely. All ultimates, aside from the Thunder God Wrath, are up and ready to go, which is gonna be back in about 5 seconds. And another minute till the return of Roche. Both teams are already scouting out themselves to see what's going on. Lucas is in the spotlight, but they're gotta be careful if they want to commit for a jump, because they know, both teams know exactly what they could be facing onto the other side.
Yeah, it is a really scary game state where one initiation, well, everybody has buybacks, so 2 initiations can make or break the game for either side.
Yeah. Just as you said that, like, the second Skylark got those bounty runes, he secured his buyback to the fullest.
And with that, we got everyone fighting shape. 30 seconds till Roshan respawns. Doom still trying to split push a little.
He's
but
so
it looks
annoying
like...
with this Manta. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Holy. Lucas keeps up the pressure thinking it's the real Doom, but completely distracted. Oh, he's gonna find Astral though. Nice little 4-staff forward, but it's not gonna go unnoticed. Insta buyback for the Lion. And now things are getting a bit heated up, as Roshan is
all or
back into the
nothing soon.
picture. Yeah, they might find Supreme there. KZ lurking in the trees. Mr. Luck pops up his ultimate. They might find Astral for one more time. Don't do that, dude. You could die for another time. Spartan insta locks on to Mr. Luck. In the meanwhile, oh, they're gonna find Lucas, insta doom him before he pops the BKB. They keep up the pressure and down goes the anti-mage. Insta buybacks for the occasion. Rest of the KZ are gonna keep up the pressure. Bignum shackled, forced down.
Another instant buyback as they're all coming back in again. Wanna go again. There's the
Mana
Doom
draining
ultimate.
everybody he can, but no more immunity for you, my dude. So it's a Lion on a dieback. Spartan will buy back as well. Lucas now they're still keeping up the pressure. No BKB is available, but Otakar is in the danger zone. Manages to blink away back to safety and wind run into the middle of the trees. Mr. Luck is gonna get stuck into the trees for a little while and not manage to get closer to the Wind Ranger. with that, Marsbet are gonna feel secure and go in for the Roche Pit. Oh
Oof,
god.
that was like 2 buybacks for 1 buyback, so in that sense Marsbet did have to expend a little bit more resources, but they will be rewarded with not just that Roshan dying, but also a free Aghanim Scepter. Though they all have Aghanim Scepters, who's gonna take that?
It's gonna give it to LeBron. He's the only one who doesn't have it.
Yeah, I think so, right? Or are they just going to give somebody that money back?
I mean, who needs money? Oh, Spartan. He's found, and it's a clockwork on a dieback.
Oof, that's another really big one, yeah. 100 seconds, whereas everybody from Marsbet is alive, and the anti-mage now has a second life to work with. As it's gonna be yet another pause in this. Well, if we count in the pause time, it's been well over 60 minutes, but that just goes to show how much these teams know each other and how often they have played one another at this point.
Yeah. It does feel like an awkward situation because Spartan might have disconnected there or something. He might have suffered from pings, which I don't know. I hate a kill and then a disconnect with a pause. It feels like a very, very awkward timing for at least one of the players. But even
Yeah,
so, Wish is clinging on to the Aghanim Blessing. He might be giving it to LeBron. I mean, it makes sense because he's the last one who doesn't have it for the additional enchant and little friends. I mean, the root would be very nice addition here to keep things all locked up. But maybe he will be... Actually, he sold it. That's greedy.
ooh, that is really greedy.
I hate it.
Poor little support and
I hate this. I'm out. I don't like this selling of free items, man. You take what the map gives you.
it's not like you really get a lot of the little friends or the extra enchant creep at this point, but come on, this is just...
Greed is good.
I guess, I mean, it's not like they can really stop Lucas from pushing, but KZ team are in a position to push themselves. Trying to jump the Zeus Wish, however, manages to escape them. All the while, Anti-Mage is starting to get to work on the tier 3 tower.
Even kill force for the win. Supreme, they will lock on to Lucas, who pops in one shield, and they're not fighting this at all. There are 2 more minutes until 1 hour, and tier 5s, and then what?
Well,
Five-
too bad.
five
3.5
rapiers.
minutes till the Aegis comes out from the till the Aegis times out from the Anti-Mage. So if Anti-Mage doesn't die before the 60-minute mark, we are gonna be here for that time, because they are just gonna try to keep pushing the Anti-Mage back time and time and time again until
I
his
mean, if
Aegis
he
eventually
dies,
times out.
Marsbet are definitely screwed because they're not gonna be having a buyback onto this guy, so it's gonna be very, very important for him to stay alive. For at least 5 minutes.
Agreed. Though Dragon Knight has been slow pushing with the Manta style, will finish off the tier 3 tower, and now they will almost catch the Pangolier who manages to roll out of there and get away.
Even throws in a BKB for it.
Better safe than sorry, right?
Yep, of course. And
All it
Mr.
takes is
Lucas,
one Abyssal Blade being clicked onto him for Pangolier to be stun locked up and his ultimate and
They're
killed
trying
off
to
as now
lock
is
onto
dead.
him. Nice little shackle with the minion. Skylark is gonna find a jump with the Doom. They're gonna keep him hexed up and ready to go. Spartan entering from the backsides. They will find Rubik as well, who will be hexed down and blasted into smithereens. 2 minutes without the Rubik in the picture.
That's the dieback for him as well, with a really long respawn timer. However, that was the Doom and Lucas managed to survive through it. So
Without
Marsbet,
the Aegis.
they gave a little taunt as well, still having the Aegis, yeah.
Yeah.
As Wind Ranger will catch LeBron one more time.
And they
That
no more
poor
mana.
Enchantress.
Bye bye. 80
I
seconds.
didn't know it's deer season yet, but apparently it is, because Enchantress, she has just been shot time and time again by that Wind Ranger. Holy crap.
Yeah. It's been 12 times. I mean, LeBron has been... I mean, that's been his mission throughout this entire game. Obtain intel, throw in some deep wards, control as much as you can, get some creep to add up to the team fight. But that creep, like the Centaur, which was being thrown into the mid lane, almost could have potentially killed Lucas there, because it connected so nicely with the shackle.
Oh yeah, I definitely remember what you mean, and I do hope we get to see a little bit more of those kind of, you know, aggressive drafts around Enchantresses, because I do really like what Marsbet have done here with their greedy drafts. So I think the draft is like the only reason why this game has gone on for freaking 60 minutes, as Doom will get himself a Mirror Shield, one of my favorite late game items of all time, because it's
And
just
it's gonna
so
be
darn
a mirror
powerful.
shield on Lucas as well. Let's go!
Woohoo! 3 shields! Let's go!
Let's go! I was looking at it as well. So they have 4 shields that they can put on Lucas potentially. 1 from the Zeus and 3 on his own. Oh
Gotta
god.
stack them all up on the anti-mage.
Oh god.
I wonder if that's even gonna be enough. Where's that Lotus Orb for shield number 4, number 5? We need to just keep stacking. There's a Glimmer Cape. Does that count?
No.
I don't think that counts. It doesn't absorb spell. We need like all the shields.
Yeah, more Lotus Orbs, more everything she can find. And it's gonna be 10 seconds remaining on the Aegis timer, and 2 more minutes for Lucas to try to survive this, because without it, Marsbet definitely are looking at the bitter end, potentially. But they can try to buy themselves some time, because both teams are evasive regarding team fights. They're not overextending, because it's detrimental. One more team wipe for either side is gonna allow the other one for a safe passage to push and end it all. And yeah, no more Aegis available. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining till Lucas gets his buyback back. And KZ are on the other side of the map, so they can
If
go
they're
in
gonna
for the
wait
push.
out, if they're gonna wait out that anti-mage buyback, Roshan could also be back. He has been taking his time to respawn all games, so maybe the next Roshan is actually gonna be a super fast one, like just instant respawn. It wouldn't surprise me. Anything can still happen at 62 minutes in the game. We don't see that every day, and it's always a treat.
Yep, indeed. I mean, what else can you do here? It's gonna be a Daedalus up for Audiker. This, well, Wind Ranger can finally do some heavy hitting. It does have the Arcane Blink, does have the Gleipnir as well, so it's gonna be a huge lockdown, and the Force Boots for the extra dispel and, you know, the push forwards. A little bit of a Force Staff action for her. What else are we having? So the tier 5s are always exciting to see. So we have a double Mirror Shield for KZ, 1 Pirate Hat. Well, Astral is still
Dragon
with the
Knight
Ninja
got
gear.
that new meta item. We got the double Necronomicon on the Dragon Knight, so he's actually going to double down even more onto the split push.
Wait, there's another Necro?
Like,
I can
Book
see
of
it.
the Dead, it's the thing that does like double Necronomicon basically.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I thought like you were saying that there's 2 Books of the Dead.
No,
I mean,
no.
yeah.
I just called it the double Necronomicon because
Fair.
it's basically 2 Necronomicons.
Fair, fair. Rip Necronomicon, man. I missed that item. Even though a lot of people
Same.
hated it. But I loved it because it was so super annoying, and especially, I mean, yeah, you do have the zoo meta enabled by the overwhelming, with the, not the overwhelming,
Helm
God, I
of the
forgot.
Overlord.
yeah, the Helm of the Overlord. Supreme.
And the smoke has been broken as everybody manages to get away, but Zeus will
There's
provide some
Wrath.
vision.
Yeah, they're
Still no
jumping
catch
out.
yet. Nice disengage from the side of KZ team. It's unusual to see KZ team play this aggressive, really messing around kind of playstyle where they jump all over the map and don't take fights head on for a change. But it's working for them really well. They recognize perfectly, hey, this anti-mage Dragon Knight team is really strong at this timing. We gotta dodge them, and that's exactly what they're doing.
And actually, the anti-mage has dropped to position 3 of farming and Ba. They're gonna find Audiker, insta-stun the Wind Ranger, Astral throwing in the stun, and they're gonna burst through the Wind Ranger easily. Mr. Lucas finding yet another kill there. And Supreme, you gotta make it out and run away. That was a very unfortunate encounter for KZ, who now are forced to maybe force out a buyback themselves, as Marsbet definitely will keep up with the push. 15 seconds
At least
remaining
one
till the Elder
buyback,
form.
yeah.
Yeah, they could find Spartan though. Yes, they will. Oh, Lord. Lucas getting up close and personal. Rocket, run away. Hook shot. Oh my
nice
god!
escape.
No,
Can he
he's
get it?
not
No.
gonna make it. There will stop the TP. Nimbus as well is gonna be thrown in
I
this
mean,
guy.
space created, I guess. You forced everybody to run after the clockwork for quite a while, but that's not gonna alleviate the fact that they need to probably buy back 2 heroes here in order to hold on to their high ground.
Oh god, but that long range hook shot was like, it was so freaking close, but they know he's hook
Actually,
shotting
there's
to
no
a cab.
creeps. There's no creeps. They didn't deal any high ground damage because there was no creeps.
Uh-oh.
Dragon Knight, he got all of those like illusions and creeps into the enemy base, but there was no creeps to disable the backdoor protection. And at the end of the day, they just stand there hitting towers awkwardly.
Yeah, and what they can do is just heal up the melee Rex until the wave shows up. Which is gonna buy a couple of seconds for at least Astrals, well, at least one buyback not to go through, and that is Autaker. They will force out Spartan for sure. At least 10 seconds are needed. Fortification is ready to go if things get super hasty. Supreme. Oh, they're gonna make a jump for it. They will find the Dragon Knight locked into the Doom. There's the first buyback coming in onto Spartan. The rest will respawn naturally. LeBron now in danger. By goes the Enchantress for a minute and a half. Lucas, oh, hookshot missed, but they find Big Num instead.
Nice catch
Forcing
on the
onto the Rubik for focus fire. Root, jump, yeet, bye. Lucas
And
still
they want
eyes on the
more.
target. He will turn around to try to fight this. Throws in a BKB as well to keep things up, but he will jump nicely to the other side and avoid any further
Still chasing
aggression.
the triangle, as with the AoE Doom they will end up finding
Oh,
Wish's
Wish.
huge use though. And now Roshan is back up again, as Marsbet are down 3 heroes and the last 2 still alive are being chased after. However, in the enemy base, the illusions are wreaking havoc. Anti-Mage, he has gotten 2 lanes of Rex, with the last lane of Rex being pushed in now rapidly by the Dragon Knight. It is almost Megas in favor of Marsbet for that fight, so it's not like they didn't get anything for it.
They got a lot. I mean, the true MVPs are the Necronomicon creeps with the wave and the illusion, so at least we kept them distracted long enough. Roshan is back into the picture, which is something that Autaker will try to solo kill. Backup is coming in, Supreme as well with the Boots of Travel. They will make a fast work out of him.
And that Roshan is just getting machine gunned down now with another focus fire. Easy Rosh, easy life. Has
And
the
another
win rate, it
scepter.
picks up that Vegas. What are they even gonna do with that?
Astral, Astral, give it to Astral. Don't sell it away, please. Please
Yeah,
don't sell it.
Lion really needs it, so this time around it can't be sold. He even has 5 stacks, right? He even
Yeah.
worked so hard to keep the scaling up, to make sure he is late game relevant despite everything.
Of course. He does have the Seer Stone as well, so which is a very interesting choice here. Just to add up a little bit more to the vision game, but please, for God's sakes, give him the scepter. Don't sell it. It's a good scepter, at least for him. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. AoE, let's go.
Also, 20 seconds cooldown on the ultimate. The question is, of course,
Yes.
how much mana does he have to really use it repeatedly? But he can at least fire off 2 ultimates every team fight, adding quite a bit of damage to the mix.
I mean, it's 20 seconds, it's 600 mana. He can drain 3 targets
Then
at the same
again,
time.
there's even more mirror shields.
Lucas instantly jumping on to Wish. 90 seconds without the Zeus. He might buy back for the occasion if things get hasty. Astral, they're fighting versus LeBron. The Enchantress
Out
is
comes the
doing
wind
a lot
range
here, but
ultimate.
eventually she's gonna lose her evasion. 2 kills go in favor of the Lion.
But guess what? On bottom lane, they're once again pushing with only the melee rack still static. Pangolier is there to defend against those necro creeps.
Rats.
But man, that was close. If they hadn't teleported back Pangolier, then it would have been Megas.
Yeah, Autaker trying to throw some little bit more pressure onto Mars, but claiming the tier 3 tower.
The base race, it's on.
It's
Whoever
on.
gets the Megas first wins. Let's go.
Supreme does have Boots of Travel, so he can stick around to defend the base, while the rest are being aggressive. Skylarks commits to a jump. They find Lucas, root him, hex him, slow him down, but buyback is coming.
Lucas,
They
or
will
does
throw in the
Lucas
Thunder
find
God's
them?
Wrath. Skylark is gonna be bursted into smithereens. Autaker, where the hell is he? I did see him a second ago, but they're gonna force a run for it. They did a double buyback onto Wish and LeBron, and it's too much for them already. 1 hero on a dieback, and it's runaway Autaker. Don't show yourself, please. Please, hermano, just run. Thank you. Buy
Holy
yourself some
crap.
time.
No way, they're still turning this around again on the side of Mars, but what an amazing play, as they still have to outlast just a little more than 2 minutes on that Aegis, and they're gonna be just fine.
For now. They need about 80 seconds to buy some time for their teammate to return. And it's a double deep sentry ward here that KZ are absolutely unaware of. Which could be, you know, very, very awkward. As this DK,
Agreed.
they are gonna go in for Megas though. Glyph is available. 1 more minute without Spartan. Supreme is gonna jump in first onto LeBron instantly, but spraying back with the Impetus damage coming in. Mr. Luck jumping in on high ground. They will draw out Autechre, who will keep up the pressure using the Aegis timer to the last second, once again taking down Bignum. He will jump on LeBron, who pops in his BKB as well back into the base. Skylark is trying to keep Lucas away from the Rex, but it's not going to be enough versus the Necronomicon creeps. Megas are secured for Marsbed, but will their lives be saved here? Yes, it will be. Still, they are keeping up the pressure. Thunder God's Wrath. Autechre will lose his first life. Skylark is being bashed down to pieces and won't be able to TP back to base. 2 minutes without the Doom. Supreme, also in the danger zone, does have buyback available. Astral throws in the spikes. Autechre in tries to run away, being caught up at the edge of the Nimbus. Mr. Luck still keeping up the pressure. At a full-blown Dragon's form as well. LeBron losing his life for a second time. Supreme rolling about. Mr. Luck looking like he's locked out. They will stun him out. Still, Lucas is the main target here as Autechre. They're keeping up the pressure. Lucas looking pretty low with no mana available. Tries to run away. Wish loses his life. Bignum will follow right after. They get a lock onto the rest of them. One more time. Finger of Death will be used up. Lucas loses his life. Insta bias back for the occasion. Mr. Luck will follow right after.
Him and Dragon
And they
Knight
will buy
against
back
the
as
world.
well.
There was
Holy.
a rap here, and it's Wind Ranger's rapier now. So, or apparently
Oh, God.
it was Otaker's rapier. So apparently Autechre, with that rapier, he suddenly surprises them, dealing tons and tons of damage.
And Spell Amp. Don't forget that as well, which is huge.
What
Holy.
a crazy freaking team fight, holy. And yeah, Marsbed, the question is, are they still in this after that huge fight, or is this just going to be a GG push?
I don't know, man. That's all or nothing. They have 2 on the defense lines and about 1 minute and 10 seconds to buy. Oh my god. Autechre is the last person standing that has a buyback if shit hits the fan. Sorry, pardon my French. But this is so exciting. 72 minutes into the game. Holy.
Yeah,
He
with
does
the
have
meta,
10K
if the
gold.
games go long, then they go really long. I like that about the current patch. If the games are actually close, you're left with like
Going
6,
in,
7
Mr.
minute
Luck
game,
insta
and-
log. He pops the BKB to try to get out of the Gale
Ooh.
Force, but it's not gonna be enough. Mr. Luck, Lucas keeping up the hunt onto Supreme, but they will jump on him one more time, and he is getting close to the fountain. He will make it out up on high ground into it. Gleipnir doesn't stop him. It's Tier Force under siege. It's all or nothing for KZ. They take, well, almost take 1 as the fortification will be popped up. 20 seconds remaining till Marsbed come back together. One
That's
tower
tier
down.
4. The
Going
creeps
in
are
for
trying
2.
to help
Gale
defend. They're burning
Force. 10
people's
seconds
mana,
remaining.
AoE
There's the
zoom out.
focus fire. They got onto the throne. Spartan latching onto Lucas. They will get a lock on the AM, but the Autechre doesn't care. I just want to take down this throne. And game 1 is finally over. KZ with the insane victory. What a game this was, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, 73.5 minutes. Holy.
Oh, that was about what I expected. I told you all, ladies and gentlemen, from the very beginning, this series was going to be super close between KZ team and Marsbed. These two teams, they have a history. They will not let the other one win if they can do anything about it. Played their hearts out here. What a show it was. And that was just game number 1 of the full best of 3 series, where we're going to go all the way with Autechre, kind of missing his crucial timing, getting
But
that
damn.
rap here, and yeah, then just making a comeback thanks to it. Was really well played. Anti-Mage couldn't quite cut it. Though the Dragon Knight did almost win them the game. Dragon Knight is just such an insane late gamer nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, he got super tanky. He even got a refresher, if I'm not mistaken, to pop the dragon form a couple of seconds sooner than it gets off cooldown. But it was just apparently not enough because, I mean, this is what I love about KZ, and they've done this a couple of times during EPL. They know that they cannot fight things anymore. So they're just going all in for the push. They're going in for the jump, and it's like, we don't care. We can drive them out of this. We can force out their buybacks as much as they can. We're gonna be counting on to their impulsive play just so we can rush into the last couple of seconds and end the game. But indeed, what a game this was. and it's far from over. It's just 1-0 favoring KZ. Marsbet, they're facing one match away from elimination, but maybe with this type of dedication from both teams, we could be looking at a game 2 even.
Hell yeah. I definitely hope we go to a third one. And yeah, I mean, after that game number 1, who isn't hoping for a third one, really, right? Because I think these teams have way more creative drafts up their sleeve and can't wait to see those in action. We have a lot of signature picks that people have been banning out even without having played a game before this. So the teams also try to ban whatever the enemy team is picking. And now I wonder if Otak or Wind Ranger may be banned again. Because
Oh, yeah.
while Wind Ranger isn't the traditional 1 position, it is one of Otaker's favorite comfort heroes.
For sure. But yeah, without any further ado, we need a little bit of a break before we kick off with game 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short pause.
All alive. The devil's in the detail, lingered inside. Oh, a holy crime. But how can I hide you without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Going around like monsters, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence without an alibi. Smoking gun, you got me on the run. We know that will come. We're out up till dawn. But how can I hide it without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. Took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Going around like monsters, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. Took my innocence without an alibi.
I can feel it somewhere inside, haunting like a drug I keep on wanting. There's a love that fits so perfect, it's hard to believe. There's a reason I can feel my heart stop beating, and the air gets tough just breathing. I'm alone, but I'm still feeling like someone's with me. It's strange, I know, but I feel like you're here with me, like chasing ghosts. I know you're out there. Time is unfair, 'cause I know you're out there somewhere, patient, waiting unaware, feeling like your grip might slip too soon. But I'm running, chasing speed and gunning. I'll be right there all of a sudden. I feel your heartbeat lead me straight to you. It's strange, I know, but I feel like you're here with me. It's like chasing ghosts. I know you're out there. Silence fades into the night. Coyotes sing at the moonlight. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Feel the wind touch our face. Let's take a spin to a foreign place. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. I'll hold you close through the night. I won't let go until the sunrise. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Wave goodbye to your city life. Say hello to the desert sky. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. Falling, 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 falling,
Radiant team.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have returned from our little bit of a longer break, But we're back to see what KZ and Marsbet have brought us in store. Marsbet already facing one game away from elimination, but they held up amazingly strong in that game, in that 72-minute game one. By my side, the one and only Joe XD Troy. Welcome back.
It's my pleasure to be here once again for this heavenly matchup. KZ team against Marsbet. It doesn't get much better than this. These two teams, they have a long history. They have a long back and forth between them over at least 7 seasons of EPL now, under different names, of course, because they did rebrand and swap rosters a bunch of times. And yeah, last season, Wish also swapped teams and is now on the side of Marsbet, but they aren't really getting an advantage from that from the looks of it. On the other side, KZ team knew perfectly what Wish's signature heroes were and played around them in the last game. As that last game, it was just insane. 72 minutes of back and forth action, of brawling, of every fight being taken. I do hope this goes to a game number 3, just because it has to, right? It has been so close, with nobody being able to close out the game, with picking up a rapier. It was Lucas who picked up the rapier by the end of that, and Wind Ranger managed to steal it. So that was pretty much what did them in at the end.
Yeah, there was so much. I mean, we were discussing that during the break. I mean, there was so many things going on. It was completely a all around game. We didn't really have enough time to catch a bunch of these things. But yeah, we thought that Otaker brought in the rapier, which is felt kind of uncanny. But at the same time, after going through the scoreboard, it was revealed that Lucas was the one who picked it up, lost it, Otaker picked it up instead, and things were a lot more... Well, it wasn't streamlined for either side. It was all counting down to seconds of will things work out? Will we have enough buybacks to survive this onslaught? But yeah, that was that. Marsbet once again are gonna pick up the Dragon Knight for Mr. Luck, who was one of the most... I mean, aside from Lucas, was one of the most aggressive heroes they could have picked up. And of course, with the Book of the Dead at the end, he was... I mean, they almost ratted it out the game. It was KZ fighting off versus Megas at the end, which was super fascinating to see.
The Book of the Dead truly overpowered still. The reason why we never get to see Necrobook again, the good old-fashioned Necronomicon, because those creeps together with the Dragonite illusions, they did so much work this game around. The Dragon Knight will be picked up once again this time around as a first pick as well. Though KZ team, they got a Phoenix, and that's already indicating that they plan to do some aggressive team fighting, like they do love. That is kind of their signature. I'm surprised how good they've gotten at reading when they can't take the aggressive team fights anymore. Last game it did take them a little bit to actually check, okay, we can't invade anymore, where they lost a really severe fight in the enemy triangle, but at the end of the day they managed to just barely pull it through, even though Anti-Mage managed to come online and be a huge pain in the ass all across the board.
Yeah, you got that one right. I mean, I'm honestly really happy because every single time I see a Phoenix, I'm praying for there to be no Faceless Void, and Marsbet are gonna do exactly that. They're gonna take away the Faceless Void, which is a great hero for Otaker. He's been playing this hero like very, very well. Like we talked about him and the his Wind Ranger history, that he's had about 100 games and pubs thrown into this hero, which makes him to scale up to the way he has, you know, with him. Also, Faceless Void makes the cut as well, so definitely you gotta have a precautionary measure of not getting him into the play. But it's gonna be the most toxic support hero coming up online, and it's the Tuskar, who's great. I mean, we watched the Tuskar in game 1, picked up from the side of... What's his face? I forgot what we were watching, man. It felt like ages ago.
Yeah, that last game, it really did do a number on us.
Yeah.
But we saw Level Up, and I
Yeah,
think the
Level
task
Up.
was picked by Level Up as well, who won with it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It was there. I mean, the amount of aggression this support hero can throw right into your face is immense. Like, throw in the shards, throw in the snowball. It was just a bit annoying at times, because if you want to save your butt with the snowball, you need to aim at something, and if you aim at the wrong target, you're gonna just throw yourself into the fire, basically from the pan into the fire every single time. But even so, this hero is pretty much great at controlling how the team fight is gonna go about, and of course you have the early game potential of throwing this hero through the twin gates and aiding whichever lane needs it most. And Marsbet are gonna pick up Snapfire with the Lich, which I really do hope we're gonna be seeing a Mars here, man. Not gonna lie, this setup is so good for a Mars. It's cheesy as hell, but the Chain Frost with the Mortimer's Kisses, the Ice and Fire combination, or me, it's just too. I love it. I'm sorry.
It's great with the cookies. It's definitely a lot of synergy. What I wanted to address was the Slark ban, which I think is huge if you're picking up the Dragon Knight already. Because Slark, we saw in this first series today how hard he counters the position 1 Dragon Knight, how hard it is for Dragon Knight to carry the late game
Oh
against the
god.
Slark.
Here we
So
go
they keep
again.
a lot of options open, but this is why, okay. This is why they've been drafting for that 4 Protect 1 draft. It's not the Dragon Knight that they want to put in the 1, it's the Anti-Mage.
Again. No.
Ooh, spicy.
No.
Against the Wind Ranger, no less. Is it gonna be a repeat of last game with Otaker's Wind Ranger once again? Because, yeah, we've talked about that between the games as well. While Wind Ranger is more of a mid laner than the safe lane, and I don't like Wind Ranger safe lane in the current patch, Otaker plays a really sick Wind Ranger safe lane. He is like the one guy that actually spams that in his pubs and is good with it.
Yeah. And even so, like Casey, Marsbet are obviously anticipating this is gonna be the last mid lane pick coming in. A nice precautionary measure from Casey for banning out Wish's favorite hero. The Zeus was being great, allowing a lot of vision. Like the vision synergy between him and LeBron's general playstyle with the Enchantress allowed for Marsbet to find these very nice team fights. Like both teams did not jump into team fights where they didn't know that they could have reigned victorious. And like if they knew that the team fight was lost, it's like, okay, we're gonna give them to the rest of us are gonna just run away and flee. I love that for the second time Marsbet are taking a very hard precautionary measure against the Meepo, because Casey did play this, I think it was last weekend if I'm not mistaken. It was a 3-part game. Not sure versus who it was, but the Meepo play was really, really fun to see. It was bad at first, but later on, once you get the scepter, you no longer
Yeah.
have that Meepo codependency from them being away from each other. They're just gonna stack up, tower up, and they're just gonna throw themselves at you, which was super fun to watch. And also the animation of that is super, super funny. But it's gonna be Queen of Pain entering the game last. Still, it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. Yes, I do like the Dragon Knight once again onto Mr. Luck, but for these two spells to work out, more specifically the Chain Frost with the Mortimer's Kisses, you have to have some sort of a way to huddle up those players. And, you know, for these spells to bounce out more and have a little bit more of an impact. As, of course, with the Sonic Wave as well. The individual pickoff is great. At least 2 heroes will be dead every single time. But KZ, I mean, they have picked up their favorites once again. With the Tusk, they can pretty much scatter around anybody on the spot. Phoenix is invulnerable to magic damage when he's in the Supernova, so he's gonna survive through those 2 spells very easily, unless he's targeted down. And of course, once we get the shard play coming in, this hero is gonna be a lot more impactful. Even though laning is always very, scary with Phoenix, but with a double burning damage that they can bring in with the Doom and the Phoenix, if they're gonna take them both into the offlane, things are gonna be a lot more manageable.
I dislike this Queen of Pain pick coming out last, to be honest, from Mars, but well, it does have a good lane against pretty much any kind of hero, and it does leave you open to dealing with any last pick from the side of KZ team as far as the laning stage goes. I think this leaves a very small timing for the Anti-Mage and the Dragon Knight to really come online and join the fight, because by the time this Sonic Wave isn't going to do the trick anymore, Anti-Mage already needs to be there taking heads.
I mean, the very last good thing that they have is they have 2 heroes that can easily jump away, but I would have preferred the Storm Spirit.
Terrorblade, alright, interesting for KZ team. It's a spicy draft. Nice for Protect 1. Terrorblade should be kept safe as long as Supreme doesn't lose the lane. A lot is gonna depend on this Wind Ranger mid now, which is a mediocre lane against Queen of Pain. Then again, I guess they figured, hey, there isn't really such a thing as a good Queen of Pain counterpick that fits with their draft here anymore, so they may as well put Supreme on the Wind Ranger instead. Interesting.
It's
Just
an
as I
interesting
praised
choice.
Otaker and how much he likes the Wind Ranger one, but I did say Wind Ranger is a far better mid lane hero than safe lane. We saw that in the last game as well, where Otaker was kind of slowed down till level 5 and couldn't really do anything. So this game, that's not going to be a struggle, and KZ team a lot faster, which I think is their signature playstyle and is how they do enjoy themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a very interesting combination that they have working around here. I like, by the way, this Otaker Terrorblade skin, which makes him look like a Kunkka. Not gonna lie, it's like, you know, a vicious.
It does have a little bit of a Kunka vibe to it, yes.
But yeah, even so, it's gonna be difficult laning against Wish for sure. Once again, like this guy is playing his mid heroes very, very nicely, very smoothly. But even so, I do like that they have bamboozled what they're gonna be bringing into the mid lane for sure. I do feel fearful for Marsbet because they didn't line up their synergy that nicely with these two heroes, and the Queen of Pain is definitely gonna be a bit awkward altogether. But with the high mobility that they have, they will be getting a Blink Dagger. They already have the Cookie if they want to start off with that. It's gonna be a lot more manageable to try to find these early game engagements, but it is contrary to the playstyle that we've seen last time from Lucas. So if they wanna, you know, draw this game up again, all the way it did, it's also gonna be Otaker's time to shine with the Terrorblade, and as this guy is even bigger of a menace compared to the Windrunner.
Skylar giving out the voiceness. I think, yeah, KZ team, they are feeling good because, like you mentioned, Terrorblade just has the best time outscaling the Anti-Mage. And if Anti-Mage is stronger than you, well, then you're just gonna have Anti-Mage hit himself and burn his own mana instead.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would have liked also, I don't know, the Grimstroke potential, but I like the egg even a bit more from Astral, which does add up to this very juicy healing, to this very, I mean, healing slash damage dealing spell, which is also gonna help out a lot with setting up those nice little Sunders. And Spartan a bit in the danger zone. He's gonna get slowed down for a little bit, but no further aggression is gonna pop up here, even though Mr. Luck will deliver the stun there to try to
3
stop him in
runes.
his tracks. But yeah, it's
Nicely
gonna be 3
done.
runes. This time for Mars, but in contrast to last game.
It is a huge advantage though this early into the game, getting every bit of gold, every bit of rune you can, because Lucas 1 death or 0 deaths before the Battle Fury, that is such a big difference for anti-mages. And him taking that extra little bit of farm into what is going to be a harder anti-mage lane than last game for sure, I think it's like definitely going to be helpful here, because there comes the Phoenix, and Phoenix, as we both know, he is one of the most cancerous heroes in the laning stage nowadays, lighting everybody on fire, making it impossible to last it, while harassing you just for crap tons of damage. And he's laning with a Doom, who's another really good harass and kind of trade resources type of hero. So top is gonna be hard for AM.
Yeah, definitely, until LeBron especially gets the shield up and rolling to try to defend Lucas to the best of his ability. But he's always gonna be left vulnerable, especially if he goes for these deep camp blocks. That's something that Astral will definitely abuse, and I mean, it's a player with fire for sure, and fire in a double connotation, not only spell-wise but also health-wise for the Phoenix. It's a mana slash HP, you know, dependent hero. If he wants to get a lot more aggressive, he will start to burn himself a lot more. And overextensions like that is definitely something that Marsbet will be willing to abuse. And of course, both teams have a very similar mentality when it comes down to playstyle. If one side overextends, the other side will definitely abuse it. And yeah, I mean, the one thing that I've went kind of unnoticed in the last game, both teams have swapped around at least one player amongst themselves. It's what's its face? It's Otaker who used to play in Marsbed, and it's Wish who used to play for KZ. So both teams are pretty much in line in what the other team has in store, and it's looking like Mr. Luck is in danger, as First Blood will definitely be drawn thanks to Otaker and his Metamorphosis.
Yeah, the big Terrorblade timing comes in, and with that, now both side lanes are going to be absolutely controlled up by the side of KZ team, which brings us to the mid lane, where Windranger is also pretty much farming extremely well. So right now, other than Anti-Mage having a chill lane, nothing good is really coming off of it, because Anti-Mage's lane, it isn't going to be that chill until he gets the shield, like you mentioned.
Yeah, chill with pun intended for sure.
Well, as an anti-mage, you don't want to have a chill lane, because you don't want to be forced to sit around and get somebody nice or just bide your time. You want to be up there getting lasted. You want to be aggressive and in your face to make the most out of having the mana break super early on, because it's one of the most powerful laning stage spells. And he can barely even harass, has to dive the tower to try and secure a couple of lasteds.
Yeah,
Not the lane he was hoping for. He is,
probably.
despite everything, farming extremely well though, but already out of tangos.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit more difficult. I mean, I love how deep he went regarding under the tower, and he felt confident that KZ are not gonna try to abuse this, as this is a very favorable lane he can be without any lockdown. Still, LeBron, there's the shield popping up, throws it onto a creep as he realized Astral will always do his best to draw creeps back onto Skylark. But yeah, even so, they don't have any lockdown. They want to get the Tusk into this, but if Tusk leaves his lane, things are going to be a bit more difficult for Otakar, especially until he gets the Sunder to try to self-sustain himself.
Yeah, either that or maybe leave him alone once he gets the level 4 and the next Metamorphosis if you want to go for a super early gang, so Terrorblade can press that Metamorphosis to scare off enemies with. Supreme on mid is also getting ganked here, but eats the Tango and is going to be just fine. However,
Yeah,
out of bottle
big
charges is over on top.
Oh, nice deny of the water rune there, but still Spartan is still in the danger zone. Supreme with no bottle, still LeBron will be the
Skylark.
one to suffer the consequences, even though Lucas is looking pretty low there as well. Astral will try to keep up the pressure, does have the self up and
Nice
running,
ball.
and nice jump away before things get any worse.
Yeah, this top lane, it is really close and action-packed now, as teams have been trying to make something happen over on the mid lane, where Wind Ranger is now looking like an absolute problem for the side of Marsbed, as Supreme has to walk back to the base once, but he is just free farming, is going to have that level 6 in just a little bit, and then he's going to start taking names.
Yeah, of course, the Focus Fire has proven to be an insanely good spell.
Over on bottom lane, out comes a Metamorphosis as well
once
to try for
again.
Mr. Luck.
Mr. Luck is being chased out, but Spartan is completely out of resources. Everything is on cooldown. Last remaining is his little, well, good old magic sticks. And we've seen these ones and sticks doing wonders for either side to dictate the tempo, and there's the snowball getting off of cooldown. Otakar, they will try to jump him away with the cookie, but the damage output from Otakar still in the Metamorphosis is way too much.
That is a huge kill and exactly what KZ team needed, because wasting a Metamorphosis this early into the game would have been a huge drawback. It would mean Dragon Knight gets his ultimate, can start pressuring the tower without too much trouble. Instead though, they shut down that off laner, get their Terrorblade, the perfect start off into the game. And over on top lane, Lucas slowly but surely stabilizing. I mean, it's gonna take the anti-mage a while longer, but last game they were also down a lot during the start and managed to pull back perfectly. So KZ team, I think this time around it's about the follow through more so than just the early game aggression. Because the early game aggression they did very well last game as well, and it was still 72 minutes of back and forth between these two.
Yeah. The good thing, the good advantage that Marsbed have here is this early jump evasion that they can have, because KZ are having only 2 potential lockdowns that they can use in contrast to their last game. And without the mana, especially, which is something that Lucas can very easily control at the start, they're neglecting their potential jump potential, aside from the bottom lane, where Mr. Luck was kind of punished. Up top, Skylark receives a little bit of a heavy hitting, but with Astral coming back to the lane, Skylark is gonna feel safe, manaless, but still alive and well for a little while. And minute 7 is unrolling. Supreme and Spartan are heading towards this Wisdom Rune, where Mr. Luck will try to intercept. Big Num is already there. They're backing up. They have 4 already here to try to intercept onto KZ. Big Num, he's gonna receive the focus fire. Spartan looking pretty low, will throw himself into a snowball, and snatch the Wisdom Rune right in the middle of it. Dies valiantly, but survives, but his teammate survives. What a play. I didn't know you could do that.
Me neither, I didn't know you could pick up runes during the snowball. That is kind of broken. No wonder Tusk is so much more popular nowadays. Because that is gonna be incredible amounts of space. Wind Ranger gets out, can just resume farming. Not the best of first focus fires, but you just forced 4 people to chase and they still just get that equal trade of Wisdom Rune versus support, which is pretty much expected when you steal the enemy's Wisdom Rune.
That was really, really broken, man. I was shocked, like, wait, is the madman gonna do it? Like, you know, And he did it. Mr. Luck once more in danger. Otterker throws in the Metamorphosis. Spartan will throw another juicy snowball in his face. And it's gonna be a Fairy Fire buying seconds, but he survives onto 80 HP only.
Fairy Fire for the win there. This time around he also only has one Bracer completed yet, delaying the second Bracer by a little bit compared to last game where Dragon Knight had a way chiller lane, just that super early double Bracer. And then I think that build is really good, but now I'm not sure if the double Bracer isn't only going to set him back further. He now has that and his power threats completed, so we're gonna see. Dragon Knight I think really needs to push the aggression and the tempo.
Yeah. Speaking of pushing, Marsbet are trying to invade KZ's jungle for a little while, but they're greeted by a little bit of an ugly response where they came prepared for this, even though it's not gonna result in any further aggression. It's just they're trying to make sure Otterker is being protected throughout all of this for him to have a very nice and juicy safe lane, as so far things have been great for him. 2-0 in the bag already. Not the same thing that Lucas is having so far, but they are trying to keep things in check. Skylark already having the Doom with the Veil of Discord is gonna be a Shiva's Guard sooner than later as well. Like, the timing on that Shiva is so freaking juicy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, the Shiva's Guard, the new and improved one, giving plus magical damage after the activation is such a boon for Doom. It allows this really aggressive Doombringer to skip the Midas completely, and it's huge. I don't know, I like the skipping Midas Doom. I hate Doom so much, but mostly just because he's been building Midas for 9 out of 10 patches and just kind of becoming an AFK farming money printer. And I don't like that kind of playstyle from the offlaner. I think the offlaner should be in there, should be aggressive, and with that new Shiva's Guard and Doom just having so much built-in magical damage already, it's kind of back into the meta, and I love it.
Yeah, I love the Boom for Doom, and the Boom for Doom is gonna jump onto LeBron, throwing in the Doom into his face, but Wish and Lucas are there to throw themselves back into the Doom. No mana available anymore. Wish jumps in up front and will claim his life. Skylark is gonna take down LeBron as well, as he doesn't survive throughout the Doom duration. Bignum has the poor unfortunate fate in the mid lane as well, as the Focus Fire has his name written all over it. Nice little Arcane Rune Snatch for Wish, who will stop Spartan connecting onto him with the Sonic Wave, but completely out of mana. The burn is coming in. There's the blink in the very last second to try to, well, to successfully save his life. And a little bit of a bottle
Doom didn't
refill.
get the experience from the Lich kill. That's kind of huge. Skylark is now a little bit under-leveled. So the fact that he died before the Lich did is pretty disadvantageous for KZ team. However, Supreme is still looking good as long as he doesn't die in the mid lane, and he will be smart enough to get himself back, as he knows full well there's a big, huge target on him, as he's the main space creator for Otaker. Though Otaker could also be ganked, like Wind Ranger or Terrorblade. As long as you kill one of the two, Marsbet will easily be coming back into this game right after the laning stage.
Yeah, reinforcements are coming in from both sides. As KZ have their eyes on Mr. Luck, but Marsbet are having their eyes on Otterker. LeBron coming in without a smoke or anything is gonna be instantly locked onto from Spartan and Astral into the shards, and here comes the damage. Otterker claiming yet another kill in his list, and proceeding with the tower push, even though they're gonna pop the glyph as well to make sure it doesn't go down sooner. But Spartan in the backlines finds Wish, who will force himself out of it and doesn't
All
want
the
to do anything
while.
more. Oh, Mr. Luck, there's the snowball coming in with the supernova. No, he's got nothing to survive through it, as the rest of the team will allow him to fall. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, Terrorblade also just getting in lots and lots of hits on that tower. So with that catapult, they're just gonna finish the bottom tier 1 tower, get the map opened up as the first team here.
Right? No.
Oh, this is gonna be huge for KZ team. They just gotta keep running at the enemies, and that's exactly what they're gonna be doing towards the mid lane, where Bignum still wants his level 6, but nope.
Yeah, not gonna get it anytime soon. Lucas will try to get a return kill. Throws himself onto Spartan, Wish and LeBron coming in from the side, but no, they're gonna actually latch onto Supreme. Miss out with the Sonic Wave though. Wind Run came in the right second. Lucas, not gonna be able to get up front, but Wish will be able to manage and take down Supreme. They wanted the Tusk, they got the Wind Ranger instead.
Queen of Pain ultimate even committed, but they do get that Wind Ranger kill by the end of that. That is one of the two biggest targets around the map. Though Terrorblade is still free farming, it's now going 4-0, so I don't think this game is going fast enough for the side of Marsbet right now, who are desperately trying to push down the mid tier 1 tower with the Dragon form, as they need to open up these objectives and
Here comes the
deprive
TP
Terrorblade of as much
with the
farming space as
Sunray.
possible.
Uh-oh, Snowball coming up. There, and with the Wind Ranger as well, they're gonna get on high ground. Nice shackle. They will try to buy some time with the Sinister Gaze, but Skylar coming in with the Shivas from the backlines. They will actually land the Doom onto Wish, Walrus Sponge, the Queen of Pain, and no way for you to blink away this time. We're gonna claim your tower instead, deny ours. Oh, actually, no, Mr. Luck is gonna claim the tower instead.
The tower ticked out,
Yeah.
there wasn't a deny, Dragon Knight damage over time did the trick.
Yeah, the Corrosive Breath doing its wonders. And Lucas.
Wind Ranger, however-
Uh-oh, Spartan. No mana, no nothing, and mana voided down to 0.
Ouch, I mean, that's still really painful, though you kind of see how much Anti-Mage gets punished by Illusions himself from the Terrorblade. Terrorblade doesn't really want to show for that fight yet, so losing the Tusk means you can't really go for that super early Blink Dagger, which is a thing KZ team like to do, pick up a Tusk or a Tiny with a super early Blink to initiate for them. But the Doom on the Queen of Pain still was huge, gave them a giant bonus kill as now 4k gold lead, and lots of space for the Terrorblade who's still feeling absolutely uncontested, though he doesn't necessarily want to 1v1 Lucas.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the one good thing is that Marsbed at this point can have a little bit of a peace of mind until the Doom comes back. The very least, like, Wish can pretty much farm in front of Skylark without any precautions about it. So, until the Doom comes back for yet another minute, they can try to have an open window to, you know, get something in return. But it's something that KZ are willing to punish. We have a double smoke coming up on top, as they know that the location of the Queen of Pain potentially. Marsbed will throw in a little bit of a smoke on their side as well to try to scout out what's going on, but they're being ultra careful both sides. They have eyes on Skylark. Spartan is gonna show himself first, only target without... Ooh, so close before the punch. LeBron, do they have eyes on him? No, it's just gonna be a little dance around these side jungles.
Nice escape there. And still, even if they find nobody, Terrorblade is farming, so this isn't a bad deal for KZ team. That's exactly how they like to play, with these super aggressive 4 Protect 1 variants.
I mean, he's 300
tough.
gold away from the Manta. Spartan once again will
Yeah.
be found. They will throw in the Sinister Gaze, but he's gonna snowball close and personal onto LeBron Sunray a little bit for the defense, but the Mortimer Kisses are gonna do their job. The big ultimate has been used up. They're gonna throw the rest of it onto Skylark, who will receive the entire damage from the Sonic Wave to stop his TP from going all the way through. Supreme runs away, does have the amplified damage, will turn around for the focus fire, and then just pretty much throw away Wish away from him. So the next blink is not gonna land that close, but still they will throw in the long range stun. Sinister Gaze him back up, but not enough damage. Audakar decides to enter the play. Why do I hear boss music?
LeBron dead in the backlines, Queen of Pain still being chased. That amplified damage is probably why they went for such a greedy initiation, as Queen of Pain is just going to teleport out, wave goodbye, and it was still a nice comeback for the side of Marsbed overall. Because Anti-Mage with his Battle Fury is now finally hitting that flash farm timing himself to try and catch up to this Terrorblade, who's still more than 2,000 gold ahead of the Anti-Mage.
Yeah. I mean, finally he can do something about it, but it's gonna take a while until he gets the Manta, until he gets the BKB, until he gets this, until he gets that. I mean, the checklist for AM, it's always expanding as the game keeps on progressing. Okay, I just need this to fight, I just need that to fight, and in the meantime, KZ are using that absolutely to their opportunity, as they know. They have a faster farming carry who can always jump in. And yeah, easy peasy. Skylar gets a solo kill with the Doom used up onto Bignum only, but the rest of the team are trying to scout out something more. Potentially.
I like that aggressive Doom usage, even though it doesn't look like they'll find anyone else. Skylark, he doesn't have a Midas, so he does need to farm heroes instead to kind of keep up the XP gain. He will have level 2 Doom, which is nowadays pretty good, actually online in quite a bit, because the extra damage it deals when people can't heal is quite real. Now a gank is going
Mr.
to snap.
Luck, focus fire into the snowball, and he's got nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, Skylark is gonna be intercepted, and they will throw in the Chain Frost as well to prevent, well, to get a kill and maybe prevent a deny from happening. So it's gonna be a trade-off between the offlaners, even though KZ do have a chance to keep up the pressure into the lane. KZ might
Yeah,
turn it
once
around if
again.
they wanna.
These trades aren't really bad for KZ, as long as there's no full-blown win for a fight for Marsbet. Marsbet are gonna be
Ball
playing on the
onto
back foot.
LeBron. Oh, Spartan, he's gonna get locked into the Mortimer's kisses, so it's gonna be support for support, straight off Wish, throws into Sonic Wave onto Supreme, but is not gonna commit any further, as Astral is joining in as well. Maybe they can get Big Num, Icarus dive. Oh, he misses out on the high ground, but manages to burn through Big Num for a little while. Throws in the Solar Crest to protect himself. Jumps in forward with the cookie. Doesn't connect onto anybody. Astral still chilling around. It's gonna be Lucas popping in to deliver the last hit. And it's a very well welcomed kill for the anti-mage. First
That
kill if
was
I'm not
way too
mistaken. No,
greedy.
3 kills already. This guy hasn't died actually.
Yeah, Anti-Mage has been having a good time ever since that really big team fight over on the mid lane. He's gotten his Battle Fury timing back into a decent state, and ever since has been approaching that Manta style rapidly. He's gonna have that in no time, and will then go for the Lincoln Sphere, try and avoid the enemy lockdown, to try and be put in place quite that often, because once again there is a lot of point target spells that can just screw you, including that Thunder this time around.
Yeah, for sure. But KZR, they're just actively on the move. They scout out Big Num one more time. Spartan, he's not gonna get slowed down. Instantly snowballs and punches Big Num before he can jump away to safety. A little overextension with the focus fire, but a kill is a kill. Do they have any stacks for the taken? Nope, it's just gonna be a little bit more of a safeguarding around here. And they just barely miss out. Oh, actually, they saw this the observer barely at the edge of it. Yeah, they saw the sentry as well, so whew, that was so close.
Lucas at least able to get out. Now, if they would have seen Lucas, he would have been dead. But yeah, Marsbet losing more and more space around the map. 5 seconds till the Queen of Pain has an ultimate again. How long on everything else? Okay, Mortimer's kisses are up as well. This is their timing to fight soonish, because they're running out of time, they're running out of space. And once that Roshan becomes an objective that KZ team can just obliterate with the focus fire in a little bit, then this game is going to very quickly turn one-sided if Marsbet don't have the anti-mage committed to the fights by then.
Yeah, they popped in a 4-man smoke maybe to bait out somebody with Lucas. Windrunner has obtained an Amplify rune, so things are gonna be a lot smoother, but it's gonna be a jump already on somebody. Marsbet are willing to fight into this, and there's a double man smoke because these guys knows there's something up going around in the jungle. And Skylark, yep, there's gonna be a double smoke pop. He could be potentially jumped on as Mr. Luck does have the Bling Dagger available, pops in the Elder form, there's the jump, commits to go under the tower, Mortimer's kisses are coming up as well, but Skylark gets out of range. He's gonna be gazed up for a little while, but throws in the Doom onto Mr. Luck. LeBron will die as well thanks to Astral, and Supreme now keeps up the chase, does have the BKB as well to make things a lot more aggressive. And 20 minutes into the game, could we be looking at a Roshan to use up
I
the rest
think
of the
so.
Amplify? Yeah, it
Yeah.
feels like it.
Definitely, because this was such a good timing for Mars, but actually until that Amplify was picked up by the Wind Ranger, and that completely ended up ruining their fight, and it may end up costing them the game now with this Roche that they instantly transition into, and with the tag team end up taking down relatively fast even.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, Audiker is hitting, Supreme is hitting. Now, this is like not your conventional, you know, mid-caster, it's just a mid-hitter. So this guy is just gonna be building up to more and more damage as time goes by. And with that pickup, that early BKB pickup, which was just revealed in this team fight, it makes things a lot more easier for the survivability of the Wind Ranger. Wind Runner, my bad. Or
Yeah.
no, Wind Ranger, sorry.
It's Wind Ranger nowadays, but
Yeah.
I do agree she should still be called the Wind Runner.
Nope. It can't. It's a last name. Blizzard not gonna allow it to happen.
Sadly.
Yeah, it is what it is. Intellectual property and stuff.
There has
yeah.
been a lot of drama around the whole intellectual property. I'm really thankful that we finally finished changing heroes' names in Dota. And I really hope we're not gonna go back to having that drama again. Because it was so difficult to get like all of the names right. Rave King instead of Skeleton King, stuff like that.
I mean, they managed to pull off a very good event and all around it because I mean, the one thing that Blizzard are always gonna be kind of angry about is that they never had the opportunity to claim the Dota IP when it was pretty much under their nose the entire time. So they went in to monetize the custom maps made in Warcraft 3 in the hopes that maybe some new Dota will pop up and you know
And
it's
it
gonna be
killed
in their
Warcraft
favor.
3, I noticed.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, it's sad for me. Skylar going in for the deep dive onto LeBron. They're gonna stop his safe passage onto the side with the wall, but it's, oh god. That shard came into the very best moment it could have.
Well, it looks like KZ team are actually looking to put us back onto schedule after that 72-minute game they had last time around against Marsbet. They want to end this one quickly as a with 2-0. I don't think this should be ending as a 2-0, but I don't think the anti-mate from Lucas is really the way to win a game here, because this Terrorblade is just going to make his life more difficult as the game goes on, and he still has 3 minutes left on the second life of
He
it.
still needs to farm for another 40 minutes. What are you thinking? Skylord finds Bignum. It's gonna be a little bit of a chase for the Snapfire. 8 more seconds remaining. He's even gonna throw in the Doom just to make sure she dies. Even risks. Oh, almost a
Denied.
deny. No, you cannot
didn't
deny
get
it anymore. As far as
Yeah,
I know, yeah.
He tried. It was like instinctively there for the deny, but that's
Yeah.
right. You
No,
can't
but you
deny
can't.
the Doom kill.
You can't. I mean, from the last patch, you cannot deny Doom players anymore.
Oh, it's so great, because now Doom is not gonna be behind so much when he doesn't build that Midas.
Yeah.
Though this Skylark Doom is actually quite a source of trouble. I know Terrorblade is the main threat that's ahead, but Skylark, he's going to get that Blink Dagger online in just a matter of minutes from here. And we saw what he did with the Blink Dagger last game, even before the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, just being Omega annoying, jumping right into the face of whoever. And I mean, it's a tanky boy. He can literally jump into the face of anybody, throw a bullwhip as well to slow them down. But still, Casey, do you need to have a little bit of a workaround regarding their lockdown? Because yeah, there's always gonna be one Doom target potentially within a big team fight. It's gonna be either Wish or it's gonna be Lucas to prevent him from running away. But you need a second set of chain lockdowns to keep one in place, because they're gonna run away every single time. But time is of the essence, obviously, for KZ, as they want to go in for this tier 3 tower push. Ottakar leading the charge halfway through the Metamorphosis timer. Mr. Luck, he does have the Dragon form available if things get hasty, but right now he's going in for the control. The lower he goes, the more likely he's gonna pop the Sunder, so maybe they're gonna try to bait that out. Nice little cookie stun there, but Wish, oh, it's a double shackle. They will land in the snowball. Wish throws in the they're gonna lose the first life though. Nice little blink away after the Sonic Wave there from Wish to try to protect his butt. Supreme now, oh, in the unfavorable situation. They could get the Wind Ranger. There's a Sunray coming in with the Wind Run, but the second it's off, it's an easy passage to take her down. Astral runs away. Yes, successfully.
Ooh, KZ team may have gotten a little bit overzealous pushing there. That was just not quite enough for them by the end of it. They didn't have the Metamorphosis ready. That was the big issue. They should have gone in with a full Metamorphosis duration. And without a Terrorblade, it's just half as strong all of a sudden. And they wonder, hey, where's our damage gone?
Why is the rum gone? Yeah, but Marsbet did throw everything they had in their repertoire. They threw in the chains, they threw in the Sonic Wave, they threw in... I mean, they didn't throw in the Mana Void, but they threw in the Kisses the very last second, the Elder Form, and everything they had just to keep things protected. And Casey didn't have anything, and right now they will get a lock on Wish, who will be doomed out, silenced up, Sunray down to smithereens. LeBron will be found as well. They keep up the chase onto the Lich, and without anything else to turn things around, Casey will get some nice 2 kills, and maybe a tier 2 for the Taken.
God, such a badass voice line. I gambled, you lost. I knew that was gonna be like the all-chat voice line when the all-chat voice lines were announced, but I'm still really happy about that being introduced.
Kind of
It
toxic.
warms my heart that you can be so toxic. Yeah, exactly. Gotta love those toxic voice lines on toxic heroes. You gotta be in character, right? As
You gotta be in
speaking of
character.
toxic, he's gonna get a bonus kill, as it looks like the top ranks aren't long for this world.
Yeah. I was gonna be like, how toxic is this? Like System of a Down or Britney Spears type of a toxic, but it was, yeah, a bit too much already. Luckily enough for Twitch, I cannot sing, and unfortunately for Astral, it's gonna be the end of the line for 40 seconds. One more time, KZ have been robbed away from their high tower push. Lucas keeps up the pressure onto Supreme. Nice snowball save, but right into the Sonic Wave. Oof, Spartan is gonna stay back to try to protect his buddy, but that's not gonna be enough as Marsbet are focused up, and they will claim the lives of 3 in the process. And a little dance off from Lucas to celebrate. And of course the Lincoln Sphere is online.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, doorbell.
I didn't see that. Like I saw there was a message on Discord, but I didn't realize like who's messaging me right now?
Oh yeah, no, I had to go AFK for just 1 second. Though, yeah, KZ team once again not quite getting that final push in as they wanted to. Are chipping away at the Dire base bit by bit.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully for Mars, but they do have a little bit more of a better situation right now because KZ don't have that much of a single target damage output that they have as previous games, so doubling down on those Lincoln Spheres and stuff like that with the shields might more likely save the anti-mage's life. And they do have this all-time escape mechanism, so until, well, it's gonna be a Lincoln Sphere coming in first for Supreme. I would have opted in for the Gleipnir a lot sooner just to keep him in place. But that Sonic Wave was so juicy, man.
Yeah, I really gotta agree with that. And the extra catch, man oh man, that is going to be a problem for KZ if this game goes on, because as you can see, Lucas is starting to become really hard hitting too with now that MKB queued up. Though we're gonna see, because Anti-Mage still has a really big target on his back, and like we said earlier, with Reflection, Anti-Mage is gonna suffer to his own damage a little.
LeBron, Shackle, Focus Fire, no way for you to run and hide. You're gonna try to buy yourself some time with the shield, but just prolong the inevitable.
Yeah, Astral gets a nice little lich pick off there, and even though it's just support with 40 seconds of cooldown, he doesn't have a buyback, and this tower is going to get continuously pressured down by the Terrorblade. Well, they're really just trying to make this anti-mage poor, make this Queen of Pain fall behind a little bit more before going for the final push. Have learned their lesson the hard way with that last attempt, as Roshan is back up again, but you first gotta get a kill in order to make that happen, and a bigger one than the lich.
And a kill
Doom
is
gonna
pending as
attempt it.
Kyler commits a jump onto Wish, the best target you could wish for a Doom, and he's gonna allow her to tick off, but Mr. Luck is gonna be there to prevent the TP from going through. Rest of KZ are not gonna be able to make it on time to protect their buddy. It's actually a really big streak going into Mr. Luck's way. But even so, disabling the Queen of Pain. I mean, if they found the right momentum altogether to defend this, they could have had more kills out of it. But now they've lost 2 crucial heroes on both sides. KZ are gonna be greeted, but they're gonna instantly lock on to Mr. Luck. There's Snowball coming in as well. They keep him in check and melt him down through the Elder Form. Lucas jumps in onto Spartan, Supernova with the Sunray, and they will manage to melt through him. Spartan barely, well, didn't survive the onslaught.
81 seconds, no buyback. Oof.
Yeah,
That's rough.
that's really rough. 70 seconds. KZ definitely do have a chance to push this, and they will know if AM doesn't buy back anytime soon. He doesn't have a buyback at all.
Yep,
Or
with
they're just gonna
Terrorblade
walk away
already
because of Wish. Supreme, slow
waiting
down.
away.
Sinister gaze him back, but Audacard sees this as an open entry, still sees where LeBron is, and they will take him down. The power shot is gonna be a kill steal.
They should have waited for the Metamorphosis to time out. As now Terrorblade has to be a lot more careful, can only send his illusions to push really, but before that, he was hitting so freaking hard from range. Okay, now the real Terrorblade dares to step forward even, as
They
yeah,
will
now I
go
think
in.
they figured out what you just said. The anti-mage does, as a matter of fact, not have a buyback, and mid tier B tower will be contested next with all of those illusions and all of that push ready for 25 more seconds until anti-mage is back.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're just gonna serve ourselves a little bit of a Roshan, get some Aegises going on, get some cheeses as well, to make things a lot more bearable. 27 on to 16 with 10k net worth favoring KZ for the time being. Even though Marsbet, once again, are not playing with, you know, with everything they have pulled off some very nice defenses so far, and they will try to intercept this Roche kill. But he's gonna be gone long before you manage to reach him. As again,
All the while, Terrorblade gets some base damage in as well. Anti-Mage forced to defend, and still the objectives are ticking lower. And the Roshan has already gone the way of Otaker, who can now put
yeah.
the real Terrorblade in the way of harm as well. Marsbet still 4-man smoked out of the base, but that is a really risky position to be in.
Find somebody. I mean, they might see Otakar here. Mr. Lucas already has eyes on him, but he has 2 lives Sunder to use up. Does have the Metamorphosis. Will scout out Lucas first. Mr. Luck does have the Elder Form needed. LeBron is just gonna stick around, break the smokes in a very nice deep positioning there, but still Skylar keeping up the pressure. Really wants to find the target to doom. Mr. Luck pops up the Elder Form, but he's all by himself there, shackled into the trees. Will throw in a stun onto Supreme, but it's gonna just break the Lincoln Sphere. Focus fire, snowball coming up, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Dragon Knight at least has a buyback ready to try and defend this base for a little while longer. But with that Aegis being on Terrorblade, it is still going to be a very hard fought battle. Anti-Mage, meanwhile, he got enough money for his buyback as well, just barely. He got like
Just
80
recently.
gold surplus.
Yeah. I mean, when I opened up the buyback status, he didn't, but then he farmed up a couple of creeps and it was fine. Still. Oh my god. KZ do have a second life available if things get awful. Otakar pops up the Metamorphosis and goes in for the high ground push right into the enemy face. Marsbet are not gonna dedicate everything they have here for the defense. They're just gonna throw in the Mortimer Skizas, which Otakar is just gonna avoid there. And
Yeah, the
will they
anti-mage
go in for
illusion's
more?
a little bit annoying, but they have pressed Metamorphosis, so I think during that Metamorphosis they really need to keep going. As that's gonna be
They
good
will get a
range,
lock
drag
on
damage.
Sonic Wave. Spartan saves himself a little while with the snowball, but he once again is gonna be in the danger zone still. KZ are gonna claim all of the racks in the mid lane. Skylark now he has committed to an early age scepter.
Aghanims, and I
Yeah,
don't think it's really working out for him here.
Not really. I mean, he did try his best to buy some time while Supreme was throwing himself onto the last racks up top with the amplified damage, but the Glyph of Fortification, that was a really nice call to make.
Yeah, let's see, cause Anti-Mage, he doesn't have that buyback anymore. Isn't keeping the money ready for it. I'm not sure if they could get him punished for it or not.
No idea. Lucas is pretty much stepping way out of his line there, which could be potentially punished up. But KZ are not gonna overextend this time, as they do have a different target potentially in mind, which is Wish. They will instantly jump in, hex him down, focus fire, but it's not gonna be enough, and this is the lockdown issue that I was talking about earlier. You don't have enough to keep the Queen of Pain in check, and she's just one of the potential threats.
Maybe Sheepstick for the Wind Ranger after Wind Ranger has finished the Daedalus.
Yeah, there's one Sheepstick available onto Phoenix, but they will need something else to line up a chain lockdown. And Mr. Luck is playing Observer in the meantime.
I accept this offering.
15,000 gold lead, but it's not about the gold anymore. It is about the question, who does Anti-Mage jump, or does he even jump anybody?
Well, he's gonna get jumped upon instantly. They will pop the shield for a little while. Supreme lurking in the backlines will pop the Lincoln Sphere, but nice double shield there for the rescue. For a little while, will they try to turn this around? Maybe, potentially. If they
Focus
kill
fire
Lucas,
has
he
now
doesn't
been
have a
used.
buyback again.
Yeah, though it's 10 seconds till Wind Ranger can really go onto anybody again. They're chasing for an opening, but this awkward timing where Wind Ranger just suddenly lags her damage for a little while, it
can go for
still
it.
kind of sucks.
Metamorphosis is up, Doom is up, everything is up. If they go on and commit, Mr. Luck is 25 seconds away from the Elder Form, which is, I don't think it's something that KZ know of, because they never saw the dragon form unveiling itself. last time. But
Yeah,
they're
they
just gonna go in for
definitely
the Mega.
hadn't caught that timing. Doom is ready to jump with the AoE, though nobody really finds two people to jump on. So
There's
Otaker
the
is
Metamorphosis. They will commit for to a jump into the Sonic Wave. Otaker doesn't have the Aegis anymore, but he will throw in the Thunder to survive. Lucas is gonna die first at 90 seconds without the anti-mage. The double buyback will be thrown from LeBron and from Wish, but the Supernova is gonna hold everybody in place. Mr. Luck dies out. Big Num is being chased out. Wish keeping up the pressure onto Supreme, but he's gonna survive an insanely low HP, but not for long. Still, the Megas will be secured on the side of KZ as they can keep up the pressure versus the last two players remaining. Hex onto LeBron, they are willing to keep up the chase. There's the last buyback being used up from Big Num, who doesn't have anything else available. Oh, Mr. Luck just got his as well, and they will try to throw themselves onto Skylark. Nice snowball save, instantly turning onto LeBron. With the punch, they will take him down. Still, rest are locked out of it. Skylark TPs away successfully. It's only gonna be Spartan losing his life in the process.
the support for so much base damage. This one tier 4 is down, the mega creeps are now coming in, and Terrorblade, he managed to teleport back out to the base, walk all the way back to the enemy base. That's why we haven't seen him for a whole while, but he is now also ready to go with full everything, has just quickly picked up his item, is now pretty much 6 slotted, can still replace the boots with a swift blink, I guess, if he wants to be super aggressive here, but other than that, he is looking solid.
By the way, open the recap as soon as you can, because you can see the high five exchange during the team fight.
Oh, hell yeah! High
That
five,
was so
it's actually
cool.
there.
Yeah, I just opened up and I was like, "What's with these little hands?" And I'm like, "It's a high five." Oh my god! I mean, it's crucial. The high fives are a great strat there. Maybe if you see
Yeah, you
high
gotta
fives on
get-
the other sides, it's gonna be even funnier.
You gotta get in the enemy's heads, that's the important bit, and asking somebody just before they're about to die for that BM high five, it's always a classical move, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's always about these little distractions, and especially when we had. Do you remember, like, when we had these balloons that people can, toss around, and they would toss them on high ground?
We have stuff like that right now. We have the penguins. We have the little
Yeah,
tiny
the penguins
penguin.
are now in.
I'm surprised we don't see more of that being used, and fun little Christmas hats, and they give us lots of fluff for the holidays. I love it. I think
Yeah.
Valve should always give that for like every season, and I'm surprised that pro players aren't annoying each other with it. Maybe they disabled in the pro lobbies or something like that, but it should be there. There should be a fireworks when you just killed the enemy carry or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're trying to drop down the gentleman's agreement. We're not gonna be toxic about this. Spartan commits for a jump there just to scare off Lucas. Mr. Luck is gonna jump in with the Blink Dagger, but nice little 4-step away with a cookie. It's gonna bring him back onto the high ground. Skylark still committed for the jump there, willing to throw in the Doom, but LeBron is gonna be instantly deleted in the process. One tier 4 has already been claimed. The second one is protected just by the backdoor protection. Mortimer's kisses are flying in. Mr. Lucas tries to throw himself onto Otakar, but nice little save there, and eventually Lucas will melt down. Insta buyback onto his side, but here comes Skylark with the Doom AoE. He will latch onto Mr. Luck, who is 90 seconds away from the team fight. Last glyph of fortification to defend this tier 4. And there's the punch coming in onto Lucas, and they will completely lock him down. 2 minutes, GG is gonna be called up. And KZ are proceeding further into the European Pro League. Marsbet are gonna unfortunately leave us at the very start of these playoffs. But what a game.
It had to be one of the two, and
had to
for this
be.
game, not lasting 72 minutes, it was still an amazing and interesting back and forth with lots of action, though I think the anti-mage was really the weakest link, because from last game they had learned so much about that anti-mage, and the Queen of Pain as a space creator, yeah, she's great throughout the early game, but if your late game, the anti-mage is also getting countered by a Terrorblade, then good job. Queen of Pain now created space for a carry who can't really do anything other than burn his own mana.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, the one thing that we kind of overlooked, Supreme and Otakar both opted in for a very early dataless play, which added a lot of crit damage in their favor, and also Otakar was overfarmed, had the Scotty very early on, added up with the Butterfly, and he was ready to go 10-0. 11 until the very last second. Supreme did die 4 times, but this guy has been pretty much untouched the entire game. has only died once with the Aegis available, but it doesn't count to the end score, so nobody will know unless they were here. But yeah, congratulations to KZ. This was the second match for today. I mean, I was kind of hoping for them to go all the way, but I guess Marsbet were pretty much tired out from that first game. And it was, yeah, too much.
It does go to show that KZ are the team that over the years have, or well, over the last year have grown a lot more than Marsbet from the looks of it, as what used to be a bitter rivalry with a slight favor for Marsbet has actually turned into what looks like KZ dominance. An amazing performance there. They did get that perfect read on Lucas, and it looks like the player swap, it ended up favoring KZ as well, because they had got another aggressive player for their 5-man stack, which is really what they're all about, right? They have always been one of the most aggressive teams here in the EPL, and they will keep up doing exactly that with Terrorblade, who may not be seen as the fastest carry, but man, oh man, he went 4-0 at like 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he was insane about this, and even though I was kind of fearing that Marsbet might be able to turn this around, they lost their momentum. They had the potential big jumps they could have done throughout the game, but it was completely impossible. I mean, Anti-Mage, yeah, he was as high of a level as Terrorblade was at the very end, but he was so idle throughout the entire experience. He has only participated in 13 kills compared to Otakar, who's been there for 21 out of 39 total, which, I mean, it was obviously at one point too much to handle.
Yeah, definitely. And I do agree with the choice of making the Wind Ranger mid. I think also that was another really huge reason why this time around having that Wind Ranger once again ended up so well for them, because Marsbet, they assumed this to be a core Wind Ranger. They picked that anti-mage straight into the Wind Ranger, saying, you know what, we got an early Skull Basher, we keep the Wind Ranger locked in place, and the enemy is just not gonna have a carry. Well, guess what? Surprise, surprise, anti-mage is instead gonna get counterpicked.
Yeah. You thought, I'm not gonna curse on stream, but yeah, you thought we were gonna do it again, just like you did, but no, we're gonna be better at this. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, first of all, I'm gonna bid JoeXD try farewell. Thank you very much for joining me for these 2 games, and I hope you enjoy your Christmas vacation, and I hope you have some fun time with your family throughout this festive weekend.
Thank you very much. I'm sure I will chat to everyone celebrating the Western European version of Christmas as well. Merry Christmas. Because I know the Orthodox have it as well after like January, right?
It's 7th of January, so there's no EPL then, so then I would have been the one going AWOL and congratulating you on the Orthodox Christmas.
Too bad, but I'll be bringing some EPL action on Christmas as well. Until then, I will be seeing all of you guys. Thank you very much for having me, Base Defender, as it has been an amazing 2 series.
It's been amazing indeed. Once again, thank you very much for being here. But we're far from over, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more match ahead of us, which is going to be one of the upper bracket matches. It's going to be Klim Sani4 versus Team Tickles. So last year's finalists versus one of the highest training group stage contenders of Group A, facing off versus one another. So definitely we're going to be in for a treat either way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. Falling, falling, falling. Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
A pair of jeans, a shirt or two. We didn't pack as if we weren't going back. It doesn't matter if it's true. I've got a feeling love will give us what we lack. The world is waiting up. The world is waiting half a step beyond our door. Yeah. And if it's not enough, I wanna see the stuff the world has got in store. I wanna take it all in, I'm falling. The cityscape by night, wanna catch in my photos. Where you go, every corner twice as bright. They'll be my treasures forever. When I can't hold you tight, I'll see the Stockholm lights. The Stockholm lights, the Stockholm lights. Tomorrow feels a year away, like the seconds, the beginning and the end. But if in time it's yesterday, your picture's gonna bring it home to me again. The world is waiting up. The world is waiting half a step beyond our door. And if it's not enough, I wanna see the stuff the world has got in store. I wanna take it all in, I'm falling. The cityscape by night, wanna catch in my photos. Where you go, every corner twice as bright. They'll be my treasures forever. When I can't hold you tight, I'll see the Stockholm lights. The Stockholm lights, the Stockholm lights.
10 seconds remaining.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last game of today between Klim Sani4 and Team Tickles. The first upper bracket match we're witnessing today. One team will proceed further into the semifinals, and one team will drop down into the lower bracket and be facing off the rougher path between elimination and progressing forward. Before we kick things off, I am willing to say a very big thank you for JoeXDTry for helping me out with the first two matches for today. I'm going to be taking over for the rest of the evening. I'm Michael Base Defender, for those of you who know, for those who don't. Welcome to the European Pro League Season 15. And we have reached the end of the line, so we are into the playoffs at this point, so things are getting a lot more spicier. Level Up and KZ team have survived the first round of eliminations. They're progressing forward into the lower bracket quarterfinals. And now, actually, no, my bad. We are in the upper bracket semifinals, so whoever progresses fourth will be going into the upper bracket final. One step closer to the Grands. And Team Tickles are gonna open up with the good old Nature's Prophet, one of the most annoying supports you can find at this point into the patch. I mean, he was even predominant last time around as well, being omega annoying when it comes down during the laning stages, helping out with the deep vision wards at the very start of the play, and of course later on growing into an additional pushing power and sniping kills with the Wrath of Nature. On the other hand, Klim Sani4 are opening up with Tiny. So it's a good old favorite, very reliable hero, very reliable pick. Toss avalanche combinations into whatever else the draft has to bring in. So we're not going to be seeing Chen, no Clockworks, Wind Rangers, Dragon Knights, Bat Riders, Timbersaw, Primal Beast, Mars, and Gyrocopter. So picks that are pretty familiar, that we have, I mean, two of these we've seen a lot during the last matchup between KZ and Marsbed, which game one ended up being 73 minutes, which was pretty much insane until the very last second. Second time around, attempts were being made by Marsbed to try to settle the score with a very similar draft, but they in some way got bamboozled as KZ rotated the Wind Ranger from a safe lane position carry onto the mid lane position.
5 seconds remaining.
So what else? I mean, what else can be said? Team Tickles were the finalists in last season, where they got beaten by Bait, who unfortunately have not entered the playoffs this season. So I wish them more luck next time around. As Klim Sani4 are a bit of a newer, I think this is the first appearance they're having in EPL. This is a fairly new combination of players, but it's not an unfamiliar set of players, so I haven't really had the chance to cover these guys during the group stages, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a shout out for Munkushi, Chiro Jr., Cloud, Sweet and Strong, and Respect. So Sweet and Strong, I think we've had him in previous teams. It was, I mean, he used to play for Level Up. He might still be playing as I can see from his Wikipedia profile, but Level Up have already set themselves up with another lineup with a double substitute, so they've been playing with Focus, MTD, BB, 3PX, Desire, Lupicione, Borania Vazia, and they had Mitch rolling in today as well to help things out.
Dire team pick.
And I don't know why the game went a bit quiet for me at this point. Might have been something between the channels, but it's gonna be a Razor picked up for Klim Sani4. A very good offlaner, an even better mid laner, depending on who they're facing off. But for Team Tickles, it's gonna be the Tuskar with a Darkseer combination so far, which I was kind of hoping to see earlier on today in the previous matchups. More likely for Navi Jr. between Level Up, but unfortunately he was not being picked up by either side still. It's gonna be a fun combination, vacuuming people up, throwing them into a wall. more likely, this, I mean, they have solidified the support so far, Team Tickles and their offlaner. Klim Sani4 are opting in for the good old Pudge. And I mean, something that we have seen previously. This is a hero that can very easily thrive on melee heroes especially. So Darkseer and Tusker will definitely be an easy target for him to capture, and of course the Nature's Prophet if he tries to run away in a Sprout.
5 seconds.
And of course
remaining.
every single kill given to him adds up to more armor with the Flesh Heap, so try to get out of the hooks, boys, because this guy is of course gonna take you down in every chance you get. So, I mean, it feels... I'm kind of conflicted though, if this is gonna be a mid-laning Pudge as the good old days, or is it gonna be like a position 5 or 4 or something of the sorts, but with the techies being picked up, Klim Sani4 are going in for... I mean, this feels like a meme draft, like a long-forgotten Dota 2 5 or 6 years ago or something like that. I mean, brings out very good and traumatic memories back in mind.
Remaining.
But it's a very interesting combination that they have here. Toss into
5 seconds.
the Pudge,
remaining.
jump in with the AoE Silence and Razor to throw in the Plasma Fields and soak up the entire damage for whoever is standing on the other side. So it is gonna be a fun matchup to see either way. As Team Tickles might be confused about this, I mean, the Pudge and Techies combination is something... I mean, we're still building up towards a meta with the latest patch, but
Dire team back.
it's gonna be fun either way. And Team Tickles are gonna go in with the Storm Spirit, the good old... Well, another lightning-based hero versus the Razor, which... I mean, previously we have seen a lot of Zeuses today. Actually, no, my bad. It was just one the second time around. He was banned out. But it allowed for a lot of good leaning control, a lot very good vision as the game
5
kept on
seconds
progressing.
remaining.
As for Team Tickles, they have to wrap things up with their safe laner at the very end, so they still have some time to figure out what they're gonna go with. As for Klim Sani4,
Team ban.
it does feel like this Razor is more likely to be off-laning here, based on... I mean, Team Tickles are thinking that the last pick is gonna be a mid-play here, which could be... I mean, you have a lot of combinations here. I'd actually prefer the Razor going in mid and maybe pick up a Magnus if you want to keep up with the meme draft.
5 seconds
RP
remaining.
people, throw them into an AoE Silence at the end of the skewer, and then just Pudge hand picking whoever he wants to Flesh Heap. But it's fun to see either way. So 50 seconds remaining. I don't have a lot to say here because as I said, Klim Sani4 are the first time it's the first time I'm covering this team, so I'm a bit unfamiliar with their playstyle and what they do and how they go about it. They have faced up KZ previously, and they have faced a lot of strong teams which they have beaten up. So KZ, I mean, they have lost against KZ by a 2-1. And they have lost against Yellow Submarine, who unfortunately got eliminated, but they got clean victories over Bait, Level Up, and Cybe. And Cybe are pretty much one of the strongest
10
holding
seconds
teams
remaining.
so far of the EPL. I don't think that
5
they've
seconds
made
remaining.
minor changes regarding their lineup of players, but it's been Nesfear, Klasno, Rain for quite some time now. And those are names that we're pretty
Dire
familiar
team
with.
pick. Radiant
So
team
no
pick.
Medusa and no Faceless Void to wrap things up, and Team Tickles are gonna add insult to injury by bringing in the Spirit Breaker as their last pick, so... Which leaves the question... I mean, this is still a very flexible draft that they have here. As...
10
I mean, Spirit
seconds
Breaker
remaining.
is more likely to be off-laning,
5 seconds remaining.
maybe with the Nature's Prophet as a position 4. Which leaves Darkseer to be a carry here? Which is kind of interesting, not gonna lie. Or maybe we have a little bit of a switch with, I mean, Tusker going position 5, Spirit Breaker offlaning with Darkseer as a support, and then Nature's Prophet going in as carry, but that's a far more less likely scenario. that we might be seeing here. As Nature's Prophet hasn't been a carry for a very long time.
Choose your
And of
hero.
course, Klim Sani4 are gonna wrap things up with Ember Spirit. A long time no seen hero as well. And it adds up perfectly to this. I mean, it's a very ancient draft that we're seeing here. I really want to see how it's gonna unroll. It's a lot of potential here to wrap targets around with the searing chains, throw the Ember Spirit around for a lot of damage. Tiny with the toss avalanche as per usual. I mean, all of these heroes are pretty much self-explanatory. Cloud is definitely going to be taking the Razor in offlane, so let's just do a quick check of how Team Tickles are going to be lining this up. So that's going to be Alnit taking the Nature's Prophet as a carry indeed. Lauren off Storm Spirit, I mean, that was pretty much self-explanatory. Position 4 Spirit Breaker, and a position 3 Darkseer. So it's a very interesting and unusual combination that we're seeing here. I did not expect, I mean, Nature's Prophet being picked up first always alludes to this guy being a support, but instead it's gonna be a carry. So yeah, with that being said, I really don't know how to go about this because Klim Sani4 have been having very good drafts. They've been having very good plays so far during the group stages. But Team Tickles are also a force to be reckoned with, as they have been also, I mean, they've been second in their group if I'm not mistaken. But they are also strong contenders, which walked all the way until the end of the line of last season. But without any further ado, we will see fate as it keeps on unfolding itself in Game 1 between Team Tickles and Klim Sani4. First, upper bracket semi-final so far of the European Pro League season 15. And a double smoke to kick things off. It does feel like we haven't seen a double smoke in ages. It's always one team going in for the element of surprise, maybe going in for the deep warding or just to be plain annoying. Even though Klim Sani4 do have a very good chance to try to pick off somebody here. Tira Jr. is gonna break the smoke. Definitely somebody is lurking over there on the high ground. But they're not sure who it may be. So they're just gonna revert, fortify their position down bottom. Maybe in hopes of somebody showing themselves over there. But yeah. I'm really curious
30 seconds to battle.
to make off what this game could be potentially. And here are the penguins that we spoke of earlier with Joe. Maybe they will be memified throughout the game to get some extra intel going about. But we'll see. I mean, I'm a bit conflicted. Maybe I'm a bit tired as well from the matches that we've seen today. And I was kind of, you know, anticipating for the heroes to start throwing themselves already. But it seems like it's gonna be a safe distribution between the runes. Both teams acquired 2. And we're ready to kick things off. So it's gonna be a position 5 with... Hold up. It's gonna be a... Wait a minute. Don't tell me that... Okay, it's gonna be a Pudge carry here? What are we looking at? What the hell? No, for reals. It's gonna be a carry Pudge, which is okay, fairly interesting to see as... Yeah, Team Tickles do have 3 melee heroes that they can very easily handpick over here. With a support techies, and up top it's gonna be, yeah, the Razor and the Sweet and Strong Razor Tiny combination, which was a bit more self-explanatory, but I didn't really know, I couldn't pinpoint what this Pudge will be doing here. But it's just gonna be a straight up annoying lane here, as Narman attempts to pull the lane away. Respect pretty much anticipated this was gonna happen, and intercepts the lanes altogether. Nice little sticky bomb onto Narman. Still Force is trying his best to farm this up to the best of his ability. They will manage to split the lanes once more. Munkushi getting those very juicy early last hits, and Force just trying, yeah, to get one creep away. So he's not gonna be facing the lane himself. Munkushi just trying to rob him away take away the creeps. Like, this is a very, very meme lane over here that we're seeing. Still hasn't unleashed its full potential as we're still at level 1, level 2. But as time keeps on going, it's gonna be very fun to see. Mid lane, Chira Jr. versus Lorenov. The battle between the brothers. Ember Spirit versus Storm Spirit. Both of them have already obtained their bottles, and it's Chira Jr. getting a little bit more ahead with those last hits, as it's slightly easier to land in those melee hits rather than the ranged ones, even though there hasn't been any denies coming in from Lorenov, but he's having a very nice time with landing in those last hits, and first blood is gonna be drawn down bottom as Olnid will take away the life of respect. I guess it was a bit too annoying of a play coming in from the techies, and a nice little rotation down bottom. Even though it is, I mean, it is a carry, Nature's Prophet, that we're seeing here, which is quite interesting. But still, I did not anticipate that we're going to be seeing these types of early rotations, but even so, it's a very nice addition. I mean, it's a very nice opening kill for the Nature's Prophet, so he can have a little bit more of an advantage. It does still have, you know, the support quote-unquote mentality that we've seen around, but I like this utilization a bit more of the Nature's Prophet being a bit more annoying, as it does add up kills to himself rather than to support kills all around the map. An interesting thing to see is, in contrast to the previous, I mean, once again, I'm gonna say we're at this point very much used to the Nature's Prophet playing as a support. We do have the Treants being skilled up first rather than the Sprout, so it's just gonna be the teleportation around the map, maybe a little bit of an early push as the game keeps on going, and of course I'm expecting this to be a rat at the end of it. Plasma field, nice little damage coming in. Sweden Strong trying to maybe get Ducalis tossed back into Klaus's hands to maybe get a nice kill onto the Tuskar, who still hasn't scaled up the Snowball, but they will manage to get him eventually. It's gonna be a tag team for a little while. Ooh, bad teleportation right into the Avalanche, and Ducalis is completely out of mana. Olnit is gonna TP back to base to try to protect himself at the very least, and that was a little bit of a miscommunication coming in from Team Tickles there, as this is the advantage that the Razor is always gonna be having here. Steal a bunch of steal a bunch of damage, throw it back at your enemies, and of course, keep up the lane to the best of your ability. Mid things are looking a little interesting, as still there hasn't been any big initiations between these two. A lot of damage has been tossed back and forth, but it doesn't seem like Lorenov is getting the better of it. Norman barely makes it out alive there, as yeah, definitely he might have been hooked up here and maybe rotted down a bit. Force in the danger zone, they will connect with a sticky bomb, but still no casualties to be found on this side for Team Tickles. Back in mid though, Lorenov keeps up the heavy punching though. Both spirits have ran out of charges in their bottles, so it's gonna be the long way out of the lane for Lorenov to pick up the bounty rune, which definitely is gonna allow Chiro Jr. to get closer to his remnants. And annoying up top, Norman charges up, takes down Cloud, and they will throw themselves onto Sweden Strong. Blood Grenade coming in, Sprout as well from the... but they're just gonna cancel it for a little while. Ducal is looking pretty low there, but they have Sweden Strong cordoned up, and Olnit will claim yet another kill, adding up to a killing spree in his favor. And things are definitely, with the remnants now up in play, are gonna be a lot more sustainable for Chira Jr. At least every 60 seconds. Norman? Will be able to snatch the Arcane Rune. Respect. Trying to fight off versus Lorenov will be forced to make a run for it, as Sweden Strong has arrived to tackle down Norman in the backlines and punish him completely for claiming the Arcane Rune. A little bit of a play around the observers, but it's gonna be a nice synchronization between Sweden Strong and Chira to make sure the money goes in their favor. And I was about to say that in the meanwhile, everything is pretty calm here from Mukushi, but he's the next target to be charged up. Nice vacuum coming in from Force. Narman will land in with the jump on it, sprouting in from behind. And no, it looks like Force will eventually die here. Mukushi, there's the first flesh heap, but Olnit is still dedicated, willing to claim at least one life in his favor. As he's a bit locked out, does have the magic wand available if things get uber bad, and oh, not gonna be able to proc it in time. Munkushi claiming all 3 lives of the aggressors that tried to take him down, and that was some very juicy 3 additional strength going in thanks to the flesh heap. And of course it's gonna be an Aghanim Scepter popping up for a better rod. And I can't believe I'm seeing this. Not gonna lie. I mean, I guess the damage output, yeah, it was very shy against the Klim Sani4 over here. They did feel like they had it in the bag, but the setup was there, but unfortunately, Klim Sani4 do have a better damage output with these two. Cloud gonna resort for a little while within the jungle. A bit soon for that double stack, but he's gonna get the ancients either way. Meanwhile, a little bit of a calamity around the mid lane as Chira Jr. is actively trying to chase Lorenov, but is gonna fall short unfortunately as the Searing Chains are still on cooldown. But at the very least, he's gonna be able to push away the wave for a little while. Get some pressure onto the mid lane tower while the rest of Klim Sani4 are gonna throw themselves onto Force yet again. There's the Avalanche Tosh into the sticky bomb. Munkushi is gonna be stopped in the middle of it, and they will latch on to Munkushi. Force unfortunately will be taken down. Lorena finally zip-zapping back and forth will be able to take 2. Oh, and they're right in the middle of the jump. He will Vortex Respect back, who is gonna be a bit locked down around the trees, but even so, Team Tickles will finally get some very nice 3 kills off of this bottom lane, which I bet has been annoying for quite some time. And reinforcements are gathering up at this point from both sides, as neither side is willing to leave this lane just yet. As Lorenov has found a nice little double stack here to farm up. Klim Sani4 are aware that there is something lurking in their forest, in their jungle, but they're not gonna overextend to it. As Team Tickles, they are gonna somewhat rotate back into the mid lane, which Klim Sani4 might be anticipating, not really sure. They're gonna just pop a 3-man smoke. Who will they find? What will they see? Lorenov definitely has been spotted up here. Chira Jr. instantly jumping on. Hook shot. Nice little attempt for a stop there from Norman, but Lorenov will be able to get on the high ground and save himself for a little while. Chira still dedicated to try to get a kill out of this Ducalis with the shards, buys himself some distance, but the sticky bomb will latch onto him along with the Slay of Fist. Up top, it's not so calm as I thought it would be, as Cloud, even with the Eye of Storm, is gonna be a target for Olnit and Narman to take down. As I assume they have let him slide for a little bit too long now that their tier 1 tower is under siege, so a nice little fast rotation coming in from Team Tickles, and they will take down the Razor. So far, both teams are having a lot of fun. The score is equal with 1k net worth just jumping back and forth. Munkushi already having the Veil of Discord up and running. 2 more items are away from him getting the Scepter upgrade. But he's gotta be careful, as Team Tickles will try to rob him off away from the advantage. All that is still on the top of the net worth, almost very close to the Pudge at the same time, but all of these rotations from Team Tickles, some of them successful, some of them unsuccessful, have put them on the back lines regarding their offlaner and their mid player. And with claiming the tier 1 tower, Klim Sani4 are gonna not allow that to slide. Shira Jr. is in danger and they will take him down. Narman, a long range charge just to land onto Respect. Lorinov with the Vortex will get onto Munkushi and a nice triple man jump with the silence, but still it's not gonna be enough. Both lives will be claimed, all 3 actually, from Klim Sani4 in this bottom lane siege. Even though, I mean, that jump was very juicy and the damage output from the Ted keys itself was so freaking good.
Tower is under attack.
Team Tickles have pretty much measured up their opponents, and I mean, they went in with the most classic of Dota signature heroes in the book, so they're pretty much easy to read. Up top, Cloud is gonna be charged up, Snowballed, Olnit coming in with the Treants as well. Respect trying to turn this around once more. He will find a very juicy jump, and Cloud is actually gonna survive this. Olnit is gonna be tossed back as well, so the aggression is gonna be thrown back into Team Tickle's face. As Sweet and Strong utilizes the last seconds of that haste rune to jump onto his opponent, and is halfway through to obtaining the Blink Dagger, which will make things a lot more easier. Munkushi hooked up. Shira does not manage to connect with the Searing Chains, which were unfortunately on cooldown there. Narman, with the long range stun, will try to prevent something from happening, but this time around, there's not going to be any bloodshed for either side.
Uproot and after them.
And a 4-man smoke going through the twin gates. But who will they find there? They know that there is something definitely lurking in their territory, but yeah, both teams have scouted out what's going on. And then we're gonna be having a little bit of a game of avoidance here,
Dire's middle
as
tower
both
is
sides
under
have
attack.
smoked up 3 who might find themselves around the river here, but it's just a little bit of a back and forth. Unfortunately, both teams have lost plenty of time to try to find themselves, which is gonna be a little bit of a breather for the time being. Cloud once again shows himself into the lane and walks right under the observer ward, so definitely Team Tickles know that there's something up and closing in, so they're just gonna bounce in to the other side of the portals and keep up the pressure onto the bottom lane, leaving Lorinov on the other side if things get... No, he's just gonna go the other way and commit to maybe find somebody more there. And Klim Sani4 are doing exactly the same. They're gonna go in and maybe utilize the last seconds of Eye of the Storm to keep up with this tower 2 push. Tier 2 tower push, my bad. Already having the Mage Slayer up and running.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
For the Razor, how is the general itemization looking at this point? So is the Scepter already up and going for the Pudge? Is gonna be a BKB queued up
Dire's courier
for
has
Cloud
been
sooner than later. As for Team Tickles, they have the Gleipnir up and running, which is a very nice addition just to double down on 2 types of routes along with the Searing Chains. So they need to work out on their damage output a bit more. I mean, my bad, versus the Searing Chains, they're not on the same side. I was just looking at the Ember Spirit for a little while, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. On the other side, they do have the Falcon Blade up and running onto Lorinov, who will be adding up with the Orchid Malevolence for the silence. Narman, what is he building up to? It's gonna be a Shadow Blade to a Silver Edge, and then up to a BKB. Thus, of course, will need to
Radiant's
claim
bottom tower
the
is under
Blink
attack.
Dagger sooner than later for those
Dire's
additional
middle
extra
tower is
jumps.
under attack.
Our friend Force is gonna go in for the pipe, but it's gonna take a little more while for him to farm it up, as, I mean, he's holding up so far so good, but it
Radiant's
seems that
bottom tower is under
net
attack.
worth wise, Klim Sani4 are a tad better at this for the time being.
Radiant are scanning.
And they're gonna be going in a bit more for the pressure. I mean, it's been a game of cat and mouse so far where both teams are trying to find each other. And only so far, it's gonna be Cloud being found around the top lane. Vortex up to his own demise. And our Klim Sani is gonna try to intercept this. They're still walking around all smoked up. But no, it's just gonna be Team Tickles going in on the other side. And it's a very interesting back and forth all around the play game from both sides. And they have eyes on Mikushi. Tickles lands in the snowball into the punch. Norman closes in with the jump, and once more jump coming in from Respect, who will latch onto his enemies, but a lot of people have been killed in seconds here. Vortex into the wall, only looking pretty low. Chiro Jr. manages to run away back to safety. Elnit will not live to see another day. As Klim Sani4 take 4 from Team Tickles. And it was a very... I mean, once again, we're in a standstill, 13 on to 13 on both sides. The damage output was a lot more favoring Klim Sani4, but once again, it's this super annoying techies who is jumping in into the best moments he can find. What a game, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this feels like a game of Dota before Dota 2 Reborn, just reskinned. I mean, these picks are so freaking ancient, and these combinations, I mean, the start of the patch and the end of the patch is where you make the most of experiments when it comes down to Dota. And both of these teams are not shying away from giving us these insanely memey drafts. And the way that this game is played out is so completely out of the ordinary from what we've seen previously in EPL. Like, I mean, the amount of times people have passed like 3 or 4 men through the twin portals is just more than anything I've ever seen so far. Maybe we've been spoiled up too much by, you know, this meta type of plays that we're seeing other teams force out, that this comes as an insane surprise to us. But it's just it's just too much to handle. Once more, 4-man smoke coming in from Team Tickles as they're actively trying to find somebody from Klim Sani4. And yeah, they're gonna be jumping in potentially onto Chiro Jr. with the amplified damage, which is definitely a great addition for these types of heroes. And definitely, I think that Klim Sani4 are somewhat on an alert here, that there might be somebody who's gonna pop up sooner than later. As now they lose their smoke advantage. Klim Sani4, do they have a smoke of their own? Answer is no. They're just gonna try to go in for the jump. But neither side are willing to commit a 100%, as the game is pretty much in a standstill. Network-wise, we do see some heroes popping up above the 10k mark. But score-wise, we're in a... I mean, it was 7-7, and it was now it's 13-13. And it's really fun. And who will show themselves first? Cloud is gonna unveil himself first. Tickles in the danger zone. He's gonna be avalanche tossed up. Nice little vacuum into the wall there. But Tickles will still lose his life. Mikushi handpicks the Storm Spirit Lorenov, but his buddy will add up insult to injury and take him down. Respect will lose his life in the back lanes. Alnit is gonna TP away back to safety. Norman charging out at insanely low HP. Mikushi just still keeping up the pace, tries to find force. But he's juking away. Nice bullwhip usage there. Dances around the creeps. He's not gonna land in the hook shot, but so comes Chiro Jr. They will chain him before he enters the twin portals. Do they have anything to get a lock on him? Yep. It is the Dismember, adding up to 6 flesh heap stacks, meaning 12 additional strength for this guy, and he's getting tankier and tankier. Already has the scepter upgrade for the rod, as we've spoken of earlier, and the boots of travel as well, to make things a lot more annoying. And of course, to top it all off, we have the Pudge Christmas persona to have a little bit more of a festive vibe to this onslaught and meme of a match, not gonna lie.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh lord. Yeah. Team Tickles are having a bit more of a serious take on this game, as they, I mean, aside from only being the Nature's Prophet, which does seem like the little bit of a meme factor in their play, they're going in for these safety, a lot safer combinations. Force going in for the additional durability of his team, already has the Pipe of Insight, might be going in for the Guardian Greaves after the Blink Dagger. But still, it feels like their power damage output is not that strong so far. They will definitely need the Nature's Prophet to start dealing a bit more damage, as he is feeling a bit more of a utility hero. Not also patch-wise, but also playstyle-wise. And I was anticipating a bit more aggression popping up from this hero and from this player, which is allowing a lot of free time for Klim Sani4 to add up to their own numbers. This Ember Spirit definitely has, well, a lot of items he has in store, and he's already having the maxed up levels from all of his 3 main damage dealing spells. So definitely damage is not an issue for him. And also you have the Razor, who unfortunately has been having a little bit of a devastating situation, but even so, a lot of damage output is already solidified from Klim Sani4. Any BKBs on the other side? Not yet. So before that happens, Klim Sani4 have a very good time to thrive and just annoy the hell out of Team Tickles. Objective-wise, only 1 tower has been claimed so far from Team Tickles. Klim Sani4 have taken 2. Well, and they're gonna find Loranov, toss him back into the Searing Shades. They're keeping him rooted up. Oh, it's gonna be a last-second use before he can jump away, but he will do so successfully, as he was pretty much full on mana. And he lives to see another day. Down bottom, Ducalis' life will be claimed. Narman attempted to try to take down Respect, but he's gonna be taken down thanks to Cloud and the Eye of the Storm. And to add up, they will take the tier 1 tower as well. Olnid, he is being chased up, locked on the bridge. Munkushi is not gonna be able to pop his ultimate as he doesn't have any mana remaining, but still they will keep an eye onto the Nature's Prophet, throw everything they got before he has a chance to TP away. Attempts were made by the Darkseer to protect his buddy, but Force is gonna say, no, I'm not gonna keep on fighting this. And at this point, we're having a little bit of a shift finally favoring Klim Sani4. And especially that they have the Aegis by their side, Bunkushi is holding on to it for the time being. But what a game, 24 minutes into the making. Klim Sani4 slowly but surely climbing up to their advantage. And finally, there is gonna be the first BKB popping up, and it's gonna be on Loranov. So things are gonna be a tad more easier for this Storm Spirit to survive. On the other side, still no BKBs on anybody else. Not even queued up as far as I can see. Narman, yeah, actually it's Narman, so it's gonna be a double BKB popping up sometime soon. I do strongly suggest for Ducalis to do the same if he wants to commit for these big jumps. But even so, the Dismember does pierce Magic Immunity, so whoever gets locked onto will definitely stay hindered as long as Team Tickles don't have any way to stop the channel from going through. And Chira. Oh, they will find Loranov. Will they commit to it? Yep, there's the jump. Avalanche toss. Keep him rooted up. There's the sticky bump as well. Pops in the BKB, which is gonna be stopped thanks to Force and his vacuum. So that's the thing that I was talking about. Even if you do have the BKB, we saw the Dismember go through, but thank heavens it was our good old friend, the Darkseer, on the other side, aka Force, making sure his buddy doesn't get bursted into smithereens. The rest of the crew are once again using up the twin portals to try to find kills across the map, but they are once again just jumping around mindlessly, not having any way to get a lock on to Team Tickles. As with the Nature's Prophet going into a carry position, it feels like the potential that they have into throwing the Nature's Prophet at any given chance is a lot more limited, a lot more reserved from Team Tickles. As they want to go in for team fights that they are feeling a lot more secure, but as time keeps on going, Klim Sani4 not giving them that possibility. They're actively pushing through towers, going in for the second tier 2 tower into this game. And Munkushi's having a lot of fun. This scepter wielding Shiva's Eternal Shroud carrying hero is just adding up a lot and a lot more to tankiness, which still Team Tickles don't have any chance to mitigate. Yeah, they do have Lorenov with his magical damage burst, but one BKB for this guy, it's gonna make things a lot more easier. The rest Team Tickles are doing is trying to pull off a 2-man attack onto the Tormentor, which drops Lorenov insanely low, but he does manage to survive. Shard is gonna be given to Narman for the planar shift. Not the best shards that you could have been hoping for. Yeah, it does add up a little bit of a resist and a little bit of a redirect, but it's not sure how well it's gonna turn against this aggressive crew. BKB popped up. Narman tries to run away. He does have the TP available, and he will manage to do so successfully. First BKB usage of the game so far at the longest duration, and unless Munkushi was there for the dismember, he gets to live to see another day. Oof. Chira looking like he could be slightly in the danger zone. Oh, but manages to jump away the second Lorenov shows his face. I mean, I really miss Ember Spirit's plays just because of nuances like this. You think you got him, but he has a remnant somewhere deep back into his own safe zone and jumps around very easily. And unfortunately for Team Tickles, they have only Lorenov to try to stop him in his tracks now with the Orchid Malevolence up and rolling, but you have to try to find an opening to get the Vortex through as well. So it's a little bit of a difficult mission if you want to go and keep on chasing the Ember Spirit here. The other targets might be seeming as safer, but now Munkushi with 3.2k HP in the bag already has the Aether Lens going in for the E-Blade right afterwards. Is becoming a bigger and a bigger nuance to deal with, and uh-oh, Narman, Ducalis, Lorenov coming through the tween gates to land right into Chira's shackles. It's gonna be a little bit of a jump onto Sweet and Strong, who will counter it very nicely, and yeah. Not sure if they know, but I mean, this jumping around from Team Tickles between the twin portals definitely might have been seen by Klim Sani4 based on the frequent amount that these guys are passing through and, you know, going from one place of the map to the other. But I don't know what to make of it. I can't believe this meme draft is currently winning, and this is the second Pudge game, if I'm not mistaken, that I'm covering as a part of the EPL season 15. But it brings a bittersweet feeling, as most of us Dota players have been traumatized by this hero, and seeing other people being traumatized by Pudge on a pro level of Dota is just... God, it brings in a lot of flashbacks. And we could be seeing a potential kill here as well as Narman. Oh, he will be managed. Oh, not for long though. Sweet and Strong will find the Avalanche Thoughts, land him directly into Munkushi's hands. And another flesh hip charge in the bag. It's insane to watch this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And what can Team Tickles do here? They're actively being pushed back and back further on. Their farm place is being choked out slowly but surely. Olnit hasn't really showed up in game properly. He does have all of these utility items, does have the Hurricane Pike, yes, for the extra range, but it's still shying away a lot on damage. Does have the Nemesis Curse though. But even so, this is not, you know, the standard typical carry that we see in previous matches. Like, it doesn't have that explosive presence. And even if something happens, like, if Team Tickles manage to drag this through in maybe 45 minutes or something like that, so this guy can start building up to damage items, it might be too late, and I'm kind of feeling fearful. I don't know, I mean, I'm not having any difficult time seeing through the Pudge and his, you know, playstyle, but I'm not feeling the impact of this Nature's Prophet throughout this game. He still hasn't had any chances to rat this out to keep up with the push. It just feels like a bit of a missed opportunity for Team Tickles, who were kind of forced to go in with a different approach. Maybe they were hoping to get the Nature's Prophet as a support at the start, but we'll see. Team Tickles caught red-handed as they were trying to enter the Roche Pit to be instantly greeted. It's gonna be Force losing his life first. Oh, Lorenov will be able to take the Aegis and run away with it. Yes, indeed. The rest of the team will die. Oh, no, Sweet and Strong will find the tree toss to get a lock on this hero, but now he's back at full mana. Not fast enough to avoid the toss. Still, he will be able to orb away to safety. And even as Team Tickles did claim the Roshan and the Aegis as well, they paid a very, very hefty price for it. Sweet and Strong still lurking around to try to get Lorenov. But still, he will fall short and stop, while the rest of the team will keep up with the bottom lane push. Maybe even go in for the Tormentor as well if they feel lucky about it. And there's the BKB up and ready to go from tier, I think. No, it hasn't been used up yet. It's just fresh from the shop. And definitely will add up to a lot of survivability from this Ember Spirit. And oh, the target has been found. Ducalis right into the Dismember. Easy peasy. I mean, this setup is very, very easy to read. And these single hero pickoffs are definitely adding a lot more of pressure onto Team Tickles, which definitely it's not what they were hoping for. And there's finally some ratting going on. No, it's just farming for the time being. I thought that Onid was gonna keep up the pressure at the very least. Have one lane going back and forth, but I guess that's not gonna be the case for a little while. Meanwhile, Klim Sani4 are going in for the first tier 3 tower push. Cloud does have the Eye of the Storm, but he's keeping it reserved if things get even worse. But oh, there's the hookshot. Narman has been found, pops the BKB for a little while. Still, they are keeping them pressured up. Here comes Cloud with the Eye of the Storm. Plasma Field up on high ground. Nice vacuum, but no wall to be used up. No, he does have the wall, but he chooses not to use it. That's a kind of a oversight there. Even though this tower does look insanely low, Team Tickles will manage to defend it, even though neither side has lost anybody during this push.
Speedy rule of haste.
And yeah, we're just back to a little bit of a farm for Klim Sani4. Team Tickles are maybe trying to find a side approach to this, even though Onid got kind of scouted out and felt fearful for his life, as yeah, he didn't have a lot of intel of where Klim are chilling. They are chilling at the front of your base, actually, and Cloud will deliver a lot of heavy hitting. It does have a Satanic, actually, which is a really fun item to see onto this Razor. But still, the first tier 3 tower has been claimed. Safe passage will be found. Oh, a bit of a missed hookshot there. As nice 4-man vacuum into the wall. Still, the damage output is not enough, as Cloud is pretty much chilling onto high ground, hunting Onid one by one. Ducalis is gonna die right after. There's the hookshot onto Lorenov, who doesn't have any mana remaining. but the dismember is about 5 seconds away. Narman, life in danger. They will connect with the tree toss and the plasma field. Triple kill for the Cloud. Mukushi will finally find the kill, and GG will finally be called up by Team Tickles, as this game was pretty much full of memes. A bit slow, might I add, as I mean, I kind of got spoiled by Joe for having somebody to talk to during the previous cast, but even so, this was felt like an ancient game of Dota, and it was just brewing up slowly and surely from Klim Sani4 all the way to the very bitter end. I mean, once again, this was a very bittersweet match to watch. Pudge and Techies with an Ember Spirit, with a Razor. I mean, it feels like such an outdated meta, but they made it work until the very last second. Team Tickles were thrown off guard by these picks, forcing to throw the Nature's Prophet into a position 1, which was a very big mistake that definitely cost them this game 1. But without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have possibly two, definitely one more game to go before we seal the fate of which team proceeds further on into the upper bracket finals and which team will be going down into the lowers. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back.
Throw a rock into a pond, ripples fade away. Human hearts aren't so lucky, those battle scars remain. Oh, I can't let go of the one thing I wanted most. I'm chasing echoes, echoes of your ghost. Can't let go of the one thing I wanted most. I'm chasing echoes, echoes of your ghost. La da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da. Throw a rock into a pond, ripples fade away. Human hearts aren't so lucky, those battle scars remain. Oh, I can't let go of the one thing I wanted most. I'm chasing echoes, echoes of your ghost. Can't let go of the one thing I wanted most. I'm chasing echoes, echoes of your ghost. La da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, echoes of your
10 seconds remaining.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 2 between Team Tickles and Klim Sani4 of the European Pro League Season 15 upper bracket semifinals. Right here, right now. And I'm not really sure what to make of that last game, ladies and gentlemen. It was such a meme draft being used up by Klim Sani4, which turned out to work in an outstanding fashion through Team Tickles off guards. They were hoping, maybe for their opponents to be a bit more serious about this, but with that, I mean, I cannot put my finger on it, what was going on. We had a Pudge, we had a Techies with a Razor Ember Spirit combination, and of course to top it all off with a Tiny. And it was insanely weird but fun and traumatizing to watch, because this is how the pubs in Dota used to look like many years ago. And yeah, this was the draft that pretty much terrorized Team Tickles to the very end. So yeah, question is, will we drag this out to game 3, or will Klim Sani4 pull off another memes draft for us? Looking at these bans, Team Tickles are once again taking this very seriously. And it's gonna be a gyrocopter opening up for Klim Sani4. I mean, it was really fun to watch, not gonna lie. As terrorizing and traumatizing as it was, but where push comes to shove, even if you don't have the upper hand in the situation, if you cannot join them, you confuse them in some way. But yeah, we have one more pick before we head out to the second ban phase. So we're not gonna be seeing a Tiny, which is for sure. We're gonna be seeing a Shadow Demon, so things are gonna be a lot more manageable if Klim Sani4 choose to go in for a Pudge carry one more time. More likely it's gonna be, I mean, I'd like to see a gyrocopter being thrown into the hot seat of being a carry, but sometimes this gyrocopter can downgrade to a more of a support type of a role to utilize the rockets a bit more, and then eventually turn into a carry while when the map opens up and there's a lot more farm potential to go about. But we'll see how things unroll, as these guys do have the element of surprise, which Team Tickles really did bait into. I mean, it still feels awkward. They didn't really have a proper carry to work things around that neatly, so they're gonna double down on safety this time around. So Shadow Demon is a great play. IO, if you don't take it, definitely it's gonna be something that Klim could be claiming here, as the Gyro IO combo is pretty much a textbook combination to add up to survivability for the Gyro and then add up a lot of damage. Of course, we saw the relocate and how nicely can it work out with a Slark, even though it did take a lot of babysitting until that happened. So let's see if it's gonna be another meme draft here, or if Klim are gonna, get a little bit more of a serious combination going about here. I don't know what else to make of it. Like, I haven't really seen these two teams. I mean, this team specifically, and how their playstyle is going. I'm just gonna do a quick check. So versus Bait, yeah, they pulled off a very similar combination. They did pick up the Pudge as well then, and of course they're gonna do it again. If they have the free space, of course they're gonna do it. They didn't play this hero versus KZ though. It could have been banned out in previous games. No, actually it wasn't addressed at all, and that was back on September 13th. Versus Yellow Submarine, they didn't have the Pudge either. As, I mean, pretty much I guess they discovered that this hero can do wonders for them. Versus Sype, well, they went in for a bit more of a stable draft combination and walked away with a 2-0 victory. But once more, they're not gonna shy away from picking up the Razor, as it was... So it was, I mean, it was a very, very detrimental hero to keep the safe lane carry in check. Definitely Team Tickles will need to try to find a better option to try to tackle this hero down. And yeah, we'll see what we'll be having as the draft keeps on going. And it's gonna be the good old Lashrak for Team Tickles. Mid play, most likely, even though we have seen him go into a carry position.
Dire team pick.
So Slardar as well. A bit more of a sustain. An ultra annoying hero to deal with as per usual. Every 4 hit is a bash. That's gonna definitely be very annoying to deal with. And of course you do have the Slytherin to get in a bit more close and personal. It's a nice, interesting way to try to subjugate the Pudge down, but I don't really think that they're gonna work this. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm still amazed by the performance from Klim, and how they managed to wield this draft throughout the last game. They still haven't rolled in the supports. If now that they have the Pudge, this definitely is going to be their carry. The offlane, there's the second support, which is going to be the Phoenix, and last remaining is going to be the mid play.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
And of course, they will. I mean, Team Tickles pretty much might be going in for the last big carry here, as Klim Sani4 are convinced that Lashrak will be more likely to take in the mid position.
5 seconds remaining.
Still thinking this through. I mean, these two teams are throwing all of the knowledge we have obtained during this patch so far to the trash. So I'm not really sure what to make of it. So, no Faceless Voids, which could leave a chance for maybe some sort of a fast farming, but at the same time very durable hero to pop up. I'm always keen on seeing the Night Stalker popping in, which could be a lot more annoying to deal with. However, Klim do have a very good escape thanks to the Phoenix and the Supernova. And of course it can avoid all of the magic damage coming in during the duration of it. And of course the Sunbreak Shard upgrade is definitely insanely to look at. And yeah, Team Tickles are feeling that the last pick is gonna be a mid one, so they're taking away the Invoker. What could be interesting to see here? I like the Void Spirit performance from last time, but it's all coming down to what both sides are, looking forward to pick, as both sides are opting in for a bit more of a favorable, favor types of heroes rather than going in for some sort of a meta play. As I said earlier, the meta is still being defined for this patch, so if we can't try to find a safe setup that we're gonna go for, we're gonna go in with our favorite picks, with our favorite comfort heroes that we want to work around with.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So no Pango in sight as well, which could have been interesting for Klim, but I think it's gonna be a bit counterintuitive, because you want to have people locked into place rather than have them scattered around. So it does feel like a bit of an oversight here for Team Tickles to ban this hero, but it better be safe than sorry. What could be a good interesting here? I mean, the Ember is once again valid. The Storm Spirit is valid, but they're gonna opt in for the Ember Spirit yet again here. Which leaves Team Tickles to try to find something which does have a good chase. AM, maybe? Not really sure.
Remaining.
As Klim do have a good potential lockdown for him. But he can just jump, you know, use up the shield to throw the rockets back into their face and at least easily take down the gyrocopter. But it's gonna be the Lina instead. So Loranov definitely is gonna be taking the Leshrac in mid. Olnit is gonna take the Lina as a safe lane. Klim, pretty much, we already know 3 of their picks here, so the gyrocopter has definitely rolled up to be a position 4 support. Respect is going to be taking the Phoenix as a position 5. I mean, given the last, you know, game performance from Klim, they do really have a good synergy between these 3 heroes. However, if Team Tickles have measured up to their opponent, then they do have a lot better way of handling them. Even though, I mean, picking the same draft twice has that kind of a fault, pretty much. And Team Tickles have opted in for a lot more of a stable combo. Narman definitely will be doing God's work with the Tether Relocate to try to take people away from ugly situations. Olnid on the Lina does feel a bit awkward once more. Delina is a bit more of a stable, heavy hitting type of a hero who will be able to engage into team fights a lot sooner than later. She can stop the dismembers from going through, but at the same time you have, I mean, you do need to deal with the Razor throughout this entire game, which is definitely going to be making life a lot more difficult for the Lina for sure. On the other hand, you do have the Slardar, who can also commit to a very juicy jump. But you can be walking into a Supernova, you can be walking into the Call Down if Sweden Strong manages to acquire that spell sooner than later. And I don't know, I'm feeling once more conflicted. I'm gonna be going in for Klim Sani4 either way, as they have once more the element of surprise here. They can be Omega annoying with this type of a draft. Yeah, I guess that's being said. I mean, I'm still kind of left speechless that they allowed them to go through with this. They do have, you know, a good way of dictating the tempo. They have a good way of keeping the enemy at bay at all times and be Omega annoying in the process. And they might be going in for a side approach here to try to get a lock on to somebody. But no, that's most likely not going to be the case.
30 seconds to battle.
Maybe they have hopes for somebody to pop in on the other side. But Team Tickles are chilling on their side of the jungle, even though Force could be walking into the danger zone, but Klim have already withdrawn 10 seconds before the Horde. And he could be a target, as Munkushi is still chilling on the side. And yeah, the one thing that you gotta know always with a Pudge, if things are way too quiet, somebody's bound to get hooked. And this bounty rune has been left untackled. As it's always the silence before the storm, and this is the first time we're seeing a bounty rune being, especially in the river, not collected for such a long time. Maybe Chira, maybe somebody will see it later as the game keeps on progressing, but neither side know about this, which is very, very insane. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is an unclaimed bounty rune from either side. We'll see who picks it up first. Up top, Narman and Force are just gonna double down on durability here. Probably they're gonna be having a lot more of a safer time contesting versus Respect here, but the IO is pretty much vulnerable and easy to take down. Still, Respect will need to be careful if he lands in a 4th hit bash, which still hasn't been leveled up, thankfully. he could be facing very, very bad consequences. And yeah, the last bounty rune is going to be claimed by Chira, so all in total, it's going to be 3 bounty runes going for Klim. Down bottom, Cloud and Sweet and Strong versus Olnit and Ducalis. They're already pushing this lane forth to the best of their ability, and there's the barrage coming in. It's a very aggressive support play here that we're seeing with the gyrocopter. It was, you know, anticipated at the very start that this is not going to be a carry, which means you're going to be facing off a very, very aggressive support in the meanwhile. And last but not least, we have the mid lane, Lorinov versus Shira Jr. So far, head-to-head when it comes down to last hits and denies. Even so, Chira, yeah, he's gonna be getting the bottle a tad later compared to his counterpart. So finally, he can be a little bit more sustainable. And no Nature's Prophet this time to be annoying as hell still. It's gonna be Cloud locked into the Disrupt. With the Light Strike Array landing onto him and taking poison damage is gonna be there, but unfortunately it's just not gonna be enough to take down the life of the Razor for the time being. And a nice job there from Sweet and Strong. Once again, I mean, it's gonna be the flag cannon this time around, which is gonna push them away. And as the levels keep building up, Gyrocopter is gonna be a lot more of a mouthful to take care of. So at the very least, for the time being, Olnit and Ducalis have a little bit of a safer lane here. Of course, the Disrupt is going to be doing God's work to make sure Olnit doesn't get tackled down. But even so, both sides are going to be pretty patient about this, and here comes the good old pause. Hopefully things are going to be fixed up sooner than later. This feels like it's gonna be a slow. Yeah. Maybe it was a mistake indeed. So far so calm. No starting off bloodshed. Even though Mukunshi is really itching to land in a good hook shot. But still getting force. I mean, yeah, he does have the crush to try to buy himself some time and some distance away from the onslaught, but still, it's too early in the game for Mukushi to deal a lot of damage. He does have the rod already at level 1, but his support counterpart really cannot add up to some additional pressure. And now Respect, he's gonna be bashed down. Tether is gonna keep things up in check, but Respect is gonna be able to walk away back to safety. Down on bottom, Ducalis might have been picked up here, as he has expended his self to stay alive. So far things are looking pretty fine for Olnit, but at this point he only has the Lotus left remaining, so mana will definitely be an issue. And sometime disruption into the stun. There's the blood grenade as well, committed for the fight, but Sweet and Strong will come in from behind and harass Olnit even further. So they cannot commit even further for the attempt to take down Cloud. Still, both of them are looking pretty low there. So they gotta be careful, as another jump like this will definitely cost them a lot. Up top, forced in the danger zone as the IO has gone missing and first blood will be drawn thanks to Respect. The IO's absence has definitely been punished, as he is trying to get some stacks going on. And yeah, of course, this deep observer ward gave away that intel.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So yeah, any chance they get. Meanwhile, Lorinov takes down Chira Jr. in a very nice solo dive there, as Chira is still shying away from getting the remnant, so explains why he managed to latch on to this hero before he could start running away back to safety. Down bottom, things are not looking that shiny, as Olnit is looking pretty low. Ducalis getting a lot of the damage from the flag cannon, and one more hit will be enough to take down Olnit. Ducalis will follow right after. So far, it's just only the mid lane which is looking pretty fine. Respect. He's gonna find Loranov. Chira finally able to keep up the pressure. Does have the Remnant available, but still Loranov at this point is having a little bit of a difficult time. Thanks for the Feather there to make sure things are fine. Still, top lane is gonna be forced going in for the deep dive and taking away Munkushi. That's a very surprising kill, but not surprising at the same time, as Slardar is a pretty tanky dude. And Tickles have now realized that every, well, away hero that they take away from the lane is, of course, going to be something that Klim will be willing to abuse.
Radiant are scanning.
And now a little bit of a deep dive coming in from Respect. Gotta be careful there. There's the bash 1, there's the bash 2, and dive away back to safety, but it's cutting close. Attempts to slow down force, unfortunately, just slightly prolonged his inevitable demise. Once again, very similar scenario to last game. We're 3-3 in terms of score. Best so far in terms of net worth is the Leshrac, who is building up towards the classic good old Yule scepter. We're not going to be seeing that on the Lina though, even though, I mean, both of these heroes have that Yule scepter into the stun. It's just going to be a little bit more of a safety build coming in for her. Does have the Falcon Blade already for a little bit of a mana and a little bit of a health. But she's going to go in for the Maelstrom, into the boots, and afterwards into the BKB. So it's just going to be farming up, getting a little bit more damage going through. Loranov misses out with the stun. Tries to keep up the pressure onto Respect, but now Ember is closing in. They keep up the pressure. Narmon, nice little disruption coming in from Ducalis to protect his buddy, and the Leshrac is gonna live to see another day, thankfully, as a very nice rotation came in from Team Tickles. But still, Klim are feeling ready to keep up the pressure. Illusion runes are up and running, and Chira is gonna find the stacks that this IO has been trying his best to collect for his buddy's disruption. Force coming in from the side. They were kind of bouncing back and forth on who they're gonna strike, allowing Chira to find an exit strategy very fast and also take a lot of worthy stacks in the process. They might have cited the Ancients there, but still the damage output is not fully there to take them down. Maybe later on. Even though those might be more likely for Loranov or for Olnitz to pick things up for the BKB a lot sooner. But it is hard to see what's gonna happen. Force still tethered up but looking pretty low. They will connect with the rocket. Munkushi it was blocked up from this creep from landing a hook shot, but at the same time it was on cooldown, so it didn't end up that nice. Cloud once more thrown into disruption. Olnit has already thrown the Laguna Blade, and they're gonna finally take him down. The poison damage was enough, and of course nobody else from Klim to try to protect their buddy. Sweet and Strong was away from that onslaught. Bit more focused up on the whereabouts up top. Loranov, once again tethered up, tries to steal the rune. He will deliver a very nice stun. Still, Chira back and forth, kind of trying to keep up the pressure, but is gonna land into the disruption as Ducalis shows up with a very nice and juicy haste rune. And it's all about safety at this point, as Team Tickles have measured up how Klim can be aggressive about their draft here, about how they're gonna play things. But they're not giving them the pleasure actively. They're trying their best to avoid any type of conflict, and they're doing an amazing job with their counter draft so far. But it still feels uber slow here of how things are gonna unfold. Meanwhile, Munkushi is just trying to farm up. Already the last time around, he had 4 stacks on the flesh heap, and things are looking a bit more difficult. Once more, going in for the scepter upgrade first after the Veil of Discord, and a little bit of an attempt for a push is being delivered on their side. So if we cannot fight this, the very least we can do is try to take objectives to the best of our ability. And this tier 1 tower is looking insanely low. Cloud, with his buddies on the side, will claim it without any counter from Team Tickles, as they are trying to get some items up and going. Yule Scepter is still not complete on Lorinov, who hasn't died but hasn't really engaged in any team fights yet. I mean, it's been 4 kills in total, so there's pretty much nothing in terms of that so far. Klim might be trying to change that, as they're going on to force. Munkushi misses out the chance to land in a hookshot there. And yeah, Team Tickles definitely are not giving them any pleasure. They see the punch, they run like hell.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And in mid, will they find some juicy kill? It's gonna be Chira. But once again, they're not, even though it looked like possibly a very clean kill, they're not gonna overcommit for it. Maybe they have seen Klim under the observer ward here smoking up, and they're like, okay, we're not gonna mess with these guys because they have everything up and ready to go. If I'm not mistaken, yep, all ultimates are up and running. So there's the supernova, we have the cooldown and everything. They're just gonna throw in a little bit of a smoke and once again go in for the portal place. Or they're just gonna try to scout out if there's anybody lurking around in the jungle farming their heart out, but Klim have chosen to go in for a fighting strat here. So they're not gonna waste time in the jungle farming up. They just want to go for kills. They just want to hunt to the best of their ability. But Cloud, they're gonna bring the fight into him, as Force is gonna take a killing spree with 3 kills so far in the bag. Meanwhile, up top, Munkushi, they find Lorinov as the relocate lands directly where they want it. Leshrac is in danger. Chira looking pretty low as well. Force keeping up the pressure, but they will toss in the supernova. Narman is gonna be melted down to smithereens. Chira still keeping up. Oh, but right into the crash. Still, they will force to chill around a bit more and take him down. Ducalis lurking in the trees. They will miss out on the hookshot. Disruption for a little bit of a save, as Icaro's dive is still not available. And Ducalis will probably live during the still. Once again, we're in a 6-6 position, ladies and gentlemen. Still no specific net worth gain for either side, even though the Gaben graph is favoring Team Tickles for the time being. But slowly and surely, Klim are gonna start picking up their pace. They're gonna start being a bit more aggressive about how they approach this game. Maelstrom almost completed on Chira, about 20 gold away. It already has been done on Olin, so this Lina can farm, which is really good in contrast to the Nature's Prophet from last game. Norman is doing a great job being actively tethered to anybody, and Force is keeping up the pressure, finding respect, will bash him down. They will land the rocket, but a tad too late there. Lorinov almost got handpicked in the process by a hookshot. But Team Tickles on the move. This is what they can be doing throughout this game. If they're not allowing Klim to fight, they will bring the fight to them and try to catch them red-handed. I mean, this is a very nice ward over here to keep things in check. Once this one expires, still a very deep vision of the enemy's whereabouts is definitely gonna help you out here. But both teams, I mean, definitely Klim Sani4 are showing a lot of uncanny behavior of how they're playing this. So Team Tickles, I mean, they can measure up by trying to counter their aggressions once all of them are envisioned, because they're very unconventional of how they're approaching this. They don't have anybody farming on the sides, aside from the Putch for the time being, to get closer to his scepter upgrade. But they cannot find the enemies in the way they're willing to find them. So hence we're seeing all of these twin portal plays bouncing back and forth, but unfortunately a lot of time is being lost by Team Tickles to try to find where Klim are chilling. And yeah, Klim do have a better idea of what's going on as they have this nice little deep observer ward over there.
Doesn't it?
Lorenov could also be scouted out here, realizing that there is no rune there for the Taken. So it's gonna be an Invis rune for Chira Jr., who will he will not hesitate to use it and goes deep onto high ground to find Lorenov and Norman, instantly chaining both of them up. Cooldown, double cooldown will be used up. Oh, it's already an upgraded one. Norman will lose his life in the process. Lorenov makes it out alive thanks to the heals. But still, Force, now that the Supernova is out of the picture, they will find a nice stun chain all onto Olnit. Oof, and a Laguna Blade to top it all off onto Chira. A nice little turnaround there, as Klim only claimed the life of Norman. And they lose 2 core players. Well, a core player and a support in the process, and both kills going into Olnit's hands is definitely a very, very welcome change of pace. So far in the favor of Team Tickles. Cloud though also scouted out. Ducal is throwing in the disruption. Relocate is coming in, and there's just a lot of pressure coming in. The Team Tickles, I mean, the one thing that I slightly overlooked here is how easily Team Tickles can dictate the tempo, but the second the relocate is up and you have 2 other players remaining, that's something that Klim can start turning around. But Team Tickles are aware that that's the case, so they're just gonna run away with everything they got and, you know, use it up until the next time. Force is so far doing an amazing job onto the Slaughter. It's pretty much very difficult to take him down in any way, especially that Team Tickles have reworked their strat. And still, they could be finding Chira here. Yep, there's this bash, but Chira is gonna throw in the chains. Tries to go in away with the Ember Remnant, but lands into yet another Laguna Blade, so he couldn't get away that fast. You think you're fast, but these guys are apparently a tad faster than this. And yeah, they have measured up to what Klim are gonna do about this. I cannot stress that enough. And they're going with a very, very safe approach in this game. Waiting to get those core items going on, playing in the safest way possible. I mean, so far 18 minutes into the game, pretty much 18 kills in total from both sides. It's a very, very slow game, but this is the way that Team Tickles have a winning chance of this, because if they jump in, if Klim jump on them, they definitely will be losing all of their momentum, and they're actively doing that as a counter. Thankfully, Chira has a deep remnant this time around to save his butt, but we'll need to be careful as Tickles have left the site, and now Klim are gonna be trying to chasing them blindly. Or will they? They're using the portal again, where they could find Chira Jr. on the other side with Sweet and Strong. It's a little back and forth. No, actually, they're going in for the Roshan, where Chira is gonna be spotted out first. And it's Runaway, as they don't know how many they are, but Chira definitely will realize everybody's there waiting for him. Gonna get stunned with 2 spells right after the Yules. And that was a very, very nasty surprise. Definitely not working in their favor. 20 minutes on the clock. Roche is going on the other side, where Klim are anticipating that. Oh lord. And here come Team Tickles on the other side. Sweet and Strong does have the cooldown, which he will use up before he dies. Cloud as well with the Eye of the Storm. They will take down Force, but Cloud is also looking insanely low. It's gonna be 4 taken down. Not sure where Respect died in there, but Yeah, he might have died in the egg for sure, as Olnit can deliver a lot of heavy hitting once he gets this Fury Souls in check. And it's gonna be a fast Roshan that Klim tried to counter up, but they didn't have the punch, they didn't have the Curie, who's been super idling this game compared to last one. And as yeah, one flesh heap charge, it's a bit too much for them to handle. What a mess of a game. I really do hope game 3, if it happens, like, it's still... I mean, it's Team Tickles slowly gaining up towards their advantage, as Klim's draft here cannot really scale that well. I mean, the Ember Spirit can become a menace once the BKB pops up, but so far he's been caught up in these very unforgiving situations, and he might be falling down again, but that was a very nice Sixth Sense. He's not gonna give them the pleasure. Cloud, on the other hand, does have the BKB, which did add to a lot of survivability, but Klim were pretty much divided in that last team fight. And they might have been hoping to get Team Tickles by surprise, but Shira Jr. going up on the other side of the Twin Portals way too soon really did cost them a lot. Their entire damage output was lost in the process. And now that we have the Aegis onto Lorinov, Team Tickles can commit a bit more into a push, a bit more into a farm, be a bit more annoying in their favor. Meanwhile, Tormentor is going to be taken down by Klim, so it's going to be the Sun Ray upgrade for the Phoenix, which is definitely going to help things up slightly with the Supernova, but at the same time, as long as Lina, aka Olnit, is left out and completely unaddressed during the team fight, the Supernova will be popped very, very fast. And now they have eyes on Minkushi, which could be very bad. Oh, the hook shot almost misses out. And now Team Tickles are aware that there's some sort of vision going on there. No sentry wards to find out where it might be. But now they will eventually jump on to Minkushi Force, keeping up the charge. Will they manage to save him? Nope, no saving this time. Even the Supernova was dropped out, which Team Tickles waited for it to tick away before they can commit even further. And this time the punch is a lot more easier to handle, as he's not the tanky boy that we've seen in the last game, completely robbed of any advantage. So it's just down to this tower to protect itself with a glyph. And it's just gonna be enough until the next lane of creeps comes in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I guess the meme draft can only travel past game 1. As, I mean, not sure what to make of it. A lot of misplays are coming in from Klim, which is evident. Team Tickles are using every opportunity that they can. I love the relocate combination. They're just throwing in Lorinov in every single time, in every single team fight where he's necessary, and then just call him back. Shira, willing to man fight Lorinov as he's stuttered up. Not the smartest of idea. And forced to Callis, they're gonna smoke up. Definitely they have eyes on Respect, who will be jumped in. They don't even need a disruption anymore. But Sunray, oof, to safety. Nope, not for long. Instantly stomped. And a little bit of a dance off to make things a bit more painful. Diabolic Edict melting through the tier 1 tower, and there's another siege down bottom thanks to Olnit. He's keeping up the pressure. He has the Grove Bow, doesn't have the Dragon Lance up and going already, but enough range to keep up the pressure. Up top, Force and Shira are slightly fighting this between themselves, but Shira manages to evade the fight for a little while before backup shows up. Force a bit in the danger zone. But they gotta be careful. If Klim even attempt to attack this, there will be at least 2 more rolling into the fight. And they gotta be Omega careful. They're almost getting 10 kills in difference in their favor. Loranov firstly off of the Aegis safety.
Dire's top tower is under
And now Klim are feeling a bit more confident.
structures are fortified.
Or they're gonna go in on the defense here. Definitely something that Team Tickles are aware that is happening. But who will they find? Munkushi throws in the hookshot. They will find the Lina, Dismember. Oh, nice force step away. Will she TP out? Answer is no. And that's a very meaningful kill finally after a long while going into in the way of Klim. As they manage to defend the tier 2 tower for a little while. And finally obtain a second stack of Flesh Heap in his favor. But it's just down back to farming again. Willing to get to the Shiva's Guard sooner than later. Could they find somebody else here? Of course, pre-farming the Ancients. And definitely has eyes on Munkushi. But no, they're gonna completely overlook that. Instead, they're gonna go on Ducalis there, who has dropped the last second observer there to keep him in check. Throws into throws into disruption, but he's gonna be dismembered. And we're up to level 3, so at the very least, everything is at the lowest cooldown for Munkushi. Finally getting a little bit of the action for his team. And finally, Klim Sani4 are on the move.
Bottom tower is under attack.
As Roshan might be back in yet another minute. So if Team Tickles find them first instead, it's gonna be another fast Roshan going in their favor. And the pushing power of this draft is, well, starting to show for quite some time now. Diabolic Edict already at level 4. Olnit is definitely doing a lot of heavy hitting. And they're gonna commit all the way to taking this tier 2 tower. Might be even proceeding for more here. But Klim seem reluctant as are they willing to fight this?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A game of evasion of team fights. Team Tickles. 20 seconds left till Roche spawn. They are gonna use the portal play yet again. And they do have eyes on where Munkushi is farming, so they can rotate up top, up to towards the Ancients over there. Force leading the charge, but it's Klim coming in from the backsides. They want to take Narman and Loranov instead, but it's just gonna be a relocate away. Meanwhile, Force and the rest will throw themselves onto Munkushi. This is where the relocate ended. Thankfully, the Supernova was in the back to try to protect his buddy. A little bit of a disruption there is gonna hold Force into space, but a nice triple man bash there is gonna take down Sweden Strong Olnid. The Lina machine gun is doing a lot of heavy hitting, but Cloud is gonna survive everything thanks to the Eye of the Storm. 2 will go down. Sweden Strong buys back. Munkushi with the Dismember will keep Olnid in place during the BKB duration. Narman is in danger. Loranov does not manage to escape during that team fight, and now Olnid is gonna be the last man standing. As Klim completely stomped through their counterparts. Munkushi managed to survive that entire onslaught, and the raw damage and everything, it just seemed enough. There wasn't actually a buyback. Yeah, it was the buyback onto Sweden Strong, so Ducalis did survive intact during that. But it's a very, very nice bounce back from Klim, as finally they are fighting this together. What a game. Roche, is he back up again? Answer is yes. Going in from the other side where Klim are exactly anticipating him to show up. Team Tickles will get Olnid back in about 40 seconds. Which should be enough for them to take down Roshan. Something, yep, definitely Team Tickles are aware that this is happening. Slowly but surely, he's melting down. Still, Team Tickles are gonna try to intercept. Will they have enough time this time around? Answer might be no. They are gonna scout it out with the illusions. We're gonna pop right before they enter the pit. No Storm Spirit this time around for that last hit and for that snatch. And it's gonna be a Scepter. But not a Scepter, my bad. An Aegis going the way for Munkushi here. And a 4-man smoke, trying to find somebody. Team Tickles are cluttered here. Might have been hoping for their counterparts to show up somewhere, but they're not there. Nuh-uh. They want to go in and find you instead. Chances are, all that might be found here are pretty high, as it's the silence before the storm. They realize that there is something lurking around here, but they're just gonna claim the ancients for the time being. And there they find them, Narman and Lorinov instantly initiating onto the Io. And he is not gonna be able to tether away to Ducalis. Very, very unfortunate fate for this puck, for this Io puck. God damn it. It's a long day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kind of losing it. And this draft, once again, doing something, comes as a surprise once more. Tier 2 tower push secured. They have eyes on where Olnit is, and where is Force? Force is just pushing away the bottom lane to try to obtain some additional advantage for the team, even though he does have the jump potential, but at this point, with the Pudge having the Aegis, it's gonna be a bit difficult to take down the Pudge with 3.5k down to 0, who is also very close to getting the E-Blade, about 880 gold away. BKBs, are they up and running? There's 2 of them onto Lorinov and onto Olnit. One is down to 8 seconds, the other one should be down to 6 seconds, yes. And they're gonna go and scout out outside into the Great Wilderness, where once more Klim are not there. They're a bit closer than you think, but at the same time a bit too far the same. And they're gonna find them. Yep, now they have eyes on them for sure. Cloud is looking like the first potential target to be jumped upon by Force, but instantly pops the BKB. Forces a turnaround onto Klim. Chira is gonna come in a bit more closer to his counterparts. Call down. They will get him stunned up. The Sunray is gonna keep him protected. Pop the BKB and jumps that way back to safety. Relocate for the save, but it's a quite short relocate if I'm not mistaken. Yep, a little bit of a lost momentum. Still, they will claim the life of Pudge for the first time. Still, Narman tethers away back to safety. A lot of spells being thrown up, but it's only gonna be the Aegis reclaimed by Team Tickles. They have used up the relocate, they have used up the purge, and they have eyes on Force, who will be hooked back into enemy hands, and it's gonna be an easy kill. 1 minute without Force. And at least 4 people to try to fight at this point, which is manageable by Klim. But they're a bit more focused into taking objectives, going in for the second tier 2 tower of the game so far. And pretty much balanced out the entire advantage Team Tickles have obtained at the very start thanks to the Lorinov-Norman combo. Olnit nowhere to be seen, but is just trying his best to farm up items. Does have the Hurricane Pike up and going with the Witchblade and the Falcon. Is gonna be a Rod of Adas towards a Gleipnir coming in right after. But once more, Klim are on the hunt, and they have potentially a very juicy prize to find there, which indeed will be found. Lorinov and Narman. Was there a chance to relocate this time around? Answer is no. They will take down Narman before he manages to taxi Lorinov away back to safety. Cloud obtaining both kills in the bag, and of course using the rest of the Eye of the Storm to take down the last tier 2 tower for the team. 3 on the defense lines. Klim are going in high ground for this one. Oh lord. There's the glyph. I mean, I might be too quiet about this one, but I can't believe this draft. It felt very anticlimactic at the start. Force jumps away close to his nemesis. Cloud keeps up the link up and active. And they will force out of that team fight with quite ease. But yeah, I'm still amazed that this draft has managed to pull itself together. Klim did manage to play very all around the map at the very start. I thought Team Tickles did have a better chance at staying strong and keeping things together, but it feels like they're falling apart yet again here. Which is kind of awkward, and once again, there's gonna be an attempt being made on their side to try to push this out, to try to find some targets. But Klim are gonna do the same thing, so who's gonna find who first is the question. Force leading the charge, but nope. They're just gonna miss out on each other in a very awkward fashion. As Klim are gonna try to take a side approach here. Maybe they will find somebody here. There's a very big chance. As the smoke is almost off of cooldown, definitely they are aware that there's something lurking over there, and it's gonna be a jump coming in from Mukushi. Throws in the E-Blade onto Ducalis, stunned up, dismembered, and another flesh heap stack in the bag. Mid lane, Chira Jr. is trying to get a little bit more of a high ground advantage, where now they know where the Lina is. But they're not gonna find anybody to hook up into their hands, so they gotta play this carefully. Eye of the Storm is off of cooldown, so it's just gonna be... well, it's just gonna be the lane waited out to pop up to destroy the backdoor protection, while Team Tickles have claimed the life of the Tormentor. So it's just gonna be a little bit of an upgrade for the Fury Soul. Still, Cloud actively keeping up the pressure. They will take down the tower before the lane gets destroyed. But they're just gonna leave it be. We don't want anything more to do than what we've currently done. And a little bit of a refresh. And they're maybe gonna be waiting for Team Tickles to show themselves first, once again throwing a smoke bomb to try to find an exit away from their base. And Klim are just chilling here on the side. Team Tickles, yeah, they are going somewhere. Yep, now they at least know where they're going. They're gonna be going down to this lower triangle where Klim are anticipating that to happen. Olnit shows himself first. Forced instantly jumps on to Cloud, looking pretty low there. They will claim the life of the Razor first. But, oh, Chira lands directly into the stun. Will manage to pop a Spirit away and run away to safety. Without Cloud, things are gonna be a lot more difficult to manage. But still, a little bit of a fast refresh. And maybe they can turn this around now that the Laguna Blade is on cooldown. Along with the Purge. They're still sticking around. Chira is back into the lane. Another 50 seconds without Cloud. But they're not gonna give them the pleasure. Once again, we're back into the same standstill. A bit into the danger zone, but thankfully for him, Klim absolutely have no vision. If they do, and realizing that Force isn't all the way on the other side of the lane, they could have committed to a jump onto Lina, but instead they are trying to fortify their position around the Roche pit, who will be back in about 35 seconds. And that is something that Klim definitely know. Team Tickles are slowly but surely closing in on their position. And now that they have regrouped completely, everything is off of cooldown. They are willing to fight. Force has also joined in as well. Chira, scouting on high ground, instantly finds where Loranov is. They will hook shot him, bring him back. Nice reaction with the Yules. Force is not going to be able to land it on the stun, but oh, it's going to be a very fast Remnant away back to safety. Loranov is going to be taxied back. Meanwhile, Force is going to be hooked back from Munkushi, but it's just a little bit of a back and forth. All sides dropping very low on HP. Chira still keeping up the pressure, wants to close in onto his enemies, and another hook shot successful. Force is not gonna survive this time around. Chira keeping up the pressure, throws in the Shivas as well. He's gonna get disrupted for a little while, but the rest of the team have closed in as well. Narman melted down along with Ducalis. 3 down. Roshan, easy for the taken for sure. And yeah, slowly but surely, this team is coming back. I can't believe it. For yet another time, they're pulling off this draft. Taking Roshan without any contest, who does have the refresher shard onto him. Definitely something that Cloud will be willing to take now that he... I mean, of course, he also got the Satanic, which is gonna make things a lot more easier. But actually, no, they're not gonna give him... They're gonna give it to whom? Where is the refresher? I thought it was gonna be given to the Razor. Oh. Is it still there? No, it's not. Where did you go? Your little refresher shard? It's on Respect. Okay, so they're gonna opt in for a double Supernova instead. As pretty much Cloud is alive only throughout the duration of the BKB. Even though he has gotten the Satanic, he has gotten the Assault Curious and the Rattle Cage to top it all off. Okay, this guy is becoming very, very tanky. 52 armor already in the back, so it's gonna be a lot more manageable. Team Tickles, they're trying to salvage whatever they can on the map. Norman going in for a very deep relocate to claim the Wisdom Rune. And the Gape and Graph is definitely starting to shift in their favor. Chira trying to find a jump onto Force. Lorenov and the rest are keeping him. Ooh, nice little Force staff forward to take him out of the AoE stun. Still, they have a mark onto Lorenov. They almost did not manage to connect with the missile, but still they are playing around with their food. There's Cloud coming in with the Static Link and the Eye of the Storm, trying to melt through his enemies during the BKB duration. Force jumps in from behind, but it's the Supernova finding its target. They will not be able to save him this time around. Narman, long range Tether for the save. They will throw in the little homing missile, but most probably it's not gonna survive. It is gonna survive all the way to the fountain, but it's not gonna lead to another kill. Now that Force is out of the picture, Tickles have lost their entire front line, which is leaving them a lot more vulnerable for the taken. Last tier 2 tower will be claimed by Klim, and they're gonna go in for the last tier 3. All mid, there's a root, but nice Force staff forward before they land in the hook shot. And they're just gonna keep up with this long range harassment until the AoE stun, the splitter, disappears. And down it eventually goes. 15 seconds remaining till Force comes back. Klim will try their best to force out the barracks from going down. Nice safety from Munkushi with the hook shot. Olnit still keeping up the pressure just to claim the Aegis. And they will almost nick him with the splitter, but once again, the 4 staffs for the win. How many are there in this game? It's just 2 actually. On both sides. I thought it was a bit more because they pop up so freaking often. Or at the very least, they're used up in the best moments that the team can... I mean, both teams can possibly need them for. Just straight up for the defense, try to protect your buddies.
Dire are scanning.
And once more, Another minute, another smoke bomb. It's gonna be Klim trying to find Team Tickles, who are at this point pretty much scared to drop out of their base. Still, Klim are playing this a bit more safely at this point. They know that their meme draft cannot fight completely 5v5, so the best they can wish for is try to handpick one target and take him down.
Wasn't too bright.
And are they gonna go in for the high ground? Oh, the hook. Almost too good to be true there. Klim, unfortunately, they don't have any high ground vision onto what Team Tickles are on about. But they are feeling adventurous themselves once again. Popping a 4-man smoke to try to venture out into the wilderness to maybe find somebody. I'll add it up to 5. Klim once again taking the outpost for the nth time during this game. And Forest trying to find in a jump. Sweet and Strong chilling on to high ground. Now they realize that the smoke has been popped up, landing a very nice observer ward there. And they realize that there is somebody there, but that somebody is definitely waiting for them to show themselves. So what could they possibly do here? Is Forrest gonna try to find in a jump there, but he cannot go in blindly at all. As now, Klim are closing in from behind. They did find Lorenov, but it's gonna be Narman and his life cleaned up first, slowly but surely. Down he goes. Force manages to not show himself. If he goes down, for sure the entire team will go down as well. And it's a patient play. I mean, I don't know what else to say here. Ember Spirit is building up towards damage item. We have a double Shiva up and running. Maelstrom has been up and rolling for quite some time. It's gonna be a Scotty coming right afterwards. So damage, damage, damage. Gyrocopter going in for the utility build. They will find Force eventually with Munkushi. Expanding the BKB duration. Will they stop the TP? Answer is yes. Chiro Jr. will claim the kill in to himself. Munkushi is finally gaining up on stacks. Has the Scepter upgrade, has the Shard upgrade, has the E-Blade going in. Well, changed his mind. Was gonna go in for the BKB, but instead he will be going in for the Wind Waker and the Yule Scepter's big brother to make things a lot more annoying for Team Tickles, as they have obtained, if I'm not mistaken, at least... No, there were 2. Yeah. There's the Windwalker available, and there was not one on the Lina, yeah. They just have one, but definitely it's gonna make things a lot more easier for them to dance around. Cloud receiving a lot of heavy hitting at the start, but a nice little hook shot back to safety. 30 seconds remaining without Force, who does have a buyback for the Taken. And it's gonna be just Team Tickles fortifying their high ground. Munkushi doing his best to try to get a hook shot away. Well, if that happened a bit sooner, the shackles before the hookshot, Lorenov might have been dead by now. But that's not gonna be the case, as Team Tickles are just bouncing back and forth, not showing their face fully until their buddy Force comes back. Chira snatches the Wisdom Rune there, another 1000 experience going their way. How are we looking in terms of buybacks at this point? Everybody from Klim has a buyback. Tickles are missing out on 2. Well, 3, I mean, but the other one is about 40 gold away. So they're not willing to overextend either way. Well, Klim are just gonna reset for a little while, push in one more lane back towards Team Tickles, and oh my god, those were 6 bounty runes being claimed there. I've never seen that many bounty runes in one spot, might I add. And Klim do have a sense that there might be something lurking around the trees. As yeah, of course, it's Roshan coming back in about 15 seconds, so both teams will be willing to fight it off. Chira being scouted from behind, Force his eyes on him. You gotta be careful there, buddy. But even so, if they commit for a jump, the rest of Klim are ready and there to jump on. Sweet and Strong does give the thumbs up. Roshan is back in business. Force jumping in, will land on to 2. Cloud pops up the BKB in the very last second along with the Eye of the Storm. Force jumps out of the pit, but Onit's life is in danger. He will be destroyed on the spot along with the Divine Rapier. To add insult to injury, Force as well will be taken down. As Narman and Lorenov will run away once more to safety. But without 3 on the defense lines and a recently claimed Rapier, it's gonna be a bit too much to handle at this point. Another refresher gonna go in the way of respect. Was there a scepter upgrade? No, it was just a refresher. Up top is if you want to get the scepter. But even so, 2 heroes on defense. Klim can go in for the last and final push of the game to their choosing. As Mikushi is finally self-sustaining at 4.5k HP. 13 stacks, 826 strength going his way, so the reason the Aegis has gone into the hands of Cloud, who is a lot more squishier and always the target for the rest of Team Tickles. And almost landing another hookshot, but the Windwalker is gonna save the day. 2 sets of rags go down. Obviously Team Tickles are not buying back. They're gonna wait it out for the final defense, using the glyph to the very last second. They will find a hookshot onto Narman, but yeah, they will be able to get him into place for a little while. The disruption is gonna keep things in check. Insta buyback coming in. Chira Jr. looking pretty low, but will make a run for it. And attempts were being made to save the life of his buddy. But it seems like Cloud is gonna be locked onto Force, Laguna Blade, and everything will go in his face. And the Divine Rapier is gonna be reclaimed by its buyer. Rest of Team Tickles, Lorenov. He wants to find something more, sees where Sweet and Strong is, will throw in the Wind Waker in his direction with the stun. He will throw in one in return, but the lockdown is pretty strong from this hero, so 2 lives will be claimed, 1 on a dieback from Team Tickles, even though they have lost half of their base in the process. At the very least, they still have shown some signs of life. They're willing to keep up the pressure to the best of their ability. Even though Klim are still not showing everything they have, they do have still the double shard, refresher shard available. Actually, no, they did spend it onto Cloud. Respect has gotten the orb in his hand, so it's gonna be definitely a supernova on further away. But it's gonna take another minute for them to fully regroup, which is time that Team Tickles are using up to the max to try to push back at least one lane in their favor. Chira shows his face, needs to be careful, almost landed into a light strike array. Olnit keeping the siege from bottom. Diabolic Edict, everything they're gonna throw themselves onto Lorenov to try to slow him down with the Diabolic Edict, but no, he's not giving in that easily. Cloud is back in about 5 seconds to try to keep up with the defense, but Tickles are like, okay, this is enough. We have only taken 1, we have taken tier 3. Let's just call it for the time being. But Klim, I think they want more out of this. Munkushi keeping up with the offense, right under the Observer Ward. Force is instantly gonna jump upon him, but Klim will use this as the advantage. Cloud jumping in with the Eye of the Storm. They're willing to melt through somebody. Force runs away back to safety. Olnit is being locked down, but a very fast relocate very close by is gonna save the day for a little while. Lorenov tries to run off with the TP. Answer is yes. He will manage to do so. Narman will be relocated back from where he came from, and he's gonna be the only soul to be taken down during that team fight, where a lot of spells have been thrown back and forth. Even so, Klim realize that they're gonna be fighting against 4 at this point. The Laguna Blade hasn't been expended, so they will need to be careful on how they are approaching this during the next team fight. Cloud does have the Refresher Orb and 10 more seconds remaining till the next Eye of the Storm. Supernova for another minute, and it has been double used up for the last team fight, so they will be walking in without a Supernova up next. They're just willing to get those barracks for the time being. Another missed hookshot from Munkushi. He will throw in the E-Blade, but not gonna be able to get in close as Lorinov is just throwing these chain stuns to whoever tries to get on high ground and get locked in on the spot. I mean, this is a very low cooldown on the splitter of 3 charges and an Octarine core to top off the annoyance. Chira is actively just trying to handpick somebody there, but nobody seems to be showing. Klim have no way of getting close to these racks. They're losing the lanes at all times. But they're slowly getting there. Oh, finally the hookshot will land onto Lorinov, but he will windwalk away. Force shows his face. Here come the call downs. Once again looking like he's dropping pretty low. He will need to force flee there. Oh, nice double stun with the splitter coming by, and Cloud is gonna lose his life. Instantly buys back for the occasion. Force looking also pretty low. He will not make it out of there alive, but buys back as well. Dismember onto Lorinov. They will throw in the Supernova with the Sunray. And hookshot, back to you. Another buyback coming in. Ducalis is gonna buy once more. Only one buyback will be forced out from Klim, as once again they will not be able to take these bloody racks for such a long time. Lorinov, there's the hookshot from the Gleipnir log, but they will find Chira Jr., who will jump back to safety once more. So come on guys, this is a lot of back and forth and these guys are not dying. What the hell? That's insane to see. Really insane to see. Like, I've never seen a game like this. Extending all the way to minute 57. Call down will be used up for some vision. They want to get Lorinov or at least somebody back. Yeah, only one buyback is available, and that is Olnitz, who still is clinging on to his Divine Rapier, going in for possibly a second one. And this splitter is just being annoying as hell. It's... god damn it. Too much to handle. Instantly stopping the creeps in their tracks, only just cleaning up everything that shows up. One after the other, one after the other. Eventually Chira will find a signed entrance, take at least one of the barracks. The left remaining are the melee ones, which are a bit more difficult to take, but at the very least it's gonna be one less target for them. Chira, once again, roots down, Windwalker away, not willing to get hooked by Munkushi. This is very funny because this is not a Pudge with a Blink Dagger to get in close and personal. He's playing the safety, safety, I just want to, get you a bit more closer to me. No need for me to get closer to you sort of a play. But this is such a meme game, not gonna lie, and it keeps on going, and I mean the same things have been going on for the past 5 minutes. Oh my god. It feels like it's endless. Windwalkers, Windwakers. It's gonna be a double Shiva's Guards, triple Shiva's Guards. 2 Aghanim Scepters. No, it's actually 2 Aghanim Scepters, my bad. 3 actually, my bad. I'm turning blind, ladies and gentlemen. This game has been going on for such a long time. So insane. No idea what I might add here. I mean, what Klim could be hoping for with their meme strat over here is try to draw somebody out. Potentially somebody who is gonna be on a dieback within the next 5 minutes. They could be hoping to get Force, they could be hoping to get Lorinov there. Ducalis also will be on a dieback for a little while. Also, if they get the IO, he's not gonna be able to come back, at least in the next 40 seconds. Doesn't even have the gold for a buyback if things get ugly. It's gonna be a courier scout, don't bait for it. Yeah, you shouldn't. It's gonna be just Lorinov. Yep, now they find them eventually. Supernova, Lorinov manages to find a high ground safe. Norman is gonna be taken down. out of the picture for 85 seconds. Even if he gets a buyback, he won't be able to do anything about it. Mukushi messes up the hook shot. Still, Klim are finding another entrance into the base. And once again, the creeps are going to be stopped in their tracks, as they're not going to be even having any chances to approach these tier 4s. I mean, pretty much as long as Lorinov is alive, you guys have no way of jumping up on high ground in any way. Oh god. Munkushi, please land one hook shot. End my misery. Oh, just kidding. This is a meme game, not gonna lie. And both teams know what they can and what they cannot do. Klim are pretty much reaching the end of the line here in terms of their abilities. Network win probability. Team Tickles have about 25%, 24% of a win chance thanks to the Gaben graph. And they're just gonna wait out the return of the IO, as the tether is way too important for them. But Klim, the racks are safe this time around. They can go in, no splitter this time, and finally they can end the final barracks. Alnit shows up, instantly stuns Chira. There's the Laguna Blade also used up. Force will show his face. They will anchor back Cloud, and he is gonna fall down for for 2 minutes. He's gonna be out of the picture. That's a really big kill in the favor of Team Tickles. Chira throws in the Gleipnir, tries to dance around his enemies for a little while, but they're just gonna draw them out of the base, and nothing more to be said or done here. Meanwhile, the creeps are closing in onto the tier 4s. Time to force Team Tickles back to the defense lines. And we're just gonna wait for another minute and a half till Cloud comes back. Maybe another 2.5 minutes until the rest of the Team Tickles have their buybacks available. But in the meantime, of course, it's gonna be Rosh time. Rosh is live for the taken with another Refresher Shard and a Roshan's banner to help out with the push a little bit more. Team Tickles are up and ready to go. They know that Klim cannot fight for yet another minute, so maybe they can go in for the Rosh push. Klim, even if they're aware, not sure how much you can counter your opponents here, but they are gonna... I feel like they're gonna do it. Like this smoke, maybe they're gonna hope for something. They don't have... Well, yeah, they have used up their scan. Now they know that there's something lurking into the Rosh pit. Is he gonna go down sooner than later? It's gonna be sooner. Chira shows his face, instantly jumps in, latches onto Olnit and onto Force. The Supernova pops up from the side with the Gleipnir. They will get a hook shot onto Force, but here comes the rest of the crew with the relocate. They will try to turn this around, but another Supernova will be popped up, melts through Narman, almost saves himself with the Wind Waker, and eventually he will be taken down. 90 seconds without the Io. Munkushi broken down and blasted into pieces. They won't lose anybody else. I spoke too soon. They will lose respect. Last man standing is gonna be Chira along with Sweden Strong, and another second until Cloud comes back. And this is, well, hopefully this is gonna force Team Tickles to move a bit more out of their base for the push, but it's feeling a bit difficult for them to deal with these Megas, as Olnit will claim the Aegis for the time being. For another 4 minutes, he does have a little bit more of a safety, and that's enough time for the rest of the team to get their buybacks up and going and to make things a little bit more safer for the defense. Cloud going in for the late Blink Dagger upgrade towards a Swift Blink. Chira Jr. is gonna go up. I'm not sure what he was gonna make. I did see something. Is it gonna be a nullifier maybe? Let me check. Yep, it is gonna be the nullifier. Sweden Strong has the Wind Waker for quite some time. Also gonna be going in for a nullifier. Anything else queued up for our big boy? It's just gonna be 9k gold just being stashed up. Already we have our tier 5s unrolling. A single mirror edge, a pirate's hat, a giant ring on both sides. So 2 pirate hats, 2 giant rings, 1 seer stone, And one of the new items, the Unwavering Condition. And oh, it's gonna be also a Book of Shadows for another Dispel onto the side of Team Tickles.
A soldier's fortune.
So yeah, a little bit of a decrepify, sort of a, but silence, immune, mute, disarmed sort of a thing. Both an offensive and a defensive. No, actually it's just a defensive, yeah? Oh, you can target everybody with this. Holy, that's actually pretty cool. First time seeing this item. It's pretty much one of the new patch items that have showed up. But yeah, even so, both sides are refreshed, reset, ready to go. Sweet and Strong might be going in for getting the Hex before anything else. A very nice stack of Lotuses will be claimed by him, so a little bit more of a survivability, but I'm not sure how far it's gonna take ya. And Team Tickles still on the defense lines, trying to defend this last barracks. The tower has been chilling at less than 1,000 HP. Olnit is gonna be found though, lurking around the mid lane. Will they keep up the pressure? Mako lands the hook shot right into the face of his enemies, and the Aegis will be claimed. Rest of Team Tickles show up a tad too late to the fight, allowing Klim to dictate the tempo. Still, Olnit manages to pop the BKB, but hookshot back, and he's gonna lose his life for a second time. Insta buyback for the occasion. It's all or nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Lorinov trying to make it on for the run. Chira still keeping up the pressure. They will land in another hookshot. Respect pops the refresher, willing to go in for yet another supernova. Now he's hexed up, nowhere to go. They will get force for the first time. Does have a buyback, which should be used up as Olnit is looking pretty bad. Throws in the Laguna Blade onto Respect, but they will manage to survive. Lorinov gets hook shotted back. There's the buyback coming in. Chira looking pretty bad, but will take down Ducalis potentially before he dies. But oh, it's a very nice jump sidestep there from him. Instant buyback coming in. Narman looking pretty low. They're running short on these buybacks. The tier 4 tower is under siege. Lorinov is being pushed back right in the middle of the Ancient, and there's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Add another buyback to the equation. And Klim will be able to force out, well, all buybacks from their counterparts, while only forcing out one on their side. I mean, they have lost all of their big ultimates. They have lost everything during that last team fight. They have obtained the Divine Rapier in the process, which is really cool. But I'm pretty sure Respect... Yeah, there's the refresher, so it's gonna be another 400 seconds before he can pull off a double like that. Cloud as well. Another 75 seconds for him to double ult as well. But they're gonna go for it, potentially. As if they can take down one big target, they're gonna be on a dieback for sure. And Respect with the Icarus dive, scouts out what's going up ahead. Call down onto Narman, finds Lorinov as well. The Ancient is definitely exposed. They can go for it. Munkushi lands a hookshot. Instant Windwalker coming in from Lorinov, but they will drain up his attack. Force jumping in into the middle. He tries to force somebody out. A little bit of a back and forth. They still have a lock onto Lorinov, who's pretty much dancing around to save his life. Looking once again low. Gets stuck into the Ancient. Away for 2 minutes. Hookshot. They find Force away from the fountain, but they're focusing on to the throne now that everybody's trying to reset. Last glyph being used up. They are forcing them into the fountain. Still keeping things in check. Now the glyph is off. They do have a chance to attack the Ancient one more time. And ladies and gentlemen, this game has ended in 69 minutes. Quite nice, might I add. But eventually the meme draft delivered. And I don't know what else to make of this. Like, this was such an insane game. Insane set to watch. I can't believe that they won again with this draft twice in a row. I mean, it's just too much to handle. Upper bracket, semifinals, Klim Sani4 versus Team Tickles. Klim Sani4 are proceeding further into the final of the upper bracket, where Team Tickles are going to be going down and face off elimination But yeah, I don't know what else to say. It was a bit of a slow match. It was, already seen, so it kind of might have felt anticlimactic, but it is what it is. Even so, a small announcement as far as I know, but you will guys double check of what's going on. There might be a couple of games that are not going to be played tomorrow due to Christmas, because a lot of the players are celebrating, but there will be an update from EPL if there isn't an update already, so do make sure to keep your eyes out on what's going to be the situation for tomorrow. But for today, we're closing off Steam. I'm very glad for you guys to be here once again. Thanks for JoeXDTry for sticking around during the first couple of matches, and yeah, we survived today. We will see what tomorrow brings. If not, things will be resuming back on Monday. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I bid you good night, Merry Christmas, and until next time.
When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
We get that fresh glaze on the